Okay. Kyle MacLachlan has the same shirt as you and isn't getting canceled? Yeah, of course not. Because he's like an actual celebrity. And people like don't know or care about that kind of thing when it's an actual celebrity. He's not accessible. He's Twin Peaks. Agent Cooper. He's everyone's favorite cop. Cornel West is running for president. And at first I was like, oh, Pog, nice. Love Cornel West. And then I was like, what is he running on? Wait, what? Oh, hell no. Yeah. It's like one of those, it's a 1-2 punch. You know what I mean? At first you're like, oh, sick, Cornel West. Like, great. Maybe he'll get on the debate stage or whatever. And then you're like, wait, what? He's running on what campaign? What party? Oh, no.
In these bleak times, I have decided to run for truth and justice, which takes the form of running for president of the United States as a candidate for the People's Party. I enter into quest for truth.
No!
I enter into quest for justice. And
I'm fucking Bryan Cranston in the car going, no, don't do it. Professor West, don't do it.
Presidency is just one vehicle to pursue that truth and justice, what I've been trying to do all of my life. I come from a tradition where I care about you. I care about the quality of your life. I care about whether you have access to a job with a living wage, decent housing, women having control over their bodies, health care for all, de-escalating the destruction of the planet, the destruction of American democracy. Democracy creates disruption. It creates an eruption. It creates an interruption. Wide from below, the energies of everyday people manifest.
Yeah.
And I know there are precious people in your life who you care for. That's why it's important for you to be involved, important for you to participate. I'm not talking about hating anybody.
I think one of the craziest parts about this is that, like, this does nothing for Cornel West's, like, chances of actually running for president. And it does more for, like, it does more for the People's Party, like the Jimmy Dore third party. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know enough about them. I just know that, like, it's kooky shit, okay? Make no mistake, Dan Rather says, if Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. were alive today, he would be stigmatized as woke and attacked accordingly. The People's Party quote tweets it and says, no, MLK's words were the opposite of woke. Rather, if he were alive today, he'd be stigmatized, smeared, and canceled by the woke mob. Love Cornel was running for president. Hate him, lending credibility to a horrible, disorganized, grifter-led organization that is not an actual political party and does not have the leadership or infrastructure to get wide-scale ballot access, go green or independent. Yeah, like, low-key, they make the Green Party look viable. People who menstruate, seriously? Sounds like the NPR wants to cancel women. Free promo tour for the next 16 months. He's trying to get another book deal. No, the irony is that, like, it's less about that. It's not going to work that way. Okay? It's not going to work that way, and it's instead going to just, like, give clout to the fucking People's Party, and people will turn around and go, oh, man, what are those guys? Well, I like Cornel West, and I like the ideas that he's presenting. Let's go fucking, I don't know. This People's Party sounds good, and it will just, like, elevate the People's Party. That's it.
We're talking about loving We're talking about affirming. We're talking about empowering those who have been pushed to the margins. Because neither political party wants to tell the truth about Wall Street, about Ukraine, about the Pentagon, about big.
He has a proximity to these like alt-left gray zone kooks that bitch about you having a house and shit on the general strike summit. Wait, what? Gray zone people are not like the People's Party people, unless you're talking about like the anti-vaxxer ones. I don't think a lot of the other gray zone people hate me, or old gray zone people, and like PSL Andes. I don't think they hate me at all. As a matter of fact, it's just like you're talking about like maybe Max Blumenthal possibly, but he's like a fucking anti-vaxxer psycho. Yeah, it's basically just Max Blumenthal. He's turned into an island of his own, who is like just a straight. I mean, the vaccine stuff broke his brain completely. The perfect candidate for the 40 remaining people who still think Tim Pool's a centrist? No, these guys won't vote for that guy. They'll vote for the No Labels Party.
Tech. Neo-fascists like Brother Trump or milquetoast neoliberals like Brother Biden. Wow, well, I'm so happy to make a world-shaking decision. You know what I mean? Well, I know gangsters when I see them. And gangster's not a subjective expression. It's an objective condition. Do we have what it takes? We shall see. But some of us are going to go down fighting, go down swinging with style and a smile, accenting the best in you and trying to tease out the best in me. Let's do it together.
So, Cornel West is dope. I mean, he's great. He's a little bit crazy, obviously. He's academic. But, you know, overall, great dude, great communicator, solid. And now he's, I guess he's just running third party on the People's Party, which is, as far as I understand, does this guy pose Biden enough of a threat to get Trump reelected? I don't like that reflexively the first thing you guys go to is like, oh, what about Biden's chances? Okay. Like, fuck Joseph Robinette Biden. Okay. He can suck my dick. Okay. Shut the fuck up about Joseph Biden. Why is it that your immediate thing is like, oh no, it's going to hurt Biden's chances? Like, shut up. We're not talking about that right now. Okay. Cause like, if he ran in the Democratic Party primary, then this would be a very different conversation that we'd be having. Okay, obviously, I don't think he ever would be able to, but God damn it. Oh no, what about Biden's chances? Like, you know, don't worry about that. Why is everyone announcing now? I mean, the People's Party is like one of those. The People's Party is like, you know, led by grifters for the most part. All of the fucking weird, like, all of the weird, we're gonna force the vote guys, join the People's Party. This is a great example. Okay. The Libertarian Party and the People's Party threw together a Rage Against the War Machine rally. They worked with the Libertarian Party. Okay? Which, on its face, you'll look at that and you go, oh, dude, what the fuck? What do you, love war? Like, who cares? They're getting whatever kind of, like, allyship they can. You know, you're fucking wrong. They're doing the Fred Hampton thing. They're doing the Rainbow Coalition. Jesse Jackson thing, right? And that is, that's kind of their point. Their point is to like appear. Their point is to basically appear as though they're like a viable and genuine leftist opposition to the Democratic Party. But in many respects, they fall short of what is necessary. As far as I understand, I am not even super familiar with the People's Party, like I'll admit. Okay, this is what the actual Force to Vote rally looked like on the corner of the Capitol in Washington, D.C. Yeah, and that's because I attacked them. That's because I criticized them. That's why. Me and Sam Cedar both. We criticized them, and that's why it didn't work out. Like, if we had actually backed the Force to Vote stuff, we would have Medicare for all right now. But it was, myself and Sam Cedar who, stopped this dead in his tracks. And then, like, half of the fucking speakers at events that they throw became anti-Medicare for all later down the line. But, it's one of those things. There's plenty of fucking kooks in politics. There's plenty of cranks and plenty of kooks in the realm of politics. You got the LaRouche weirdos. You got the revolutionary communist weirdos, the Bob Avakian. And then you got these guys who are, what is it like? They call them, some of the people call themselves like the Fred Hampton leftists or something. You don't need to know any of these. RBN is going to attack the fuck out of you after this. They do all the time. They do all the fucking time. It's completely ridiculous and completely irrelevant for the most part. It's actually really important that we call these grifter leftists out, or we will discredit our movement. Just Democrats and DSA have elected hundreds of actual socialists to office. Bernie got attention by challenging seriously for the nomination. Exactly. Like, I do agree with that. But these guys have never gotten, like, enough momentum for me to ever... These guys have never actually gotten enough momentum for me to, like, cover it seriously. Because every time I do briefly mention them, they go fucking crazy. They go bananas mode. Some of them, what was it? There was a guy who, like, wrote a poem about killing me. I think he was one of those guys. You guys remember? Wasn't there, like, one of their dudes actually wrote, like, a poem or something, like a haiku about, like, assassinating me or something? Yeah, that's why I don't talk about them, because they're fucking weird, gross, and unserious for the most part. But this will be great for them, because then they can cut this and then be like, Hasan is a champion of the Democratic Party. Hasan is, he works for the DNC. And then they can, like, I guess, they can get a little bit of promo out of that. The fact that the left doesn't have a viable alternative for president this election does not Bernie says more about the current state of the left than it does anything else. I mean, yeah. Revcoms think you like wokeism and cancel culture and criticize it from a communist perspective. They also blasted you and sided with Anna on the pregnant people woman erasure bullshit. Yeah. Well, they're also insane. So I'm not interested in them either. Most of them were mad because you didn't invite them to the Among Us AOC stream. Yeah, it's usually just like petty. It's usually just like petty personal squabbles that people have. And it's just cranks for the most part. It's cranks with like tiny audiences, and they're just basically out to fill their pockets a little bit. It's the type of party that is for, if you personally in your heart believe that like there will be a Reddit strike, for example, that you can like cultivate a general strike on Reddit without any strike funds, without any organizing, without like actually talking to fucking unions, without any of that stuff. If you think that you could just like do it on Reddit, that's the party for you. And there are plenty of fucking idiots like that who legitimately get behind it. And there are plenty of well-intentioned people that get scammed into believing that these guys have any sort of real momentum. But ultimately, they don't. And they spend most of their time doing shit like this, where they are like aligning with the Boogaloo Boys, you know? Okay. Last year, there was a sexual harassment incident involving the People's Party founder Nick Brana and a cover-up attempt by the party. What is this? The debunking of the perennial smear campaign against the People's Party and false allegations. Thread debunking as Sabi Sab 2 aired audio of MPP board members on tape regarding reading punishments for Brana as a result of the investigation. Typically unsubstantiated, politically motivated claims don't equal punishment. Yeah, this is like really getting into the weeds of it. Like, I don't even care. It's just like, see, this is what I mean. It's fucking grifters. I hate that I like now need to learn more about them and talk more about them. I don't like it. These are like people that are unserious overall. Should we push for RFK Jr. to disrupt the party? Yeah. I remember reading something about that I thought was really funny. It was like, RFK Jr. is for, it might have been a Felix post. RFK Jr. is for the people who like old school, like Biden's old school politics, who and like the fact that Biden is constantly talking about his like old dead relatives. But now with Donald Trump's Donald Trump's claim to Donald Trump's claims to like unearth the JFK assassination files that will never actually end up happening. Here's that poem guy, lol.
I'm gonna go after Hasan Piker real quick. I have something to say to Hasan.
Okay.
Listen to me. Listen to me, big brother. Listen to me, brother. The people you're attacking are the people you depend on. We haul your trash. We cook your meals. We wait your tables. We make sure that your internet server is working correctly so that you can Twitch stream to all your 14-year-old girlfriends. We guard you while you sleep. Do not fuck with us. Anyway, if you guys want to have some good fun watching Hasan Piker's show, there is a way you can have fun watching Hasan Piker's show. It's the Hasan Piker drinking game. It's that every time he says the word or like, you take a shot.
You die.
And you will be fucking blitzed. You'll be fucking blitzed. You'll minutes into it, you'll be laughing your ass off if you're still... Yeah, exactly right. And the reason that he has so many...
Yeah, he did the Fight Club speech while fantasizing about like a supposedly 14-year-old audience of girls that I have, which is very strange.
14-year-old girls watching his show is because he speaks fluent 14-year-old girl. So anyway, in the words of Kyle Forrest Gump Kalinske, that's all I got to say about that.
All six have spent 39 hours this week watching HasanAbi. Oh yeah, that's the other part. Is like they watch a lot and then they get very upset. Ay. That was great. So much luck and much love. It's like, how do you fucking behave like that as a old ass adult? You know what I mean? As a grown ass man. All right. How many languages did Diggs speak? Okay. You underplayed how cringe that was going to be. Yeah. So, here are some additional questions we'd like to see Fauci answer under oath in public. Why was COVID made by the U.S. in a Chinese lab? Who authorized it inside and outside governments? Who was aware of this at the time? Congratulations, RFK Jr. You're a courageous leader whose environmental and vaccine advocacy has illuminated issues that few dare to confront. We look forward to learning more about your policies on war, single payer, corruption, finance, housing, and other topics. That said, the DNC will cheat any anti-establishment candidate who runs with them. Democratic Party presidential campaigns can only end in one way, as repeats of Bernie 2016 and 2020. The campaign itself can achieve some good, like raising awareness and exposing the party, but the outcome is fixed. In 2017, the DNC admitted in court that its primaries are a charade and that the party picks the nominee. In 2024, the party isn't even bothering with the pretense of impartiality anymore. In August, the executive director of the DNC said, "We're with Biden, period." In February, the DNC passed a resolution expressing its full and complete support for a second Biden term. They are already rearranging the primary schedule to manufacture a second Biden win. Biden told the DNC to replace Iowa with South Carolina as the first state, and they did it. The DNC controls the rules of the primary, and Biden controls the DNC. Biden handpicked DNC chairman Jamie Harrison 2 years ago. You know what's funny about this? A lot of what they're saying is correct. That's the saddest part about it. But like, it's all in defense of RFK Jr. Like, if you're blue anon, but you also like QAnon, RFK Jr. is the guy for you. You know what I mean? Before they cheated you, though, they will force you to sign a loyalty oath pledging to endorse the eventual Democrat nominee, Joe Biden, the embodiment of the pro-mandate warmongering oligarchy, the epitome of the merger of corporation and state that you will seek to dismantle. If you refuse to sign the loyalty oath, they will bar you from running. If you agree to sign the loyalty oath, they will allow you to run on the condition that you funnel any anti-establishment energy that you generated back into the corrupt DNC that you opposed. Just like Bernie Sanders did twice. A DNC primary is not a race. It's a coronation. The only way to dismantle the merger between corporation and state is from outside the citadel of corruption as an independent. These are the same people who constantly cry about you being a Nepo baby, by the way. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. It's just very unserious. It's very, very unserious stuff. What exactly is so bad about RFK? Is he bad for some reason? I haven't seen too much. I haven't seen much but good stuff. Okay. RFK Jr. is a fucking crank. Like, he is like an anti-vaxxer crank. His entire purpose in the Democratic Party race, which is not really going anywhere, is to just, like, I don't know, fulfill the role of, like, Democrats who are also anti-vaxxers. Like, I don't really know, I guess. I don't know if any... I don't know if, like, if he has, like, any serious policies. I'm sure some of his policies are close to mine. But, like, again, that's his, like, main issue. Clearly, you haven't looked into it. Kennedy's politics ain't that bad, in my opinion. Yeah, no, I admittedly have not really looked into any of the policy, but it's like getting upset with me because you watched a lot of Marianne Williamson TikToks and are frustrated that I don't know, like, her policy proposals by heart. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, great. I saw him on Fox News. His main politics was complaining about small businesses that closed because of the pandemic lockdown. Love that. Oh, also, this happened too.
No, 1, 2, 3. I want to thank our dear friend Bobby Kennedy, phenomenal friend of Israel and the Jewish community, for joining us to celebrate Israel Parade on Israel's 75th birthday. Bobby, this crowd loves you.
God bless Israel. I'm going to be a champion for Israel as president, and God bless America.
And you see how much they have, the love they've shown you, your family's legacy, your family.
He's like, I'm going to be president, and I'm going to make Israel anti-vax as well, Rabbi Shmuley, I promise. Oh, no, his it's not long COVID vocal cords. I think he had like some throat issue. I feel sorry for RFK Jr., his uncle and father murdered by Alan Dulles in the CIA, his life screwed from childhood, USA #1. Yeah, the only thing I care about with respect to RFK Jr. is, like, the JFK stuff, like the CIA assassinations. Ow. That's it. That's all I truly care about. Finally, someone who speaks on behalf of Israel running for president in the Democratic Party ticket too. Finally, there's not a lot of Democrats that are, openly supporting Israel's apartheid state. So I'm really glad. If I was RFK, I too would be afraid of shots from the government. Fucking got him, dude. That's too soon. Yeah. Some of these guys are like hard to like they're hard to like get a solid grasp on because like they are so deeply embedded in the crank space that like I don't even spend any fucking time trying to like I don't want to waste any like processing power, already limited processing power that I have because I'm a fucking idiot, trying to like better get a grasp on their fucking positions. I don't know. I just put it through the smell test at this point. I've been doing this for a very long time, and when something doesn't smell right, I just call it. And I've seen a lot from RFK Jr. that smelled awful. And same with like the People's Party. Same with, unfortunately, Cornel was running for the People's Party. But you know who actually loves RFK Jr., who is running for president and did this thing on Fox News? Jack. That's right. Twitter Jack. Well, formerly known as Twitter Jack. Just Jack now. He posted a lot of weird shit recently. He did a Reclaiming Democracy with Elon Musk and Robert Kennedy Jr. So they did a Twitter space which he promoted. He retweeted Robert Kennedy Jr. a bunch. He also said it's the end of an empire. He also tweeted out Joe Biden falling and said, "Open the Democrat primaries and debates. This isn't fair to anyone." But worst of all, he said the from Earth attribute is great. I think that's probably, I don't know. I mean, I think like he's been posting like really unhinged shit recently. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. Like I'm 14 and this is deep. I don't know if he's like on another ayahuasca trip or something and he just like got perma stuck when he was like 14. Okay. But then he said America has a problem. But like I said, the worst thing he fucking posted was quite literally this, the from Earth attribute is great. On Twitter, when you post now, it doesn't say from your iPad or your fucking iPhone or Android, and it says from Earth, and he likes it. And to me, that's unforgivable. It's the worst part of his advocacy, honestly. Anyway, let's get to the actually interesting stuff. The GOP presidential hopefuls, which are now facing Iowa voters, which is, of course, the state that only is relevant in this period in time when they are, when they're going to do the Iowa primaries, right? This is the only time in American history where everybody remembers that Iowa is around. It's a real state.
That is presumably.
Ben Shapiro's mad at Taylor Swift and Looney Tunes. Yeah, fine. We'll do that in a little bit. Okay. Anyway, let's get started. I'm gonna go piss real quick.
To the Republican presidential field spent this weekend in Iowa, they're trying to win over voters in the first caucus state. Now, it was an opportunity to distinguish themselves from the frontrunner, that would be former President Donald Trump. Chief election and campaign correspondent, that's Robert Costa, is watching it all in the front row. Bob, good morning to you. A lot of people trying to make a good impression this weekend.
They certainly are. Good morning, Gail. This annual Roast and Ride fundraiser hosted by Senator Joni Ernst has become an important marker at the beginning of Iowa's political calendar, and many contenders did show up, shaking hands, posing for selfies, and seeking a breakthrough.
Iowa was full of motorcycles, barbecue, and Republican politics.
How's the great state of Iowa?
8 GOP hopefuls were on hand, but missing was frontrunner former President Donald Trump, who was in the Hawkeye State last week. Iowa's Republican Governor Kim Reynolds was there Saturday and responded to Trump's absence.
Well, I think it was a missed opportunity. We had nearly 1,000 Iowans that were at the state fairgrounds to listen to the candidates that are vying to be the president of the United States.
President Biden and the Democrats remained the main target for the GOP field.
Joe Biden's policy are the wrong direction for America.
Taking aim at their handling of the economy, the military, transgender rights, education, immigration, and abortion.
You can't do any of it if you don't win.
While Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's running second in the polls, continued to take veiled swipes at Trump.
There is no substitute for victory. And we need to dispense with the culture of losing that has beset the Republican Party in recent years.
Ambassador Nikki Haley.
On Sunday night, former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley used a CNN town hall.
Oh my God, I didn't even know this happened. I literally did not even know this happened. That's how, what the fuck? Dude, this is so funny. Oh my God, American politics is such a fucking joke. Yeah. 8 people watched it, dude. Mike Pence in a leather jacket, by the way, going back to his gay roots, which is pretty sick. Okay, let's take a look. Business Insider India wrote an article about a history of Mike Pence's Harley Davidson motorcycle jackets. My dad just woke Kaya up. Uh-oh. Not good. Not good at all. Apparently he was looking hot, like a leather daddy, like the leather daddy that he is, honestly. Keir Starmer and Ron DeSantis are super alike. I'm not sure why yet. Lack of Riz for one, though. I mean, they're both like trying to run to the center desperately in a country that is like becoming increasingly more right wing. One is doing it from the labor left, and the other is doing it from the Republican right for some reason. But also, I guess Ron DeSantis is doing it aesthetically. Who do you think has a smaller chance, Ron or Mike? Oh, Mike Pence. Mike Pence has a smaller chance of becoming president than Ron DeSantis does. Straight up. Let's look at the Nikki Haley town hall, which I didn't even realize was a real thing that was happening.
Boys playing in girls' sports. That's one thing. The fact that we want to start with biological boys playing in girls' sports. That's one thing. The fact that we have gender pronoun classes in the military now. I mean, all of these things that are pushing what a small minority want on the majority of Americans, it's too much. It's too much. I mean, the idea that we have biological boys playing in girls' sports, it is the women's issue of our time. My daughter ran track in high school. I don't even know how I would have that conversation with her. How are we supposed to get our girls used to the fact that biological boys are in their locker rooms? And then we wonder why a third of our teenage girls seriously contemplated suicide last year.
Dude, I love the idea that that this is the Nikki Haley rhetoric. I've heard this from her before, where she claims that teenage girls are contemplating suicide because of the 3 trans girls that are in their in the same that are the same age as them in their state, like not even in the same school, by the way. All right, is that what's going on? That's what's happening. This is just like the chatter who said vets commit suicide because of what I said about America deserving 9/11. Yeah, exactly.
We should be growing strong girls, confident girls. Then you go and you talk about building.
Very confused MB. Thank you for the 10 give the subs. Yeah, trans girls being in sports is the women's issue of our time and not the fact that Roe v. Wade was overruled. Yeah, no, you don't understand. Dude, you don't understand. No, that's what it is. Please don't focus on anything else.
With how Mr. Trump dealt with and how his attitude was towards Kim Jong-un while you worked at the UN.
I mean, Kim Jong
Wow, thank you, Twitter video.
is a thug. And if you see what he has done to his own people in North Korea, when money went to North Korea, it didn't go to feed their people. It went to feed their nuclear program. There's nothing good or decent about Kim Jong-un.
Dude, NATO heads in the chat going crazy for Nikki Haley right now. They're like, yeah, she's so right about Kim Jong-un. Yeah, she's so right. Maybe I'll vote for her, actually. Biden's not strong enough against Kim Jong-un. Maybe.
There's no reason we should ever congratulate the fact that they are now vice chair of the World Health Organization. And it goes to the fact that also the World Health Organization is a farce to start with. We saw that during COVID.
So it did bother you, and you didn't like his congratulating of Kim Jong-un, and you didn't like how he dealt with him when
I don't think we ever should congratulate dictators. Congratulate our friends. Don't congratulate our enemies. It emboldens them when we do that.
So I want to go to, were you uncomfortable?
We joke about DeSantis supporters, but Haley supporters are the real freaky nerds. I think I don't think she has any supporters, first of all. But also, I think that, like, her appeal is, I guess, like, I don't know, the same appeal as, like, Tulsi Gabbard, maybe? I don't fucking know. Kaya, you better bust open that goddamn puzzle right now.
Or given the death penalty. Can't we? I think we can all come together and say any woman that has an abortion shouldn't be jailed or given the death penalty.
Oh, wow. Oh, shit, dude. She's running on the bold unity ticket, it seems.
Can't we start there? Can't we start there? Because what?
Wow, people are like, yeah, I don't think women should be executed for having abortions. Sick. I like that the Republican Party looked at Hillary Clinton and was like, we need our own girl boss. You know what I mean? Which, by the way, of course, still doesn't have like an entire fucking decade full of like controversies and shit like that to the same level as Hillary Clinton, or a cottage industry that was directly designed around like conspiracy theories, some of which are real, about the Clintons. You know what I mean? Your dog got white people toys, Lamau. What does that mean? But yeah, thank you, Nikki Haley, for that one.
I think we can all come together and say any.
If a 6-week ban, if a 6-week ban theoretically came to your desk, would you sign it?
But why? I will answer that when you ask Kamala and Biden if they would agree to 37 weeks, 38 weeks, 39 weeks. Then I'll answer your question.
That's sick. Yeah, no, totally. That's a great answer. It's like, I love when you ask a politician what their policy ideas are on like perhaps the most important issue, okay, that they have to address, and they go, "Nuh-uh, not gonna do that." What? Like, how did you not do your fucking work? Like, how did you not do enough focus testing to like basically fucking figure out what the best messaging campaign is around this issue that every Republican inevitably has to address, which Donald Trump's messaging on this is weak as well. if you remember, Donald Trump's messaging around the abortion issue is that he goes, actually, I did it because it was very successful. I did it so that, like, the conservatives had an option. They can have a conversation. They could be at the table. And for states' rights. But I don't even care about that. I just care that, like, they're doing it for the conversation. I'm a Democrat, but I hope Trump wins so your content becomes watchable again. HasanAbi L. That's so weird. Like, why are you in here, bro?
Meaningful steps would you take to prevent mass shootings in soft target areas such as schools, shopping malls, and other areas where responsible citizens can't really carry their firearm?
It's an important question for our country because I have a mom heart. I know there are a lot of parents in the audience that realize that we worry about our kids. My daughter works in a hospital. I worry about something happening there. My son is in college. I worry about something that could happen.
Yeah, just normal concerns in the United States of America. Perhaps as president, you can address that. Perhaps. I don't know.
On campus. But I think in order to deal with this, we have to be honest. We have to have an honest conversation about how we deal with this.
Yeah, like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay, there's no deterrence. You know, you just got to live with it. But if you want, you can just subscribe or get gifted us. Hayır. Net anlamadım. Niye? Ne yaptın? Nereye attın? Dışarıya mı içeriye mi? Okey. Ay, boku yedik şimdi. Hayır, kız şimdi gaza geldi birazdan şimdi. Kaya, sit. Kaya, sit. Okey. Peki, kapıyı kapatırım ben birazdan. Kaya, sit. Yavaş yavaş, yalnız benim sana... Hayır, öyle kapatamam. Tek seferde kapanıyor. Kapının öyle şeyi yok. Hayır, şeyi yok kapının. Okey. Bakacağım şimdi birazdan. Hayır, bakacağım birazdan. Şu anda yapamam. Dude, my life is such a fucking mess, dude. I can't even begin to explain to you guys how terrible it is right now in the background of what's going on. My back is fucked up. Kaya is going crazy literally all the time. Like, she's almost big enough to jump over the fucking fence, by the way. I gotta take her out right now. Kaya, sit. Hold on, I gotta take her out to pee. Girl, good sit. 1 second.
Hall in Iowa to make her case.
It is time for a new generational leader. It is time for us to leave the baggage of the past, the negativity to the past, and start thinking of our families.
And this week, former Vice President Mike Pence hopes to drive up his chances.
And I don't have anything to announce today, but I can tell you, when I got time to announce, come this Wednesday, I'm announcing in Iowa.
Also expected to get in the race this week, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, who is set to announce on Tuesday in New Hampshire, and North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum on Wednesday, all ahead of that first Republican primary debate in August. Gail.
Yep, and Donald Trump just says, bring it on. Bob, before you go, word on the street is there could be some significant updates in the special counsel's investigation into Trump's handling of the classified documents. What are you hearing about that? What do you know?
That's right. This special counsel, he still looms over the presidential race, with Trump's competitors watching developments closely. And sources with knowledge of the investigation believe a charging decision in this document's case, led by special counsel Jack Smith, is imminent and could be coming in the next few weeks. Two sources also tell CBS News that Trump's legal team could meet with Justice Department officials this week regarding the documents case. The special counsel's office has declined to comment, and Trump's lawyers were unavailable to comment. Gail.
All right, we're all still watching. Thank you very much, Bob Costas.
Pretty picture there of Charleston, South Carolina, because we're going to begin this half hour with a conversation with Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley, who you might have seen last night in a CNN town hall. The former governor and UN ambassador called China the #1 national security threat and said the U.S. must support Ukraine's fight against Russia. She also talked about hot-button social issues for GOP voters like gun laws, abortion laws, and transgender rights. So, Ambassador Nikki Haley, it is my pleasure to welcome you to CBS Mornings. Thank you for getting up with us this morning. You are in Iowa today, where you have been for a very long time. You were the first candidate to announce, and you seem committed to visiting every farm in that state. One thing that voters do when they're hearing your pitch is imagine you in the job right now if you were in charge. So I want to start there. We had this incident in the Taiwan Strait yesterday where a Chinese warship cut in front of an American destroyer. How should the U.S. respond?
Well, with strength to start with. I mean, I think it's not just that. You look at Russia invading Ukraine, you look at, China on the march, you look at Iran building a bomb, you look at North Korea testing ballistic missiles. None of this would have happened had we not had that debacle in Afghanistan. I mean, the idea that we left Bagram Air Force Base in the middle of the night without telling our allies who stood shoulder to shoulder with us for decades because we asked them to be there. Think about what that told our friends, but more importantly, think about what that told our enemies. So now they smell blood in the water, and we're seeing they sense weakness, and they're trying to move through. What we need to do.
Yeah, dude, we got to. His bloody murder, baby. That's what we need to do. I agree. Finally, Nikki, you're in Iowa, home of the maggot. What's your favorite Slipknot song? That's like unironically more culturally relevant to the Iowan psyche than anything else. Let's be real. Straight up. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Ay, ay, ay. This sucks. Remember how I told you guys that I had like backyard stuff going on so that we could have turf for Kaya? Well, the dudes who are like doing the backyard, they did a classic contractor move where they got, I think like they got like what 40% up front and then 30% middle of the road and then another 30 at the end of the product, right? They dug it up, they did the pour in place concrete, and then they brought, I'll tell you what happened. They brought a fuck ton of like gravel or dirt or whatever that they're supposed to put underneath, okay? Underneath the turf. They literally just dumped it on my fucking gate. They dumped it on my gate and did not show up today. And right now, they're not picking up the fucking calls. Okay? That's my situation right now in the background. That's why my dad keeps coming over. When I tell you at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And then forget to run the ad break. Because I had to run outside. You already did the ad lol? No, I said I was going to run it and I didn't run it. I'm running it now. Gaming millionaires, 2 based. Like, I'm probably one of the worst people to do this to because, like, I don't give a fuck. I will literally give you whatever you ask. Like, I don't care. Okay? That's the other thing. Like, I just don't care. I'm like, whatever you want. Like, I want to make this as easy as possible for you. Right? Like, it doesn't matter. And yet, they still cooked me right now. So we'll see what happens. Why are contractors like that? Oh, it's always like that. Have you tried going to the contractor's office and demand to talk to their manager? Yeah, that's not how that works. All right, let's keep
do is show strength. We need to let them know what we expect of them and what we're going to do about it.
Do you think military conflict with China could come in the next 48 years?
I think what's important is that we prevent that. And the way you prevent that is that you have to be strong. And that's why I think it's so important that Ukraine has to win this war on Russia. Because if Ukraine wins this war, it sends a message to China on Taiwan. It sends a message to Iran wanting to build a bomb and threaten Israel. It sends a message, to North Korea and all the other enemies that want to destroy us. If Ukraine loses, then Russia's going to move into Poland and the Baltics, and we're looking at World War III, and you're going to see...
Yeah. No. I mean, if Ukraine loses, like that, what a fucking ridiculous proposition, dude. It's already a ridiculous proposition that like Russia's definitely gonna win, like to begin with. But then also, not only are they gonna win, not only are they gonna take over Ukraine, but then they're gonna fucking move on to Poland, like a NATO Article 5 country. Seems good to me. Meanwhile, they already lost like a neutrality, an unspoken neutrality agreement that they fucking had with like Finland and Sweden. So there's also that. So it doesn't seem like on the global stage, Russia is making any good moves whatsoever. And if anything, they're just cucking themselves even further. So good luck, I say, to the Russian administration doing incredible things. I mean, overall, just great.
China move into Taiwan. So it doesn't mean we put money on the ground, doesn't mean we put troops on the ground. But what it means is we should continue to work with our allies so that they have the equipment and the ammunition they need to win.
Madam Ambassador, let's talk about abortion. That is a defining issue for many voters, particularly there in Iowa. Last night, you declined to take a position on a federal 6-week ban, calling it hypothetical, would never pass, as you described it. But where would you draw that line? How many weeks? At what point federally?
Well, I'll answer that question when Joe Biden answers why he wants to murder babies that are born already.
What I've said is that I am unapologetically pro-life, but it's a very personal issue. I'm pro-life because my husband was adopted. I'm pro-life because I had trouble having my children. And what I think we need to do is understand.
Wait, what? Then you should literally be pro-choice. Oh my God. Did she just admit that she had trouble having children? Doesn't that imply that she probably may have gotten like a medically induced abortion? Half the fucking time, like, that's why people get abortions, especially later on, like in the second trimester and certainly in the third. Not necessarily. No, it's miscarriages, man. What do you fucking mean?
And everybody.
By the way, miscarriages, which can be prosecuted and have been prosecuted. Baba yapacağım dedim ama ya o kapı şu anda böyle kapanmaz. Benim onu düzeltmem lazım. Benim kendim düzeltmem lazım. Bırak orada o şekilde, boş ver. Hayır. O kapı öyle o şekilde kapanmaz ve denemek istemiyorum ve sen buraya her geldiğinde kız kafayı yiyor. Eyvah, boku yedik. Ne olur ben yaparım. Sen bırak. This is literally a scene in Veep. I think she's referring to it taking a while for her to get pregnant after they started trying, hence a miracle, I guess. But we'll see.
Has a story. I don't judge people for being pro-choice any more than I want them to judge me for being pro-life. But if we're going to have a conversation about a federal ban, let's have an honest one. In order to do a ban, you'd have to have a majority of the House, 60 Senate votes, and a signature by a president. We haven't had 60 pro-life senators in over 100 years. We might have 45. So the reality is whatever we do on the federal level has to be consensus. So a Republican president can't ban abortions any more than a Democrat president can ban all these laws that are happening in the states. So where can we
Okay, but they're asking you like where you are on the issue and which way you would like whip the votes.
We agree. We can agree. Let's stop late-term abortions. Let's make sure that if doctors and nurses don't believe in abortion, they shouldn't have to perform them. Let's encourage more adoptions and make sure our children.
It's such a funny take. It's like doctors who don't believe in abortion. I'm a doctor who doesn't believe in insulin. If you are a diabetic patient and you come to me, I'm sorry, I'm not going to prescribe to you any kind of insulin. You can't get an insulin pump. You can't get any of the fucking shots. Sorry, I'm a doctor who doesn't believe in insulin, okay? I guess you have to die now. I hate how she's behaving right now. I absolutely fucking hate how she's behaving right now. It's so fucking annoying. Like, it's so profoundly annoying. I feel like a anger piss coming too. She's not the perfect little demon. She is an imperfect asshole for the most part.
And foster care feel love. Let's make sure contraception is accessible. And let's say that if a woman has an abortion, she shouldn't go to jail or get the death penalty. Let's start there. And instead of demonizing the issue, let's humanize the issue.
Madam Ambassador, another topic driving conversation today is transgender rights. There was a question last night about transgender sports, particularly youth sports. You took a run at it, and I don't know if it came out exactly as you intended. I want to play that sound and then have you respond to it. Let's go with it.
Biological boys playing in girls' sports. It is the women's issue of our time. My daughter ran track in high school. I don't even know how I would have that conversation with her. How are we supposed to get our girls used to the fact that biological boys are in their locker rooms? And then we wonder why a third of our teenage girls seriously contemplated suicide last year? We should be growing strong girls, confident girls.
So, Madam Ambassador, I wanted you to clarify, if you could, the connection there to teen suicide.
Well, I mean, first of all, when girls are seeing multiple, I talked to a senior high school girl in New Hampshire a couple of weeks ago, and she said in every single classroom they're talking about transgenderism. And she said, I feel like I'm walking on eggshells because we don't know what we can say and what we can't. Girls need to feel confident in their own skin. They need to be able to do that. When you see someone like Dylan Mulvaney mocking women, when you see the fact that they're now having to go and have biological boys in their locker rooms, that's not good for teenage girls. That's not something they need to be focused on. It's not that we don't understand and appreciate the challenges of someone who's transgender, but why are you putting that on everybody else? Let the girls have their own locker room. Let the girls have their own sports. That was the whole point of Title IX. Don't go and push, the challenges of a small minority onto the majority of our girls. That's not, they don't deserve that.
Madam Ambassador, another question is what care should be on the table when a 12-year-old child in this country, assigned female at birth, says, actually, I feel more comfortable living as a boy. What should the law allow the response to be?
Well, I think the law...
That's cool, man. Don't address any sort of like follow-ups to that. No pushback. Like, I mean, at this point, do you even expect any pushback from mainstream media on anti-trans stuff? Like, come on. Have you considered getting a professional dog trainer? Yes, I have, and I will. Okay, I have, and I will. But that doesn't change the reality that, like, even when you have a dog trainer, that's not like a fucking one-off perfect solution. You still have to literally follow a rigid structure and ensure that she's, like, developing good habits and things of that nature. So you know what I mean? I'm going to do all of that. I mean, she's clearly fucking bored, though. I can tell. I like how your shirt matches your shoes even when kicking it at the crib. Yeah, thank you for noticing. I'm fucking styling and I'm profiling. Why are they platforming Republicans? Fox News wouldn't give Dems platforms, therefore positive coverage. That's not true. Fox News has had Bernie Sanders on and stuff.
law should stay out of it, and I think parents should handle it. This is a job for the parents to handle. And then when that child becomes 18, if they want to make more of a permanent change, they can do that. But I think up until then, we see with our teenage kids, they go through a lot during puberty. They go through a lot of confusion, they go through a lot of anxiety, they go through a lot of pressures. We should support them the whole way through, but we don't need to go and enforce something in schools. We don't need schools sitting there hiding from the parents what gender pronoun they're using. We don't need to have those conversations in schools. Those are conversations that should be had at home.
All right, Nikki Haley, first female governor of South Carolina.
Yeah, it's a phase. It's a phase rhetoric. Exactly. Here's what they were talking about, by the way. A Chinese warship cuts off U.S. Navy vessel. Now, of course, the question always is like, what the fuck are they doing there? You know what I mean? And by that, I don't mean the Chinese warship. I mean the U.S. Navy vessel. But of course, you can't ask that question because, like, we have a very important mission there, and that is to defend and prop up and ensure that, like, there is as many countries as possible in the immediate vicinity of China that can always be like a ever-present threat, even though simultaneously, while we are, while our longstanding policy against China has been one built on fucking lies from the United States side, by the way. The lies, of course, are from the Nixon era of Chinese normalization of relationships that revolved around looking at at the time, military dictatorship of Taiwan being considered no longer the real China, and instead a one nation, two systems policy that America has been abiding by since the Nixon era, which America also has refused to follow through on, even though they, politically speaking, even though they are completely open to that and completely, like on the soft power side, don't do shit about that. While some of the other conditions of that agreement, they do not give a fuck about. This is one of those conditions that they do not give a fuck about.
The rising tensions between the United States and China highlighted in two recent close calls. On Saturday, a Chinese warship crossed in front of an American destroyer in the Taiwan Strait. And last week, a Chinese fighter jet flew across the path of a U.S. plane, causing turbulence. Elizabeth Palmer is following all of this from Tokyo. Liz, good morning. Can you explain what's going on here?
Good morning. This close call on the high seas was not only dangerous, it was caught on video by a journalist for the whole world to see. And it happened just as the U.S. and China's top defense officials had been in the same room at the same conference, which on any other day wouldn't have attracted a lot of attention. China's General Li Shangfu used his first high-profile international appearance to address the weekend's incident with some blunt advice for the U.S. Keep your ships and planes away. He was referring to this, a close call on Saturday when a Chinese warship crossed the course of an American destroyer so close it had to slow down to avoid a collision.
I think it's like the only interesting aspect of this is that, like, I feel like China is more aggressive in its otherwise defensive stance. Back in the day, I feel like they just got pushed around by America and they just kind of took it significantly more than they're like fucking around now. Why was the journalist there? I don't fucking know.
Last week, a Chinese fighter jet cut across the flight path of a U.S. reconnaissance plane. General Li didn't address the Chinese decision-making that led to the incidents, but implied the U.S. was ultimately responsible. To avoid similar encounters, he said the U.S. should steer clear of the area around China. Mind your own business. But the U.S. sees routine air and sea patrols as very much its own business, where China's flexing military muscle in the Pacific. America and its allies want to underscore their position that this is international space open to everyone. At a banquet on Friday, General Li did shake hands.
She's gonna go crazy. She's gonna go absolutely fucking insane mode. I'm bringing her in here. I'm bringing her in. If you don't let them in together, she's gonna fucking go crazy. Yeah. All right,
American Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. But China had already decided against a formal meeting, something the administration is still pushing hard for in spite of overall chilly relations.
And a cordial handshake over dinner is no substitute for a substantive engagement.
We'll probably see more of that mixed messaging for some time. But on a more constructive note, there are two administration officials in Beijing right now having meetings. So it's not out of the question that we'll see a direct President Biden, President Xi talk sometime later this year. Gail?
Always good to have a constructive note. Thank you, Liz Palmer, reporting from Tokyo.
The news this morning is a startling incident in Washington, D.C. when fighter jets caused a sonic boom.
Oh my God, I'm fucking muted. Yeah. Indonesia on Monday launched a multilateral naval exercise in its waters alongside navies from countries including U.S., Britain, China, Japan, Russia, and South Korea amid simmering tensions in the Asia-Pacific region. Indonesia's Navy said in a statement the routine Komodo drills were a non-war exercise that aims to strengthen relationships between the navies of 36 countries. The drills come as China and the United States ramp up military diplomacy in the region, staging more frequent war games and allies and partners around Taiwan and in the busy waterways of the South China Sea and Western Pacific. It's all just like, it's all, you know, it's all posturing and saber rattling. That's it. That's all this is. Yeah, I will be playing Diablo later, yes.
First of all, 80% of the shootings that happen in schools, they have stolen that gun from family members. Understand that. Secondly, more murders are caused by street crime than anything else. So let's start focusing on what we can deal with. First of all, let's get illegal guns off the street. Let's have the backs of law enforcement. Let's get illegal guns off the street. Secondly, let's make sure when it comes to our schools, secure our schools. There should be one point of entry. There should be a law enforcement officer at every school. We should make sure there's the clear bulletproof tape that we have at courthouses and airports. We should have that on our schools to protect them. And we should have a mental health counselor at every single school, not a guidance counselor, but a mental health counselor. Then we need to make sure that the feds actually vet properly. When I talked about the church shooting that we had, that murderer, when he went to go buy a gun, because the feds didn't do it in the time allotted to protect them, and we should have our schools, secure our schools. There should be one point of entry. There should be a law enforcement officer at every school. We should make sure there's the clear bulletproof tape that we have.
What? I'm sorry, what is she saying?
We should make sure there's the clear bulletproof tape that we have at courthouses and airports. We should.
What the fuck is a bulletproof tape? Like what they put on like is it, she means like bulletproof glass? Is that what she means?
Should have that on our schools to protect them, and we should have a mental health counselor at every single school, not a guidance counselor, but a mental health counselor. Then we need to make sure that the feds actually vet properly. When I talked about the church shooting that we had, that murderer, when he went to go buy a gun, because the feds didn't do it in the time allotted, they gave him the gun anyway. He should never have gotten it. It would have been...
I mean, these are all gun control measures. So, well, not the bulletproof tape, but like that is like one of the only parts of this conversation that's like serious, and it is actually a gun control measure, like the time period, the waiting period, which immediately will get her eviscerated by the Republican voter base. So
it would have been flagged that he wasn't supposed to have one. So first, let's have the feds do the job they're supposed to do already. And then let's deal with the cancer in America that no one has dealt with and we have to deal with, and that's mental health. 1 in 4 people have a mental health issue. But if treated, they can live a perfectly normal life. The last 17 of the last 18 mass shootings were all mental health related.
the fact she's a woman will immediately get her eviscerated by the Republican base.
A lot of these happen, and you mentioned a shooting at the schools. You need to...
Marjorie Taylor Greene is a woman, and the Republican base kind of loves her. I don't think that's that big of an issue. I mean, that certainly plays a role. But it just depends. Like if you're like a fucking psycho, if you're a fucking complete psychopath, you might be able to avoid the woman allegations. You know what I mean? She's also a bit of a titan, so like that also plays a role. You know what I mean? She's not really a woman. She's more of a titan. Marjorie Titan Greene is more popular in the Republican base than Nikki Haley is. Mostly because of the Trump support.
And gun-free zones. Gun-free zones. When you look at killers, always look for a place that's a gun-free zone, because guess what? Nobody else is going to be able to protect themselves. I'm a concealed weapons permit holder myself. We don't want to take away the constitutional right for someone to protect and defend their families in America. And when you've got crime at all-time highs, you've got illegal immigrants crossing the border, you've got mental health crisis that's as much as it is, the last thing I'm going to do is take away the ability for someone to protect themselves and their families.
You know the intersection of the gun crisis, the gun violence crisis, with the mental health crisis, and about 2/3 of the gun deaths are suicide, or people who are troubled and they choose to.
Yeah, that's like, for her, that's like, hey, that's not too bad. That means they won't be a burden. That means they won't be a burden on our healthcare system or our VA.
To do this, and it's horrific. Some states have been experimenting with red flag laws, which enables law enforcement and the courts to temporarily either remove guns or block people from being able to purchase guns, individuals who have been adjudicated in some way from posing a threat to themselves or others. Is that something that you might support?
No, I don't trust government to deal with red flag laws. I don't trust that they will.
Wait, what? She literally just said the feds didn't do their job appropriately. So who's going to do the red flag laws then? You literally said the federal agencies failed in the church shooting that happened in your fucking state, where Dylan Roof was able to get his gun regardless because the mandatory wait period was not actually followed through. So who is supposed to do the thing that you proposed is a good idea?
That they won't take them away from people who rightfully deserve to have them, because you've got someone else judging whether someone should have a gun or not. It is a constitutional right that people can protect and defend themselves. What I want is the feds to do their job. What I want us is to take illegal guns off.
I don't trust the feds to do their jobs, but I want is for them to do their jobs. Got it. Okay, so they're not doing their jobs, and you don't trust that they will do their job, but you want them to do their job. That doesn't even fucking make sense in the 30-second window that Republicans have to understand things.
Off the street. What I want us to do is deal with mental health the way it deserves to be dealt with. And what I want is for us to have the backs of law enforcement.
Yeah, look at this guy. This guy's like, God damn, that Nikki Haley sure is a looker, but I don't understand what the fuck she's saying about this whole. Seems a lot like mumbo jumbo to me. Seems like she wants to take guns away. I don't like that.
Their jobs. That's when we'll start to get safety back on our streets again.
So we're going to have more.
I think she meant she doesn't trust the feds right now and wants them to do the job properly, except Jake Tapper asked her in the future, and she said, I don't trust the federal agencies to do their jobs for red flag laws. As a counter against red flag laws, she said, I don't trust the feds to do that job, implying that there's supposedly someone else that would do that job. Never actually did she mention who would do the job, though.
I mean, is it even a viable option? And what would you say about the leadership of those two individuals if they say they're not going to do anything?
I think it's important to be honest with the American people. We are in this situation. Don't lie to them and say, oh, we don't have to deal with entitlement reform. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. It's the reality.
That's
always
going
to
to
tell the truth. Is it going to...
That's a real winner, dude. Hell yeah. Nikki Haley's running on maybe some gun control, but not really. And also entitlement reform to a room full of fucking senior citizens that make up the most important voter base of your party. You're telling them, yeah, sorry, we're going to have to cut some of this stuff, okay?
Going to hurt? Yes, but for our kids, they know they're not going to get it anyway. So why not go ahead and change it for them in their 20s? Why not go and put people that are in their 60s and 70s and 80s at peace so that they know, look, you're not going to have to worry about it.
Yeah, let's put it at peace. Look, you're not going to have to worry about it because you don't have it anymore. We took it away from you. Okay? We've decided you no longer will have it. Hey, that way, a gigantic burden will be lifted off of your shoulders. Okay? It's even worse when you think about whether or not your Social Security is in limbo, which, by the way, it's not. You only think that because we keep lying to you about how it is. So remember that. It's not even in limbo. It's certainly fine. Kaya is eating a bully stick. Chill out.
But yes, we're going to go to our 20s and we're going to go tell them times have changed. I think they're not being honest with the American people.
Yeah, this argument is a lie to begin with. If nothing has changed, Social Security people who are 40 now will receive 80% of their current benefits, and the rest of it will be covered by the government too.
Time for some honesty from Nikki Haley. If the retirement age is 66 or 67 right now, what are you talking about raising it to for the people in their 20s?
Well, we'd have to do the calculations. We'd have to figure out how to... I am an accountant. and you know what accountants do? Accountants do their homework, and they make sure that when they do something, they do it right.
Oh, dude, the fucking Andrew Yang style callback to being a fucking nerd too. To just to hit the perfect closing note on this already boring town hall. She then says, well, accountants like to do their homework. This is a winning strategy.
Right, or they don't do it. So I'm not going to give you a false number.
Two things that famously go perfectly together, politics and numbers, yeah.
Third grade. First of all, this all started with the Don't Say Gay.
She wants to abolish sex ed classes.
Right? And it basically said you couldn't talk about gender to any child before the third grade. I have been on record saying I don't think that went far enough. They should not be talking to our kids about gender, period. That's what parents talk to their kids about, not in school. First of all, this all... Luckily, South Carolina is very anti-woke.
Woke, the word woke, used to be used by progressives to talk about an awareness of inequities and historical inequities. But obviously it means something else to conservatives criticizing it. What does it mean to you? How do you define woke?
There's a lot of
No, not really. That is what that means to conservatives too. What is she doing? She's literally trying to dominate Fiona and actually succeeding to dominate Fiona, which is fucking annoying. Fiona needs to have backbone right now. Fiona, get her ass. Enough. Don't let her dominate you like this. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Good girl. Go ahead. Fiona, get her ass. They're nipping at each other. Ooh, nice. She's such a little bitch, dude. She is such an entitled little bitch. It's so fucking annoying. She gets nipped in the face and then immediately starts barking. Mike Vick stream. Yeah, dude. This is dog fighting. Yes, and not like normal socialization for puppies. She will outgrow Fiona in like 2 weeks, which is going to be even more annoying. She's going to be fucking even more annoying and uncontrollable. You need a tough, no-nonsense dog to hang out with Kaya and teach her to pipe down? Yeah, I know. Once she gets vaccinated, I got a couple.
I mean, you want to start with biological boys playing in girls' sports. That's one thing. The fact that we have gender pronoun classes in the military now. I mean, all of these things that are pushing what a small minority want on the majority of Americans, it's too much. It's too much. I mean, the idea that we have biological boys playing in girls' sports, it is the women's issue of our time. My daughter ran track in high school. I don't even know how I would have that conversation with her. How are we supposed to get our girls used to the fact that biological boys are in their locker rooms? And then we wonder why a third of our teenage girls seriously contemplated suicide last year? We should be growing strong girls, confident girls. Then you go and you talk about building a strong military. How are you going to build the morale in a strong military when you're doing gender pronoun classes? Why is it that... Why is it that you have, you know, kids undergoing critical race theory where if a little girl's in kindergarten, if she's goes into kindergarten, if she's white, you're telling her she's bad. If she's brown or black, you're telling her she's never going to be good enough and she's always going to be a victim. All of these things have gone to where they are pushing, you know, and transgender, the whole issue of the transgender, it's not that people don't think in a...
This was her answer to what does woke mean to the Conservative Party? Yes. That's what woke means to the Conservative Party, according to her. Makes sense. That's great. Thank you.
In America, you should live the way you want to live. I want everybody to live the way they want to live. But stop pushing your views on everybody else. That's the problem, is they're starting to push everything on the rest of us.
Yeah. I mean, all this stuff is so stupid because, like, it's incredibly fucking dumb. It's a case of projection. Whenever they say, oh, stop pushing this shit on everybody else, it's like, what they actually mean is like, we are pushing our shit on everybody else. Because no one is like forcing your daughter to become transgender. You are the only one who's forcing others to not be trans when they are trans. That's the whole point. It's very, very, very stupid. Okay?
see exceptions.
When you see the practical effect of some of these laws passed in Florida, passed in Texas, where women who have...
Let Fiona out of the cage, please. Everybody shut the fuck up. Do you want the dog camera on or do you not want the dog camera on? I have raised Fiona alongside my brother for the past 6 fucking years. Why do you have a parasocial relationship with my fucking dogs? You are literally, you're so fucking annoying. The entire purpose of this is so that Fiona does actually fucking correct her behavior. There you go. Good job, Fiona. Because we're an empathetic community. Okay, but that's like idiotic. It just... You can't just like fucking... You can't just claim empathy out of the situation. It's so fucking dumb. You can't just say like, oh, dude, we're just empathetic. That's why we're like this. What do you mean? You're literally saying like, fucking take her out. She's not comfortable. Take her out of there. She's not comfortable. She's a dog, okay? Weaponizing empathy is covert narcissism? Yeah. Part of the reason why Fiona's not actually responding at all is because she needs to understand that she's not getting any stimuli and any stimulation whatsoever from behaving in the way that she's behaving. A big part of dog correction, a big part of dog socializing revolves around actual biting and actual barking like Fiona just engaged in. Another big part is also ignoring. That's why I spend a fuckload of time in here as she barks up a storm in the background, not responding to her at all, because responding to barks basically give her the stimulation that she's looking for. Okay? Did her bark get deeper? Yes, she's getting older. So, is she worse than Fish at her age? She is probably 10 times worse than Fish. Like, she is unimaginably worse than Fish. Like, unimaginably worse. I have... Here's one last moment where Haley dodges the question about whether she's bothered by stories of women living in red states who are forced to carry term pregnancies with fetal abnormalities.
When you see the practical effect of some of these laws passed in Florida, passed in Texas, where women who have fetal abnormalities, and with a child that will not live, and they're forced to carry the child to term, and the like. You've seen these stories in the media, I'm sure. Does that ever bother you? Does that ever make you think we're not writing these laws correctly, or they don't know what they're doing? Even if they're trying to protect the baby, they're going too far. Do you ever think that?
I think in the legislatures, most of them, we see exceptions, whether it's rape, incest, or life of the mother. We've seen some other things, but this is what, in the situation, that's what South Carolinians decided. And I know that South Carolina is very pro-life. And so it's very representative of who they are. There are some other states that have gone more the abortion side. And like I said, I wish that wasn't the case, but that is who they are. And I think that that's what we're seeing democracy at work. That's what we need to have.
I think this is our last question, and it's one that I think will tee you up to an ending.
immediately stole her fucking bully stick and now is trying to steal her bully stick again, even though she has her own bully stick. We're getting streams with the trainer and Kaya. If you think that I would ever let a professional dog trainer who is like a normie with a real life come anywhere near this community of absolute fucking overzealous sociopaths, you are the most delusional person I've ever met in my entire life. I wouldn't even let a content creator dog trainer come near this fucking community of psychopaths. You don't understand how you behave as a hive mind. To normal people, even other content creators, your expectation of like how much information that you're privy to with respect to what you see on screen and your expectation of how much you get to manipulate what you see on screen is unimaginably spoiled. The average person that looks at this chat would have a fucking aneurysm, okay? They would think there's 30,000 stalkers in the chat that are literally telling them that they know better about how to train a dog, even though they've been training a dog for 30 fucking years. So no, I will never, ever in a million fucking years put a normal citizen in front of this group of psychopaths. Look at how much shit I have to deal with on a daily basis. I'm the most overpaid babysitter on the fucking planet. And even then sometimes, chat makes me want to fucking end it all. Trainer would start getting death threats for giving her negative reinforcement. Yeah. Speaking of chat being a reflection of the streamer, have you seen the Ninja Ludwig conversation on that subject? Ugh, it's the most annoying subject of all time. It's just like, it's so boring. It's so played out. Everybody talks about it all the fucking time. We've had that conversation a million times over. Okay. I, unlike many other streamers, like take extra care and consideration into cultivating this community in the way that I want to see it. Okay. And for that reason, you know, I put a lot of effort into making sure that this community is not like hateful, whatever. And ultimately, I still, no matter how hard I try, no matter how many times I set boundaries, can obviously still run into issues, okay? So clearly chat still operates in a hive mind of its own in many respects, and unfortunately there's no way to like fucking to fix that. So I don't know. Anyway, given the size of this community, I would say behavior is overall pretty good until you're an 18-month subscriber. Yeah. Let's go. Let's fucking move away from Nikki Haley and get back to war in China. Or not war in China, sorry. Unresponsive plane prompts a military response and a sonic boom is heard over DC before crashing in Virginia. This is an interesting story. This is an interesting story that happened yesterday. People were freaking the fuck out over it. Okay, and everyone was like, dude, what's happening? What's happening? Understandable that people were freaking the fuck out over it because, you know, this is a relatively wild thing to happen. Last time there was a, you know, plane incident in DC, or at least in the Pentagon. That was, you know, 9/11. So.
Boom that shook entire neighborhoods. 6 F-16 jets scrambled to intercept a small plane that had entered restricted airspace after making a strange U-turn. Federal investigators say the plane, a Cessna business jet, eventually crashed in Northern Virginia after flying over Washington, D.C. It appears there were no survivors. Jeff Begays is in Greenville, Virginia, not far from this crash site. Jeff, good morning. Seems like a very sad story. What are we learning?
Well, good morning, Tony. This is where that search was focused overnight. You can see behind me, it's a fairly rural area, and so investigators and search crews really didn't have a lot of light to work with as they were searching for that plane. We know this morning that there were 4 people.
He has a condition, before everybody fucking goes off on it, he has a condition. I'm going to go pee real quick.
On board the plane, and fighter jets were scrambled when the people on board did not respond to air traffic control. The cause of the crash remains under investigation, but today military officials insist that they did not shoot down that plane. A sonic boom startled the D.C. area on Sunday. It turned out to be F-16 fighter jets headed to assess a possible threat over the nation's capital. The FAA says that it was a Cessna Model 560, like the one you see here. It was headed from a municipal airport in Tennessee to Long Island MacArthur Airport in New York, when it reversed course, later flying through restricted airspace over Washington. According to a NORAD statement, the military jets responded to intercept the plane around 3:20 p.m. and even deployed flares to draw attention, but the pilot was unresponsive. By 3:30 p.m., possible aircraft crash. Virginia State Police were headed toward the scene. It wasn't until nearly 8 p.m. that search teams reached the crash site on foot. Police said no survivors were found.
This has the signatures of some sort of incapacitation.
Last incident was 2015. There was another one. Not even just this one. There was another, like, there's been interceptions like this before with unresponsive flights. But a lot of the like, we blow up your fucking plane if you don't communicate with us, comes in the after. Bro, what the fuck, dude? Oh, hell no. They gave me the fucking wrong ass order, dude. God damn, dude, this is the worst day of all time. Straight up. Just absolutely the fucking worst day of all time. God fucking damn it. Yeah, there was a golfer who this happened to, right? I'm done. This is a really fucking shitty day, dude. Holy fuck, it's a shitty day.
Robert Sumwalt chaired the National Transportation Safety Board from 2017 to 2021. One possible cause of the crash?
The airplane does not pressurize properly. The pilots become hypoxic, meaning, of course, lack of oxygen. They fall asleep, as do the passengers. Because of lack of oxygen, they perish. Meanwhile, the airplane continues.
The plane was registered to a Florida-based company owned by John and Barbara Rumpel. Speaking to the New York Times, John Rumpel said that his daughter, 2-year-old granddaughter, her nanny, and the pilot were aboard the plane. And in a post on a Facebook page appearing to belong to Barbara Rumpel, she wrote, "My family is gone, my daughter and granddaughter," changing her profile picture to one that seemed to include both. The U.S. Capitol was briefly placed on an elevated posture when that plane breached D.C. airspace. It had been cruising at about 34,000 feet before it crashed. This morning, the search for victims has been suspended. It was suspended overnight as well. Now, experts we talked to say incidents like these are rare. However, they do happen once every 3 or 4 years. Vlad.
Such a horrible story, Jeff, sending love and light to the survivors, the family members who have to go on without their loved ones. Jeff, thank you very much.
So the breaking news, lawyers for former President Donald Trump have been seen going into the Department of Justice. You might remember that Trump's...
Before we get to this, hold on. I want to show you a couple different incidents where this has happened. Here's one. When a man flew a gyrocopter to the U.S. Capitol to protest government corruption. By the way, gyrocopters are my favorite type of people. They are almost always libertarian. So for those of you who don't know, I mean, just off the fucking, you know, just straight off the rip. When you see a man in a gyrocopter, know that, like, they are highly, the likelihood that this is a libertarian man with an Asian wife is so incredibly high. Okay? Both of those things, for the record, both of those things that I just mentioned, including the Asian wife, is such a real trope that it literally, like, it's without... You know what? I'm going to look it up right now. Let's do it. YouTube.com gyrocopter. This is a channel called Rotorfly. All right, we need to know more about Rotorfly's like politics though. This guy doesn't seem to bring up anything. What is this? Anyway, for the record, gyrocopters are when you want something as dangerous as a helicopter and you're like, but that's actually not dangerous enough. I want to ensure that it's even more dangerous than a helicopter. That's when you get a gyrocopter.
This is not good, people. No, he's not. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Lady, he's protesting corrupt government.
Stay still for a minute. That's not a good thing.
You would understand it. What was the name of the golfer? You see, that's necessary. Good job, Fiona. Bro, did Fiona eat one of them and then like... Did Fiona eat one of them and then basically fucking move on to Kaya's? Like, I don't understand. Where's the other one? I don't know where the other fucking bully stick is. No, she stole it? Well, there's two. Ay, ay, ay. I think Fiona literally ate the other one. If you plan on showing your ass like that, just make it OnlyFans. I think, no, Kaya is not capable of finishing a bully stick. I don't think she's ever been able to finish a bully stick. Cool pants. You have such a neat style. Thank you. I think Kaya ate her rawhide and then stole Fiona's. You guys are fucking crazy. Kaya is not capable of finishing a rawhide before Fiona, okay? That's not a real thing. Anyway, here. Here's Payne Stewart's plane crash documentary. That was on ESPN.
The South Dakota prairie is a place to ponder the infinite. But along the vast plains, atop the boundless land, 1 acre here is different. Ringed with barbed wire, marked by a stone set in cement, it is a burial ground. But what ended here, in this square of earth, began far away and high above.
47 Bravo Alpha, clearance follows. You're clear to the Dallas Love Field. We have the Jet 6 departure, vector cross city, then as filed.
When Payne Stewart boarded Learjet N47BA in Orlando, October 25, 1999, his career was newly rejuvenated. Just that February, he'd won at Pebble Beach, his first tour win in 4 years. And then in June, at Pinehurst, the final hole.
Payne Stewart is the 1999 U.S. Open champion. Oh, my.
The U.S. Open, his third victory in a major. He also played a key role on the victorious U.S. Ryder Cup team in September. By any measure, a great year. Also, once known as a difficult personality, Stewart, 42 years old, had recently undergone a spiritual reawakening at the encouragement of his wife, Tracy, and 2 children, Aaron and Chelsea.
Why are we watching this? Because this is the last time that what happened on Sunday happened.
A couple of years of his life, he was not as arrogant, not as cocky, a little easier to be around, I think. His faith really, took over the last couple of years of his life.
He had a peacefulness that he started playing with, and I guess that uptightness that sometimes came across as arrogance went away.
Stewart was heading from Orlando to Dallas that October day for meetings on a golf course he was helping to design in Frisco, Texas. Then on to Houston and the season-ending Tour Championship. 5 others were aboard the Lear that morning. Stewart's 2 business agents, Robert Fraley and Van Arden, golf course designer Bruce Borland, and the Lear's crew, Captain Michael Kling and co-pilot Stephanie Bellagarigue. The flight plan called for a course over the Florida Panhandle and then west to Dallas. Air traffic in Jacksonville requested a climb up to 39,000 feet.
47 Bravo Alpha, Jack, center climb and maintain flight level 390.
Just 2 minutes after that transmission,
They call it a ghost plane.
Air traffic control noticed a problem. The small jet had drifted 9 miles off its course. Controllers tried to contact the plane.
November 47 Bravo Alpha, contact Jack, center on 135.6.
Oh, fuck off. No, not like actually a ghost. It's just isn't that what it's called? Like when a pilot is like, they were already dead. Yeah. Like it was not goes like a spooky when a pilot has like an issue and the plane is like drifting. But also, oh, thank goodness. I was scared for a second. You should be scared for 3 full minutes because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay. And if you no longer want to be spooked at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. I used to use this as a live soon screen. This gyro is called a Crucker, and he indeed is a libertarian.
Yeah. Name another nigga hot, I'm just honest. Gold bars on bottles, I'm just honest. 100,000 on watches, I'm just honest.
You can also get gifted a sub to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Speed Razor, thank you for the 5 gifted, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Null and Void, another 5. Yeah. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
My piss coming back dirty, I'm just being honest. Got bitch kisses on bitches, I'm just being honest. I'm a rock star for life, I'm just being honest.
Yeah, it was definitely Fiona that finished both of the bully sticks, by the way. Y'all are the worst for fucking blaming my little baby demon Kaya for that. It's understandable that you thought that, but Fiona just finished the second bully stick as well. She literally fucking smokes these bull penises like it's nobody's business. Straight up, dude. You got Kaya from Diablo 4? Yeah. Anyway, let's watch this.
November 47 Bravo Alpha, contact Jack Center on 135.65.
I'm starting to get a lot of concern about what may be going on in the airplane. And a lot of different thoughts are racing through my mind. Is somebody sick on the airplane? How many people are in the back? Do we have a flight crew problem? Do we have an airplane problem? At this point, we start thinking, well, we really need somebody to go up there and tell us what's going on.
Shortly after 10 a.m., more than half an hour since the last radio contact with a Lear, an F-16 from Eglin Air Force Base outside Pensacola, Florida, was dispatched to chase the plane down and investigate.
Yep.
With N-47BA now hundreds of miles off course, with the FAA clearing a pocket of airspace around it, Chris Hamilton's F-16 caught up to the Lear over Memphis, Tennessee.
I got probably in the neighborhood of 50 to 100 feet away from the airplane, close enough to do a good visual inspection to see what was going on inside.
Here you go. Here's the proof in the pudding, okay? Look at the top. Look at right here. Kaya is eating the bully stick. There's 2 bully sticks here, okay? Kaya's eating her own bully stick. Don't know what happens to the other bully stick. But Fiona moves on to hers as well. Fiona smokes her bully chew and swiftly moves on to Kaya's. Oh my God. You were much happier back then? Yeah. That's crazy. She deserves it though, because honestly, she deserves it because, like, you know, she's babysitting Kaya, and that's no easy task.
As I come in, obviously, as I get closer, then I recognize the fact that, yeah, there's something wrong with the airplane.
And looks like the front cockpit is either frosted or basically condensed over. I can't see inside the.
What happened? Did he crack a window?
Cockpit.
Hamilton's visual check confirmed controllers' worst fears. The frozen windows meant the plane's pressurization system had failed. The people aboard were likely dead. The plane was flying on autopilot.
Can you imagine you're on the highway and you pull up next to a car and you see everybody inside's asleep? And you recognize they're going to drive off the end of the road, and there's nothing you can do.
For half an hour, Hamilton flew alongside the Lear, accompanying a ghost through the sky. Just before noon, F-16s from the...
Like a ghost ship, you know what I mean? Like...
Oklahoma Air National Guard in Tulsa caught up with the plane, replacing Hamilton. Soon after, through cameras mounted aboard the F-16s, the Lear could be seen streaking from left to right across the sky.
We're not seeing anything inside. Could be just a dark cockpit, though. He is not reacting, moving, or anything like that, and he should be able to have seen us by now.
Shortly after that transmission, news of the Phantom flight began to break.
A pair of F-16 fighters from the Oklahoma Air National Guard have been scrambled to find a civilian Lear jet.
My phone rang in my cart, and I picked it up, and it was a friend of mine calling, and he just said,
"Is this some conspiracy shit or what?" No, man. Why would it be a conspiracy? Brother, they're in the fucking sky. Like, they are, like, if you don't have an oxygen mask when you're up there, you're fucking cooked.
I'm glad to hear your voice, which I thought was a strange comment. And then he told me what was going on, that the news had said there was a plane that left Orlando with a professional golfer on it.
We are told that the
I know you're looking at something else right now, but I just read about Michelle Rodriguez accusing black actors of stealing white superhero roles. That's right up your alley. Yeah, it was a really problematic take back in 2015 when she said it and immediately apologized for it. It's only being resurfaced now because Twitter loves doing fucking race riots over, just the dumbest shit. I'm sure you probably saw it like in the recent wave. I know that it's being resurfaced right now on Twitter. No, that person isn't baiting. That person probably saw it and he probably thought like, oh, this is like a controversial topic. Why the fuck did she say this? Except she said it and immediately apologized for it. But, back in 2015.
F-16s have located it flying near Lincoln, Nebraska, and the occupants of the plane, we are told, are non-responsive.
He had told me he was going to Dallas on Monday, so immediately I knew who it was. And it was a very sick feeling.
Mike Hicks, Stewart's caddy for more than a decade, who'd flown to the Tour Championship the day before, was on the course in Houston when news reached him.
My phone rings.
Anyway, the reason why I wanted to show this to you is because, like, this kind of stuff happens, and it seemingly is exactly what happened with the I guess the lady was an NRA lady or something, and her daughter. But Stewart and 3 other passengers and the 2 pilots were killed in the plane that crashed in a South Dakota pasture. Fiona, you know what you're doing. Let that go. Come on, you're the adult. No, I'm regulating. I'm sorry. She's not taking a third one. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I can't believe I'm like babysitting 30,000 children in the chat and then also babysitting 2 fucking little babies. Anyway, it remains unclear what caused the twin-engine Cessna Citation Citation 5 involved in Sunday's crash to make a U-turn over Long Island as it was headed to MacArthur Airport. For some reason, the jet turned toward Virginia, where it eventually crashed in a rural area, killing all 4 people aboard, including a Hamptons realtor and her young daughter. Several F-16 fighter jets were scrambled near Washington, D.C. to intercept the wayward aircraft, which eventually dropped at a rate of more than 30,000 feet per minute before crashing in the St. Mary's wilderness in an apparent near nosedive. The jets created sonic booms when they broke the sound barrier in their race to get to the plane, startling local residents. During this event, the NORAD aircraft also used flares, which may have been visible to the public in an attempt to draw attention from the pilot, the North American Aerospace Defense Command said in a statement. Fiona! Stop it. I gotta regulate this harder than the fucking air traffic control over here. Anyway, reportedly killed in the crash were Adina Azarian, 49-year-old real estate broker in East Hampton, her 2-year-old daughter, the child's nanny, and the pilot. Azarian's parents are politically active, having donated $250,000 to the Trump Victory PAC in 2020. Records show the jet fighter saw the pilot of the doomed jet, which belonged to Azarian's father, appear to be unconscious as the aircraft continued to fly. A U.S. official told ABC News, creating the ghost plane. The jet seemed to be flying on autopilot before it crashed. A source familiar to the incident added to Reuters. Here is Adina Azari and her 2-year-old daughter. And then here is the dad and the mom, Adina's parents. Or sorry, Adina Azarian's parents are businessman John and NRA executive Barbara Rumpel. John Azarian and Barbara Rumpel. Hypoxia occurs when there's not enough oxygen in the cabin. The pressure should keep enough air in the cabin to stay alert and stay awake. In this case, it can happen insidiously, where you lose consciousness, you begin to feel tingling, you get a sense of euphoria, and it very slowly overcomes the people in the cabin. The tragedy brought back memories of Stewart's crash. The Gulf Stars were en route from Orlando, Florida to Dallas, Texas. Okay, it's in front of you. Right there. Get it, Kaya. Kaya, off. Off. Anyway, but yeah. Empathetic leftist my ass. Yeah, I mean her parents and even her political lineage or identity has nothing to do with this, but the worst thing about hypoxia is your mental sharpness is the first thing to go. You don't realize you're going hypoxic when it happens. That's why pilots train in altitude chambers. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like a little baby died, you know what I mean? And a fucking nanny and shit, too. Anyway, it's happened before. It can happen. You just got to get to, you got to get to that's why the masks fall immediately. They're supposed to automatically fall. Because if it doesn't, you're cooked. But the reason why it's an interesting story is because, like, especially with the supersonic booms that were visible, that were audible.
I starved my brain of oxygen today, and it might save my life. This room has had most of its oxygen sucked out, leaving it at the equivalent of 28,500 feet. The goal today was to figure out what my symptoms of hypoxia are, so if I ever feel that way while flying, I can hopefully fix the problem before I pass out and crash. As soon as I entered the room, everything just
This is how pilots train.
kind of felt funny. I was lightheaded and a little bit dizzy. For the next few minutes, I recorded my pulse ox and my symptoms at 1-minute intervals. During this time, the instructors were mostly interacting with the other 3 participants. I also felt my intelligence plummeting. By 4 minutes in, everybody else had their masks on because they were starting to black out, leaving just me. The instructors then focused on testing out my cognitive abilities, and the result was really interesting.
Hello, well, Jack? Yeah, I want you to stay focused on me for right now. Okay, you doing all right, Ching? Okay, very good. Jack, here's what I need for you to do. This is the last minute. Do you feel like, how do you feel? Let me ask you that first. Lightheaded. But all in all, you think you could perform your duties on that aircraft? If you had to, in a pinch? Right, put your clipboard, hand your clipboard to Ching, or to Don. Now put your hands out in front of you. If I say climb, you're gonna raise your hands. If I say level off, you're back to sitting there. Climb, level off, level off, level off, left turn, level off, right climbing turn. Point at me, touch your nose. 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 Mask on.
He's like, nope. He's like, nope, that's too much, man.
When my mask finally went on, my SpO2 was down to 62%. The mask almost immediately brought me back, and you can see it in my eyes. The crazy part, though, is I have absolutely zero recollection of him asking me to touch my nose. This training was really valuable, and I'd recommend it to any pilot. This blue card I got proves I have less brain cells now.
Yeah. That's what my Twitch account says too. It says asocial communist. Anyway, Do this with Austin? No, thank you. I already am fucking dumb. I don't want to lose more brain cells by depriving my brain of oxygen, which it likes and needs, okay? I don't want to become an RFK Jr. voter by doing this little trick. This is not a drill. Socialist Cornel West is running for the president in the People's Party. I know, man. We already covered it. He said, and I quote, "God save me from homosexuality and K-pop." Let's take a look.
The enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said you are mine. Oh, the enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said you are mine. The enemy thought he had me, but Jesus said you are mine. The enemy thought he had me.
He said, tried to party like a rock star. And it's just this. How is it? Look at the bottom photo of him partying like a rock star, man. You sure look like you were partying like a rock star. Thank God thank God he no longer loves K-pop. Jesus can save you from K-pop, it seems. Anyway, having community saved him, not Jesus. Saved him from what as well? But anyway. Yeah, it's cringe, but he's not hurting anyone and he seems happy, so good for him. Yeah. The problem is that, you just don't unnegate yourself. So that brief little snippet in that TikTok that talks about how fucking successful his life is now, I don't know how real it is. You know what I mean? There's no, like, if you're gay, you're just gay. Repressing that sexual desire and your feelings is not going to be healthy for you. You know what I mean? Pretty wild how every Zoomer conservative ends up making a video about how their porn addiction, how severe their porn addiction was. They got to chill out for real. I've said this before. You can be addicted to anything, right? Like, obviously there's differences in like a physiological addiction. You can't be, you can't have that with porn, clearly. And the studies on porn addiction are inconclusive, even though a lot of anti-sex work Zoomers will probably lose their fucking brains at me saying this. And a lot of them are actually funded by Christian far-right groups that claim that, like, it's bad. But here's what I have to say to you. If you're cranking it out like 8 times a fucking day and it's interfering with your daily activities, it's interfering with your ability to fucking make friendships, it's interfering with your ability to do regular tasks that you're supposed to do, then yeah, maybe it's better that you don't fucking jerk off, okay? Yeah, like you could be. You have no self-control and you have issues with that. And that's a you thing. And you should probably stop, okay? Half the fucking time, these like weirdos that are like, oh man, I just saved myself from my crippling porn addiction. Like, yeah, those motherfuckers are probably better off not doing that, because it's like, you've lost your mind a little bit. If anything, you're just basically, telling everybody, telegraphing to everyone that you are just like, you could not handle porn. Now, having said that, there's also another issue with this. And I don't know what will happen eventually, okay? But I do think that having like unfettered access to everything pornographic as a child is definitely a new prospect and certainly terrifying. Okay? So I don't know. I don't know how the fuck you deal with that. Because like when you're a kid, like I don't know. I was a very horny child who didn't have access to, unrestricted pornographic content online. So I don't know what that's like. Okay? I told you guys before, I had to draw my own titties to jerk off to it. You know, not my proudest fat. You know, the PSP was a big game changer for me. I was downloading shit off of Ares and like LimeWire, FrostWire. Half the time it was probably malware on the family computer. Just so I could crank one in secrecy. Right? But that also basically, you know, created a stopgap measure. Maybe perhaps a failsafe that made it so that I couldn't fucking crank it to like whatever the fuck I want immediately. So I don't know. I don't know. PSP's only flaw was that god-awful memory stick. I agree. They gun controlled their access to porn, dog. That's what I'm saying. That's what I mean. That was probably not the worst thing, is what I mean. Like, but you know, once I was old enough and technology had advanced and I was living in, you know, freedom in the United States of America, right? At that point, I did have unrestricted access to porn, and it was fine. You know what I mean? I still watch porn from time to time. Like, it's not the end of the fucking world. I don't know. I just think that it's like, it's perfectly fine. Might be new for normies, but computer nerd types have had unfettered access since the 90s, although lower res. No, you can't fucking say that. Because I was also a computer nerd type. And I already told you what the best places to have unfettered access to pornography was. And there were still plenty of fucking things that stopped. Not like today. Not like today, baby. Trust me. Anyway. So it is what it is. I did see what was going on Twitter. It was like Twitter discourse again. People talking about like fucking porn addiction. People just like go crazy over it. Like no one has like a normal take, it seems. You know what I mean? It's always like I guess it's on Twitter. So that's probably what it is. Using Google image on dial-up internet, getting porn images line by line. Half the time you finish before you got to the image of the titties. Yeah. Did the scarcity of the content back then make it more valuable and better? I don't know. Well, it's connected to sex work discussions, and no one on Twitter has a good opinion on that. Yeah, and it's like, I feel like sex workers are too busy trying to fucking, make ends meet and simultaneously not get fucking like doxxed and brutalized for no particular reason, and not getting like, and trying to find like adequate banking measures in a system that consumes their content but also like wants them dead for some reason. So they're too busy doing that stuff to like actually constantly be in the discourse on Twitter. So most of the fucking discourse on Twitter is led by like the most psychotic Puritans I've ever seen that have like a very open disdain for sex work in general. Some of them try to hide it by saying, "Oh, like I care about the sex workers actually." But you know, But like they don't. I believe that all... Ooh, this is actually an interesting take. I believe that all porn sites should be legally required to use XXX instead of .com, which would make it far easier for parents to block most porn devices on children. You know what? That's not wrong. That's actually a pretty decent take. I agree. I think parents should actually restrict access to porn sites, for the record. I do. But I don't know how you would fucking restrict porn sites because the reality is that a lot of these fucking porn sites are still going to be like super... They're going to be fucking sites that are based out of like, you know, some micronation or some shit, right? Any kind of measure for like restriction of that sort that's like regulated to a certain degree is going to be good because like no matter what happens, obviously kids are always going to be on the hunt for porn. Okay? And they're most likely going to find it, right? Like no matter what happens. I myself am a great example of this. I did that. You know what I mean? I literally did that. It's impossible. But I do think that like some restrictions on that matter is probably a good thing because it like stops you from, you know, accessing it super easily. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Anyway, so yeah. Any roadblock stops some percentage of kids from accessing it. Doesn't have to be 100% effective to have some utility. Yeah, I agree. Parental controls are built into the ISPs now, but you can control it by the people who control domains. It's like locking your door even though someone can break a window. You should still secure your door, i.e. porn blocks. I don't know why adults who were kids before forgot how kids operate. No, it's because adults don't fucking understand the space that kids are in. Kids are born in, especially iPad kids now, are born into a world where they have like literally unrestricted access to the internet. And a parent, like an elderly millennial or like an even older parent, has no fucking understanding of how to stop that shit from happening. That's crazy. And then also, the people who are writing the fucking legislation are old as fuck and even older and even have less of an understanding of how that shit works. So most of the time they're guided by some fucking random Christian lobbyist group that's like, "Oh, we're stopping sex trafficking by literally like killing anyone who's ever worked in a strip club. Let's get this bill passed, folks." And then legislators are like, "Yeah, this seems good to me. All right, let's do it." It is a really fucked situation. Governor Gavin Newsom is calling for kidnapping charges against the Florida governor Ron DeSantis after a group of migrants was dropped off in Sacramento. I love that, and they should get away with that. The Christian lobbyist groups are the ones lobbying for the XXX domain, though. Really? I do think that it's good legislation, though. I don't think that's bad. I can't really think of any like negative consequences for that kind of thing. They probably want that because they want to like, you know, then make it easier for every website that has that domain to be purged from the internet. You know what I mean? The roadblock is pointless not because kids won't access it, but because ultimately consuming media has a near zero impact in a person's life except in extreme circumstances. Well, that part is also true as well, but I think it's a little bit different for children. I don't know. We're not talking about adults. Like, for adults, who gives a fuck? What are you, crazy? Yeah, like, but I don't think it's correct for like fucking a 12-year-old. I want to know how, in your view, unfettered access to porn fucks over kids' brains. I mean, kids are very malleable. Like, I've even talked about, like, Full Metal Jacket. You know what I mean? Like, there's some level of, like, restriction to certain kinds of content is probably not the worst thing. You know what I mean? Obviously, the best way to tackle this issue is not through, like, restricting access to pornographic content, but instead to have, like, sex ed in schools so that porn isn't seen as, like, a vehicle to educate people on sex, because that's awful. You don't expect Marvel movies to educate your children on how, like, physics works. So why the fuck do you expect porn to educate your children on how sex works or how interpersonal relationships work between men and women? Some of the reason why people are actually upset about porn is actually one of the objectively good aspects of people being introduced to porn, ironically, and that is porn that isn't the regular guy-girl shit. Okay, there's a lot of queer people in this community, and I'm certain that many of you, and this tracks at least with, like, all of my queer friends. Many of you probably figured out that you were gay or maybe even trans from, partially from porn that you were consuming. It helped you come to terms with your sexuality. That's part of the reason why a lot of Christian groups also want this stuff eliminated and eradicated. It's a conversation that gets lost in the discussion because it's, like, not something that people give a shit about. But yeah. Geldi. Geldi babacığım. Kapıda. Al. I literally had an awesome moment watching trans porn and accepted who I was. Only learned trans people existed back in 10th grade because I saw a trans woman in porn, which honestly should not be how I found that out, but whatever. That was cishet normativity back then. Yeah. So that's the thing, though. A lot of people are afraid of, like, queer representation in media in general for that literal reason, because when you realize that this is normal, it's a normal mode of existence. Huh? Yeah. When people see it, oh, you want me to put that on? I can do that. Here, watch. Kaya, back up. Kaya. Kaya, no. You put the uniform and then you can't help yourself? Yeah, I know. I'm a fucking correctional officer. Ah. Where were we? All right, let's move on from porn to Donald Trump, which is definitely the kind of porn I consume. You know what I mean? This is my porn. A lot of you jerk off to, like, mainline shit. This is what I mainline to, if you know what I'm saying. Donald Trump and his antics. So Donald Trump and his lawyers met with the DOJ they met with the DOJ officials as the Classified documents probe nears its end. Let's take a look
So
at
the breaking news,
what happened there, and then we'll talk about Trump's reaction to it.
lawyers for former President Donald Trump have been seen going into the Department of Justice. You might remember that Trump's attorneys requested a meeting with Attorney General Merrick Garland last month in connection with the special counsel's investigation of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. CNN's Evan Perez joins us now with the very latest on what is going on. Evan, is this meeting still taking place?
It is still taking place as far as we can tell, John. We have not seen the Trump attorneys leave the building. There's only one way in and out for visitors, so we're sitting there waiting to see what they might say when they exit. But look, this is a meeting that the Trump lawyers requested just just a couple weeks ago. Now they were asking to meet with the Attorney General Merrick Garland. No sign that Merrick Garland is actually meeting with them at this moment. Neither any sign that they're meeting with the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco. The way these things work, certainly for the Justice Department, because they're trying to keep this investigation in the hands of Jack Smith, the special counsel, is, they might try to accommodate a meeting with somebody who's a career official here at the Justice Department who can at least hear these complaints that they have. What the Trump attorneys wrote in their letter is that they believe that there's been prosecutorial misconduct that has gone on in this investigation. They didn't specify what exactly that prosecutorial misconduct, just that, the former president is being treated like unlike anyone in the history of the presidency. And so that's partly what their beef is, and that's what they want to try to bring across in this meeting today. Now, again, we don't know the specifics of that alleged misconduct that they're making, that they're claiming, but we do know that one of the things they're very unhappy about is the fact that Jack Smith and the prosecutors have obtained a trove of information, including attorney-client privilege material that normally is shielded from investigators, but they got that because a judge determined that there was an exception under the crime fraud exception that allows prosecutors to obtain that kind of evidence. So again, we don't know exactly how long this meeting is going to go, who exactly they're meeting with, but we know that what they want is they want to lay some claims about the way this investigation has been ongoing. John?
And just have one more question on the timing here, because I know you and others are reporting that the grand jury that has been hearing testimony about this is back meeting again now for the first time in some time. So what does that tell you?
Right, exactly. That's, I think the context, the crucial timing, I think, is very important here. All signs indicate that this is an investigation in its closing stages, and that could mean a number of things. It could mean that the grand jury, which hasn't been seen at the courthouse since early May, is coming back to get some wrap-up witnesses, to get some additional testimony. It could be that you bring back a grand jury that hasn't met in weeks to bring an indictment. So there's a number of possibilities that this grand jury could be coming back for. We do not know. Obviously, Jack Smith is holding his cards very close to the vest, but I think that's one of the reasons why this meeting is so important, certainly from the Trump perspective, because if they want to try to get to somebody inside this building to say that there should be a pause, that something should be stopped, now is the time to do that, John.
All right, Evan Perez, we're going to let you get back to reporting. If you learn anything new about this meeting, get back to us right away. In the meantime, we're going to speak to CNN legal analyst Laura Coates. Counselor, great to see you. First, a general question. In a meeting like this, which is not unheard of, when you have someone who is being investigated, their attorneys asked to meet with prosecutors, what's the nature of the conversation behind closed doors?
Well, first of all, the power dynamic you have to keep in mind here, John, it's the prosecutors who have all of the power here. They know what testimony has come in, what has not. They know if there are any gaps in their evidentiary burden looking towards perhaps a prosecution. They know what witnesses there have been. They know who is cooperating. They know who is not. And they've largely probably been able to outline what are the potential statutes that could be implicated by the conduct that they are now investigating. And so when they hold the bulk of those cards, this meeting is not just a magnanimous gesture. I don't want to make that claim. But what it is somebody who has the intention as the prosecutor to be be closed-mouthed, to not be as forthcoming as they could be, say if they were in an open courtroom or trial, because the other side has every incentive to then go out and talk and try to spin. And that has already been the track record here. The idea of misconduct is a huge allegation, a huge claim to level against any prosecutor, particularly the Department of Justice, obviously, knowing that they have gone to great lengths through Jack Smith to have the impropriety that was hinted at by Trump and his team to be distanced from the Attorney General Merrick Garland. So the number one thing to keep in mind here is the power dynamic. And as Evan rightly pointed out, there's a little bit of kudos that ought to be given to the entire process here, because grand juries are supposed to be secret. We're supposed to be a little bit in the dark here, John. We're supposed to be wondering, because that presents more fairness for the defendant or a potential target. If we know everything, then the court of public opinion can undermine the ability to get a fair trial, a fair jury impaneled, if that were ever to get there.
Based on everything that we do know, and as you correctly note, that's limited, what we know, where do you see things right now?
Well, this is, first of all, when you're talking about the attorneys wanting to come in, well, we have the reporting from last week, our excellent reporting from our own colleagues about the nature of documents that may have been viewed, whether they were disclosed or wanting to be disclosed to anyone. The idea of his own statements before our town hall with Caitlin Collins on his intention to retain documents and believing he had every right to do so. And then the reports of tapes potentially that show that he did not believe that he had the ability to show them whenever he wanted to. We're waiting on all the culmination of that reporting. Based on that, the length of time, and of course the January 6th prosecution, which of course is part of what Jack Smith is looking at, we are really nearing towards the end of an investigation cycle. Keep in mind as well as this, we are, over 500 days away from the presidential election. But internally, the Department of Justice has its eyes on the novelty of this entire investigation against a former president and one who wants to have the RNC nomination again, a purported frontrunner in that very race. And so they already know there are time constraints on when they can launch investigations, launch prosecutions, because they do not want to be seen as interfering with an election. And so the timeline's already a little bit shrunk for that very reason. But I suspect, given the fact that they have all this information, and if intent was all they were waiting for, the reporting has come in and seems to draw a very clear line that they know what that is.
Laura Coates, such important context. Thank you for laying all that out so clearly for us. I appreciate it. Sarah?
All right, thank you, John. Kristen Holmes is going to be joining us now in Washington, D.C. She's been following this case and obviously talking with those surrounding Donald Trump. Have you heard anything from them since we have found out that their lawyers are now meeting with the DOJ?
Well, Sarah, we haven't had an official comment from the Trump campaign. However, I did speak to two advisors who gave me some background information on what exactly this is going to look like, what exactly they are trying to ask for. You heard Evan mention this idea that they are characterizing this as prosecutorial misconduct. I am told by one advisor that they plan to provide specific examples of overreach. Now, when I asked what those specific examples were, there was no detail given there, but something to keep in mind that they believe that they have some kind of evidence here. The other thing that I'm told by another advisor that they're planning to argue is that the best thing to do is to close this case before the election, and essentially alleging that if not, this could lead to election interference. That is something that we have heard from former President Trump, and it gives you somewhat of a preview into what he might say if he loses the primary.
Yes, I saw the top intelligence official who was whistleblowing about the U.S. having captured non-human craft, and this info was illegally held from Congress. I don't know what it's about. I don't really care.
As I've heard from these advisors,
I did this. I am responsible for her being this way. I riled her up.
By the end of the week, or at least almost set, and that the election has begun, and that's something that they plan to argue. Again, that this could interfere with that election. It gives you a little bit of insight into where their brains are right now.
Yeah, well, as this goes further and gets closer and closer to the primaries, they're going to make that argument. But have they given you any indication about what exactly they are talking to the DOJ about? You said just prosecutorial misconduct, overreach, but any specifics, not even one?
Not even one specific. And I have asked routinely what exactly they believe was prosecutorial misconduct, as well as details into what they are saying was overreach, what kind of examples that they have. Again, I have not heard back on anything specific as to what they believe that this overreach was.
Do I need to pee? She just peed.
Well, I'm sure we're
literally
going to hear from
before
someone
we put her in the
this
crate.
case after this meeting. We appreciate your time, Kristen Holmes, and your reporting.
As possible record-setting crowds fill airports nationwide, passengers may encounter new technology.
I've been through this. I've done the facial recognition. It already exists in most parts of Europe. I think it exists in maybe Japan too. Like it exists in America. It exists in a lot of places. They've been doing it. They do it at LAX.
The security line. At 25 airports in the U.S. and Puerto Rico, the TSA is expanding a controversial digital identification program that uses facial recognition. This comes as the TSA and other divisions of Homeland Security are under pressure from lawmakers to update technology and cybersecurity. Chris Van Cleve has more.
Good morning.
At the world's busiest airport in Atlanta.
All right, you're fully verified. You can step around. Have a great day.
The TSA checkpoint has gotten a high-tech upgrade.
You're going to take your ID, insert it into the card reader.
Using this facial recognition camera system to compare a flyer's face to their picture on their ID in seconds.
All right, ma'am, you're verified. Thank you very much.
Dude, my fucking Twitch streamer brain immediately goes, they're just doxing these random people that you could like very easily see their identification papers.
You can step around.
If there's not a match, like here in this demonstration, the TSA officer is alerted for further review.
It's showing that the ID is a valid ID. It's showing non-match because those are two different people.
We view this as better for security, much more efficient because the image capture is fast, and you'll save some.
The alien whistleblower story is from News Nation, the network that picked up Chris Cuomo. Nice.
Several seconds, if not a minute.
TSA Administrator David Pekoski. How does that speed things up?
Well, facial recognition, first and foremost, is much more accurate. And we've tested this extensively. So we know that it brings the accuracy level close to 100% from like mid 80% with just a human looking at a facial match.
The program has been rolled out to more than 24 airports nationwide since 2020, but is currently voluntary.
For people saying, I'm sure this shit sucks for trans people, I'm sure it also sucks for black people. Like, a lot of this technology is almost always like awful at fucking training on people with darker skin in general. Like, I foresee this being I foresee this being certainly biased, as is most other trained software. It does speed things up, though. It actually does speed things up.
For flyers. Most images are deleted after use, but some information is encrypted and retained for up to 24 months as part of the ongoing review of how the technology performs. There are skeptics. 5 U.S. senators sent this letter demanding TSA halt the program.
You don't have to compromise people's biometric security in order to provide physical security at airports.
And privacy advocates worry about the lack of regulations around facial recognition and its tendency to be less accurate with people of color.
You have 5 senators that have called on TSA to stop the program. Why continue moving forward with it?
I agree with them in that I want to protect privacy for every passenger and that I want to deploy technology that's accurate and doesn't disadvantage anybody.
As for passengers opting to use it,
this is a lot quicker way to get through.
Got nothing to hide. So no concerns here. I think it's great.
Classic.
TSA plans to add the technology to at least 3 more airports by the end of the year. For CBS.
My most controversial point on stuff like this is that like it's impossible to avoid, unlike the top of the hour ad break, which is very possible to avoid, by the way. So, if it's at least it's like kind of convenient for the short duration, that it will be convenient until they build obsolescence into it so they can sell you another package, TSA Plus or some shit like that, to like literally create like a fast pass again. That kind of thing. Meanwhile, the fast pass to avoid the top of the hour ad break, which is definitely an inconvenience when there's an ad break, is by subscribing for $5 or for free. I have it. Yeah, I have Clear. I already have given my biometrics to clear. It's actually really fucking solid if it exists. The irony, or I guess the fine the fine print that they don't tell you is that, like, in many airports they just don't have it open. You just look at it from afar, and you just have those biometric scanners just sitting there, and you're like, well, okay, where the fuck is it? Wow, white guy don't care. Classically, interesting information. Interesting information, HasanAbi. Why do you, like, what are you going to fucking hack into their network and, like, steal my biometrics? Okay, have fun. Motherfucker thinks he's a hacker in the 90s. He's like, well, I'm about to steal your biometric data. Clear is separate from this program, though. It's a private company. Yeah, no, I know. I know. For the record, I say this as someone who gets fucking stopped every single time. I, out of our group, was the only one that got stopped when I was about to enter the plane leaving Japan to come back to the United States of America. Okay? Yeah. They literally stopped me as I was about to enter the plane. They were like, hey, your name got pulled up. We just have to do an additional, sorry. They said, not your name got pulled up. They said, oh, sorry, we have to do a random check. Like the machine pulled you as a random check. And I just always get the random checks, but it's whatever. Anyway. I'm not going to cover the Indian train crash. I mean, it's devastating. I don't know. It just like feels like trauma porn. I don't know what the purpose of it is, but Reddit is trying to kill third-party apps. Oh, here's what Donald Trump had to say about the meeting. This is what he tweeted after his meeting with the DOJ. How can DOJ possibly charge me, who did nothing wrong, when no other presidents were charged, when Joe Biden won't be charged for anything, including the fact that he has 1,850 boxes, much of it classified, and then some dating back to his Senate day when even Democrat senators are shocked. Also, President Clinton had documents and one in court. Crooked Hillary deleted 33,000 emails, many classified, and wasn't even close to being charged. Only Trump, the greatest witch hunt of all time. It's awesome. The GOAT. On the goddamn thing. Wait, by the way, I forgot to run the ad break. Lost Peoples, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I love that he's still talking about Crooked Hillary, which is great. Worked really hard on this one. This is...
Can we make them go bye-bye?
Benny Johnson barely cracking 100K in one day is pretty funny when he's like literally being funded. I'm willing to bet this is the most popular video he's had. Let's take a look at his analytics real quick. Out of all the videos he's posted, actually, never mind. I cannot believe this. The U.S. Navy did the meme Lamau, 407K views. What the fuck? Oh, they might be pushing it with ads though. 62K, 36K, 67K, 146K. It's a little bit higher. 18K, 23K, 41K, 122K. Best Biden falling memes on the internet meme review. Oh, God. I drove the Magamobile through Target. What happened next is insane. Little Mermaid soundtrack sucks. Chick-fil-A CEO shines black guy's shoes super awkward. Dude, I wish conservatives a lifetime of watching this kind of stuff and fake laughing at it.
There's a cleanup on every aisle. Target is targeting your kids. We got a Trump truck on a Trump truck.
I want everyone to see it. Watching. It's real love. I just love Forgiato's content. Like, it's real love. Yeah, they target.
How many dicks do you think he sucked when he went down to Florida? Or do you think his wife was there with him, so she prevented him from sucking cock when he was down there? Ugh, I hate it when my bitch wife stops me from, trolling some nasty when I'm on the down low, when I'm down in fucking Florida.
Boycott Target. The #1 song in America. No way conservatives could actually top the rap chart. You've never heard of Forgiato Blow. On this episode of The Benny Show, we're going to show you how conservatives are fighting back, one boycott at a time.
Forgiato Blow is a Florida-based MAGA rapper. He's also the #1 artist in America right now. His song Boycott Target.
He's the #1 artist in America right now. Dude, I love conservatives, man. They basically live in a completely separate universe, a plane of existence that is so beyond comprehension. Okay? Hasan a hater. Dude, first of all, no, I'm literally 4G Self-Suck's greatest fan. Okay? Why are you here? Fuck, she was so... Oh, God, she had just stopped. No, she won't be fine. She's never fine. She's clearly not fine. She just is jumping up. She's jumping a lot more. Diablo just froze and my hardcore level 30 just died to a single swarm of flies. You hate to see it, brother. I'm sorry that happened to you. That extra medium jersey is my favorite thing that happened this year, in my personal opinion. First of all, that's not an extra medium, brother. That's a large, maybe an XL. He's just filling it out real nice.
It is the top of the charts, #1 song in all categories. He's beating Morgan Wallen, Luke Combs, and Taylor Swift in the... saying this song is the #1 song in iTunes. Murat, look at what you've done to me. No. Just take it. Just leave. Just take it. Just take it. No, then you can bring it back, but just take it. Okay, well, now you're definitely killing me. He's like literally making eye contact with her, saying she's cute, making fun of cute noises. Murat! Sipariş verdin mi? This honestly just seems like a good example of astroturfing to the #1 spot. Brother, being the #1 spot on Apple iTunes, okay, is like, being the best boy at your own household, okay? It's like the equivalent of saying, well, my mother thinks I'm handsome. When is the last time you bought an iTunes song? This is not 2008. You are so 2000 and late. Okay? Are you fucking joking? The only time people used to buy shit on iTunes was when they wanted to change their fucking the autoplay on their phones from like U2 to something else that they wanted to choose, or they wanted to make a song their alert or something, or their ringtone. It's ridiculous. Yeah, Chris Broad was #1 on iTunes a few weeks ago with this song. Well, not a few weeks ago, but this is an old song. But when this first came out, right?
of the hills and the grotto. Welcome to the road show of the Nippon Trio. We're in the Dome Home. And wouldn't you know, we got first class tickets to the Royal Zone. Hey, yo, I got the flow, Chris got the pay. Hey, yo, my man Netsky, tell him what you say.
ASO, so much volcano. Come on.
Yeah.
No volcano. No volcano. ASO, too much volcano. Nowhere. Nowhere.
Anyway, Apple Music has 85 million subscribers. Fun fact. Yeah, Apple Music is not Apple iTunes, though. I mean, let me explain something to you, okay? Yeah, this was number one when it popped as well, okay? And that's kind of the entire point. Because someone brought up how many streams the Forgiato song had on Spotify, right? Let's look at his Spotify page. I want to see something. Forgiato Blow's Boycott Target song has 212,000 streams on Spotify. On accident, people have gotten more on their Spotify songs. No Pixel artists get more than 200,000 streams on Spotify. Do you understand how fucking bad that is? So, remember, that's why I said they live in an entirely different planet, right? Hits different. Taylor Swift, Midnights. Let's take a look at Taylor Swift's Spotify for comparison real quick. Taylor Swift has 88 million monthly listeners. Her most popular song in the number one slot is Anti-Hero, with 888 million streams. That DUI song that we listened to has more plays than that dude's fucking song, and it's actually much better. Bro, you're comparing Little League to the MLB law? No. I'm comparing someone failing to hit a baseball with a baseball bat in their backyard to the MLB. But the difference is conservatives look at like their young child, okay, trying to fucking tee off from one of those like little softball things that you have and failing to do so and go, well, this young whippersnapper is actually the greatest baseball player of all time. The T-ball stand, yeah. Whatever the fuck it's called. I don't know. I don't know about baseball. That's the difference. And they believe it.
Charts right now.
Just feels like it's more than music now at this point.
Forgiato Blow is going to celebrate today.
Like this dude unironically in the first minute said Forgiato Blow is bigger than Taylor Swift. That's it. Like when you are living in a universe where you unironically say shit like that and you unironically believe shit like that and you want other people to believe that, you are not in the same physical space with everyone else. You are no different at that point than a TikTok teenager who thinks that they are, doing astral projection to Hogwarts to fuck Draco Malfoy. Okay? That's what you're doing, except you're doing it as like a whole ass adult. Like you're shifting to Hogwarts as an adult. But instead of Hogwarts, it's even whacker than that somehow. One, you're an adult.
And two, your Hogwarts, the fantasy of fucking Draco Malfoy, is hyping up Forgiato Blow as the greatest recording artist of our generation.
By taking us to Target. How are we going to get there? The MAGA-mobile. Let's take a tour.
Hey, what's up, man? It's Forgiato Blue, the mayor of MAGAville, and welcome to Trump Truck 47, your future president, Donald J. Trump. So look, right here, we got United We Stand, with Biden We Fall. I think we all know that. This is a part that was on my last truck. Come here to the bag. United We Stand, with Biden We Fall. But I love this so much, I kept it on this truck. 47, got the details. You got Trump all in here. Boom, we got the White House on here. We got that Florida Everglade Trump here coming with the guns.
Again, you're covering a guy who has a Trump fuck doll, which I'm sure Benny wanted to take tries with.
Everybody loves it. Everybody, it's like everybody says they hate Trump so they can see Trump in person. I guarantee everybody that said F Trump would see Trump and run right over. Oh, Mr. Trump, can we take a picture? You know?
I think people forget that his superpower is the fact that he's been a celebrity for 50 plus years. You rewatch your childhood favorites, you got the Little Rascals.
I'm gonna win this race.
Waldo, you're the best son money can buy.
Thanks, Dad.
You got
How many times do you think Donald Trump Jr. fucking watched that? Like, he clipped it and he plays it over and over again whenever he's doing like a coke bender and he's just crying to himself. And he just keeps playing that part over and over again. He's like, thanks, Dad. Thank you, Dad.
Home Alone?
Excuse me.
You said no seatbelt? He's so stupid. Brother, it is illegal to drive in the state of Florida with a seatbelt on. I'm afraid that's not his fault.
Where's the lobby?
Down the hall and to the left.
Thanks.
He's helping Kevin find the front desk, right? It's his hotel. So Trump was a celebrity when I was in diapers. And that's what makes him so good at politics, is that now politics is...
How old is Benny Johnson? I mean, I guess Benny Johnson is like probably still a crinkler, a diaper fetishist. He's 36 years old. So does that mean he was in diapers when Donald Trump in like 1994? Is that what he's saying? Was he wearing diapers at the age of like 7? By the way, it's kind of wild to consider that this dude is only 4 years older than me. Like, think about that for a second. Benny Johnson is 36 years old. He was born in 1987. I am 31, about to be 32 years old. Look at me, and then look at him. That is crazy. Okay? Maybe you should stop being conservative. It is not good for you.
Is really being a celebrity and making people feel seen and heard and special.
What I like about Trump is he said he's gonna be the president. Nobody believed him, and he did it. Trump didn't like whittle his way up. You know, Congress, governor. You know what I'm saying? He went right to the top seat of the biggest country in the world.
But he winged it. You ever get hate driving?
I can't watch this. This is so bad. It's like not even good to make fun of. Okay, let's see this one.
Very dangerous thing to film yourself buying Bud Light right now, but it's for a good reason. Bud Light is going to pay us to have target practice with their cans of beer. It's amazing. It's either a rebate on Bud Light right now, and if you buy a pack of Bud Light that is 15 cans or more, I'm gonna get $15 back. So effectively, Budweiser and Anheuser-Busch are going to pay me for target practice here. Pretty great deal.
Wait. Is this guy... Wait. Is this guy actually buying Bud Light? What a sucker, dude. Bud Light just got free advertising on their rebate program and also got him to fucking buy the Bud Light. Conservatives are so stupid. No. Conservatives are too stupid, dog. There's no fucking shot. He's literally just like highlighting the discount that you get for buying Bud Lights right now.
This is cheaper than ammunition. And just letting you know, like, Yingling is going full bore on the Let's Go USA Team R.
Wait, what? This is like, they've always had this. Yingling's like entire fucking distinguishing premise from Bud Light is that it's not owned by fucking Anheuser-Busch. To be fair, it's not a discount. Bud Light is losing money on this. Yeah. I think that's what they should do. You're right. People should go out and buy extra Bud Light to make them lose money. Also, Yingling has their own like pride sponsorships and shit like that.
RWB, this is a veteran organization. Yingling knows what time it is. American beer, right here. If you haven't tried it, it's actually.
He just said Yingling is actually amazing. It's so funny. It's literally just the same piss,
This
but
is the
whatever.
end of my career as a conservative commentator. These shots are effectively blackmail, and I will never recover from this.
Dude, he's doing the meme. He's doing the I'm reading a copy of Mein Kampf in public, but also very audibly groaning so the people around me understand that I don't agree with it. He's doing that right now. He's like, I hate this. Hey, guys, I hate this. I had to buy all this Bud Light. Yingling is absolutely better than Bud Light. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's all piss, okay? Suck my dick. Wow, as a New Jersey PA boy, I will not take this Yingling slander. I have no affinity towards either of these fucking brands. I don't give a shit, okay? You're talking to a Scotch drinker. I don't give a fuck. All beer is piss for the most part. Bud Heavies, not bad. Sometimes I'm in the mood for one, okay? I'll say it like that. That's it. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a Bud Heavy, okay? And it hits nice, but other than that, it literally doesn't matter. Likes Bud Heavy, but not Yingling. Bud Heavy's great. It's the American beer. Shut the fuck up. Shotgunning Bud Light is like a refreshing soda. I mean, that's the whole point. Modelo and Corona only. Corona only, but only at parties.
This is enough to end a man's career. Thankfully, it's early in the morning. And no one's filming me, walking around with 120 cans of Bud Light. It's all for a good cause.
After picking up our free targets, we headed over to Clearwater to meet firearm experts at our favorite gun range.
Welcome to the Wyoming Antelope Club. Bud Light has kindly and generously provided us a rebate on their product. So they have paid for our ammunition and for our targets today.
Why is he making it seem like buying a fucking 15? Wait, what? Dog, you did not get fucking, you were not able to fucking purchase bullets with the amount of money back that you got in a rebate from Bud Light. That is such a lie. We found the rum that is HasanAbi is least cultured beer. Yeah, I don't care. I already told you I'm a Scotch drinker. I don't give a shit about beer.
We are joined by Jillian from Mad Dog Armory, who will talk us through what we're shooting today.
Absolutely. So today we are shooting the KSG shotgun 12 gauge. We're also shooting the SIG MPX pistol in 9mm with a Hollow Sun red dot. And then we're also shooting the...
There's nothing funnier than Benny Johnson literally doing the same dumb bullshit that he does in every video and accidentally convincing conservatives to buy Bud Light. Like, Benny Johnson just fucking lied and said that like you will get your money back and then some, so much so that like you can buy bullets, which are significantly more expensive. Shouts out to Biden's America. Okay. I love that. He's like effectively selling Bud Light he's unintentionally selling Bud Light to his conservative audience, which is like the entire purpose of the rebate anyway. The rebate is so that like, the rebate is quite literally so that people go and buy more Bud Light. Now, I need to see what this rebate is. Make your Memorial Day weekend easier to enjoy. Get up to $15 back via rebate. Up to $15. Residents of all of these states, you receive up to $15 back via rebate on the purchase of one Budweiser, 15 pack or larger. Rebate amount will be equivalent to the purchase of one, excluding sales tax. Purchase must be made between May 17th and May 31st. Oops. Rebate will be paid via digital prepaid card. So that shit expired already. Nice. Nice.
The MP5, which is full auto. It's gonna destroy some cans. And don't forget the Desert Eagle in gold tiger stripe in 50 AE. Beautiful firearm there, unicorn. And we're gonna take out some Bud Light cans.
Go woke, get smoked, Bud Light. It's gonna be fun. Let's go.
Go woke, get smoked. He's so stupid. Comments: the challenge should be to stop buying this stuff. Period. Watching the shelves stay full and expire without being purchased is a lot funnier than shooting cans of Bud Light you got for free. You actually did Anheuser-Busch a favor by removing their unsold cases without them paying its vendors to remove. Keep the boycott going and let the shit rot on the shelf. The distributors, what is she doing? Uh-oh. I'm scared. Better lay down right there. Okay, good. She circles like it's scared. Keep the boycott going and let the shit rot. You shouldn't have done this. Every case and can should remain on the shelf as a metaphorical tombstone until they're all expired and have to be disposed out like the trash it is. The video has 2.4 thousand dislikes. Bad move. Giving them PR and helping them clear out their shit. I am disappointed. Not exactly a boycott if you're buying the beer, whether you drink it or not. Oh my God, they're so mad at him. God, he's so fucking stupid. Why did he do this? God, he's so dumb. It's so funny. I gotta pee. I'll be back. Watch this fucking nerd ass shoot Bud Light.
So full auto is legal as long as it's registered?
Correct. So how much is this? $60,000.
$60,000. That's full auto. The fun switch. favorite Bud Light can challenge. How fast can we make them go bye-bye?
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this has served as an important reminder of what you can do with your Bud Light instead of drinking it. Got some old Bud Light sitting around in a cooler or fridge somewhere. It's really fun to pew that Bud Light. It's pretty much all it's good for these days. Go woke, get smoked. My name is Benny Johnson. This is The Benny Show. See ya.
Thanks, Bud Light.
Yeah, he fucking, dude, I feel owned. That's why I had to walk away. She Benny on my Johnson till I bust. Oh my God. I had to walk away because, like, I was so fucking owned as a lib, seeing him purchase just so many cans of Bud Light, you know? It was fucked up to see. What is this Justin T. Brown video?
He terrorized a Kansas community for decades.
The first time the BTK Strangler has contacted the local media.
A serial killer who called himself BTK for bind, torture, kill. His spree lasted from 1974 to 1991. In 2005, people were shocked to learn the killer had been living among them the whole time. A local Boy Scout leader, churchgoer, husband, and father admitted to being BTK.
The best thing that ever happened to me.
Took me a very long time to reconcile the man that I knew and loved and had grown up next to with the man that I was hearing these horrible things.
That's pretty fun. That'd be pretty funny if he actually did post that. Truth versus Pride. Ben's still fucking going crazy about the Pride stuff.
Why? You want to see how idiotic society has become?
But this is not about the Pride stuff. This is actually about Benny, Hannah attacking Taylor Swift. That's right.
Right. This is like a perfect example of how marginalized becomes the new norm. And this is it. So Bugs Bunny. Remember watching Bugs Bunny cartoons when you were a kid? And you get up on Saturday morning, or for me, Sunday morning, and Bugs Bunny would be on the telly, and you would turn on the TV, and you'd watch Bugs Bunny. Okay, well, there are a bunch of jokes in which Bugs Bunny...
I forgot. Taylor Swift and Bugs Bunny and Looney Tunes.
Dresses in drag because it's funny, because we're laughing at it, not because Bugs Bunny is expressing his alternative sexual orientation, not because Bugs Bunny is a queer icon, because it is funny when a man dresses as a woman because it is absurd, because...
Wait, what does he think drag is? Like, does he think like drag queens are dressing that way not for some like not to invoke some level of like humor? Does he literally think drag queens who, when they're not in drag, are just gay men for the most part? Like, does he think, oh my God, these guys literally think drag queens are just trans, which is what I was saying before, where I was like, oh, their anti-drag bills are actually just about like, you know, just trying to eliminate trans people from existence or like being in public. I've never laughed at a drag show. I just nod solemnly. Like Ben Shapiro has seen drag shows and he goes, "Oh, this is unacceptable." But very clear to me that they are being 100% serious. There's no humor to be invoked in this situation.
Because men dressing as women is stupid and absurd. That is why. That's literally the point of Bugs Bunny dressing in that way. Right? Every time he does so, in order to fake out Elmer Fudd, it's a joke, guys. It's a joke. But no, Looney Tunes, a cartoon for kids, has now decided that we have to be absolutely serious about all of this. In fact, they put out a rainbow paletted series of images of Bugs Bunny in drag, again, because it was funny. And as
wait, I don't understand. Like, sir, you are complaining about Looney Tunes. I mean, what was I expecting? We are, of course, talking about the guy who only recently covered the worst thing that's happened in America when the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique went woke. I mean, who could forget important political commentary that Ben Shapiro spent time covering and talking about with the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boutique or whatever the fuck it was called?
I say, happy Pride, get your drag on, rainbow flag, Looney Tunes. So now Bugs Bunny is a queer icon. Who knows?
This doesn't make any sense. It's literally Bugs Bunny doing drag, which is no different than like all of the drag queens doing drag. It's the same purpose. The only difference is you're having an issue with this because in your mind that's different, and you have to justify all the hatred that you feel towards people doing drag now, right? I'm just understanding that Ben has no fucking clue what drag is. Like he like literally thought that people were being serious when they wear like, you know, gigantic knockers and stuff like that. Like, here, let me look up famous drag queens, right? Like, does he think, I don't know, what are some like famous drag queen names, right? He could have just like Googled it, by the way. A drag queen is a person, usually a male, who uses drag clothing and makeup to imitate and often exaggerate female gender signifiers and gender roles for entertainment purposes. Yeah, Trixie Mattel. Like when he sees like Trixie Mattel, does he think that Trixie Mattel is like serious? That's like a serious person? Like, he looks at it and he thinks, wow. Let's look at a Trixie Mattel bit real quick.
On this year because I have the GLAAD Awards in New York City, and I was taking a trip down memory lane. I was like, whatever happened to that big crazy wig that I wore to DragCon like the second year?
Like Ben Shapiro's looking at this and going very, very clearly, this is a man pretending to be a woman. And you know, I mean that in a transphobic way. And not like what it actually is. You know what I mean?
Beautiful, right? Gorgeous, nice, giant, just incredible piece of work. This wig, I believe, is 8 wigs, but over the years of just sitting in a closet, it's just started to fall apart. Do you see how it's kind of just all over the place? So I thought this would be a fun little project to come on camera and like kind of rehabilitate the wig myself, because I used to do my own wigs. I'm not going to DragCon this year because I have the GLAAD Award.
So like, oh, by the way, there are of course, like, you know, trans people that do drag as well, for the record, obviously. But like, looking at a situation like this, okay, looking at a situation like drag, okay, and thinking that it's in any way, shape, or form meant to be serious is literally insane.
Almost live from Almost Hollywood. It's time to play the All-Stars, All-Winners Snatch Game. And here's your host, RuPaul.
Welcome, everybody. Let's meet tonight's Snatch Game contestants. She's People Magazine's sexiest man alive, Michelle Visage.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
He's Playboy's Playmate of the Year, Ross Matthews.
I demand a recount.
Are you ready to meet our celebrities?
Conservatives are literally the campiest motherfuckers, and they have no radar for camp at all. Yeah, like, this is supposed to be like deliberately, I mean, it's camp for a reason. That's the purpose. Like, these are people who are, you know, dressing up for theatrical reasons and oftentimes in a humorous capacity. I'm trying to explain this in the most like A-worded way I can for the likes of Ben Shapiro to understand. However, of course, the entire purpose of Ben Shapiro's assessment of the situation is to vilify trans people in general.
Bugs Bunny may, in fact, be pansexual. I mean, that may threaten the future.
What a stupid thing to turn back. What a stupid thing to just get back into this video with, dude. Fire.
Future species of bunnies, but that's the way it works. This is also stupid, right? We're now retconning what exactly, like, so you're
okay, Ben. First of all, and I mean this with sincerity, this is a cartoon for children. Okay? Secondly, it's not a real bunny. Okay? And last but not least, if it was a real bunnies are like gay as fuck. They don't have your understanding of sexuality. Like, this is a no-win situation for Ben. And I don't know why he's talking about this with like the most severe terms. Like, he's like, they're retconning Bugs Bunny, hypothetically. Like, bunnies are gay as shit, dog. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, bunnies in the real world, okay? Like, actual real live bunnies are gay as fuck. Okay? But Bugs Bunny kisses dudes all the fucking time too, but like, you know, it's a cartoon.
Telling me now that Some Like It Hot, which was mocking drag, is now a pro-drag movie. Like, that's the whole thing. It's so silly. It's so silly. And that wasn't the only thing.
Everyone knows in Space Jam, when Michael Jordan was able to make his arm a lot longer at the end of Space Jam, that was real. Michael Jordan is capable of doing such impressive feats.
They were celebrating. And they put out a series of tweets surrounding this new idiotic trope. Here we go. Up, look at that. Tom is now a gay icon. Sorry, the Sylvester the cat is now a gay icon. Really exciting. Sylvester is chasing.
Is that even Sylvester?
Series of tweets surrounding this. Look at that. Tom the cat is now a gay icon, turning into a gay icon in the process. For children. Amazing. Amazing. And people are tweeting out things like, I love her. What a woman.
Okay. Hold up. So he's saying that, like, it was okay when Bugs Bunny was doing a bunch of gay shit, okay, when he was a child and he was watching cartoons, but it was because, like, he was making fun. In his eyes, like, he thought Bugs Bunny was making fun of the gay stuff. But when Sylvester is doing it, or Tom, or whatever I don't know what the character is. That makes two of us, I guess. When they're doing gay shit, it's like unacceptable now. Like, I don't get it.
And Looney Tunes writes back, what a maroon. Like, so the entire corporate sphere for kids, again, this is for kids because Bugs Bunny is directed at children. When's the last time you watched Bugs Bunny? You're probably 10. Okay, like, this is the new norm. It's a norm. You take pride in a new norm. You don't take pride in violation of a norm. Pick any norm in life. Is there a month celebrating the violation of the norm? I'm going to need like an example of it. Meanwhile, Microsoft is partnering with GLAAD to improve LGBTQ plus minus divided by sign representation in Xbox games. Again, this is directed at the kids. And the reason it's directed at the kids is because this is what you do. As an adult, you teach.
What's funny about that is, didn't Xbox change its like icon immediately, or did I get fake news? Yeah, dude. Yeah, they fucking flipped it to hell. They literally, yeah, for Diablo, which is awesome. I mean, I think it's pretty funny that like they went from gay Xbox to like all of you gays are going to hell. But then again, Lilith is a queer icon, and she is mother, so probably gayer than the Pride logo to be, you know. Wait, what does he have to say about that? He's mad about like GLAAD partnering up with Xbox for gay representation. What do you think Diablo is? Diablo is the most bisexual game I have played since Hades, which ironically is not a dissimilar concept, both in the way that the game is played out and also with the characters in it. Okay? It's also satanic. Like quite literally satanic. How so? Seriously? How is it bisexual? What do you mean? How is Diablo bisexual? Have you seen the characters in it? I mean, Hades is bisexual because have you seen the characters in it? Diablo, also bisexual. Have you seen the characters in it?
Teach kids norms. Everybody keeps wondering, why is this all directed at the kids? Why are they trying to trans the kids? Why are they trying to teach genderqueer to 8-year-olds? Because the whole point is to inculcate a new set of norms so that they themselves feel better about the set of norms that they are living by. They are trying, the advocates for the LGBTQ plus minus divided by sign new norm are trying to change the norm. The way that you change the new norm is by recruiting the children.
Emma just flexing over here. He's like, yeah, lol, look at how bisexual my character is. Also, look at how many fucking legendaries I have, dog. That's what he's doing here. Very subtle, M. Hud. Yeah, no, I just wanted to show you how bi my character is. That's why. It's not because of how much of a fucking legend acquirer I am. Get on the game, loser. I want to. In a little bit.
That's why I've suggested before. It's not about sexually grooming children. It's about ideologically grooming children. Now, if those kids become confused and sexually oriented in various directions, so much the better for this movement.
I don't want to hear about how easy it is to get legendary items through fucking Gamba because my experience has not been that. Okay? Shut the fuck up.
I don't see anybody making the argument on that side of the aisle that something has gone wildly wrong when there's a 1,300% increase in trans identification inside of a couple of years. That's all just to the good. And it's just more expressive sexual behavior. But that's not really the goal. The goal is change all of society's views about the norm, substitute the new norm for the old norm, and then everyone will live better, happier lives. This is why, in the end, this is a battle against biblical morality and traditional morality. That's what this is. You know, Taylor Swift, her silence was deafening. You remember that time that Taylor Swift used to just be like a person who sang songs and without auto-tune didn't sound amazing? Well, now she has decided that she's a political leader of sorts. So she was doing a concert in Chicago, and she took a moment to celebrate Pride Month because this is requisite, and then she made a political speech.
Get his ass. Come on, Swifties. Come on, Swifties. Get his ass. Are you fucking kidding me?
Senator from Illinois here.
He fucking pulled a shut up and sing on Taylor Swift. Are you kidding me? Come on. Most powerful constituency in the United States of American history, white women in the suburbs, activated. White women in the suburbs with disposable income are about to be on your ass, dude. Taylor Swift crosses generational boundaries, okay? White women in the suburbs with disposable income, and also white teenage girls as well. It's fucking Jover, dude. It's Jover.
And one of the things that makes me feel so prideful is getting to be with you and watching you interact with each other, being so loving and so thoughtful and so caring. And so being with you.
Oh my God. Gaylor is real.
During Pride Month, getting to sing the words to "You Need to Calm Down," where there are lyrics like, "Can you just not step on his gown?" or "Shade never made anybody less gay," and you guys are screaming those lyrics. In such solidarity, in such support of one another, in such encouraging, beautiful acceptance and peace and safety. And I wish that every place was safe and beautiful for people in the LGBTQ community. I really wish that.
Right. So notice the language here. The language that's pitched to the public is, we just want to be safe. We just want to be left alone. That's not what's happening. Have you noticed that?
No, that's literally. Wait, what? Man, what the fuck? First of all, does Ben Shapiro think Gaylor is real? That's number one. It seems like Ben knows about the Gaylor memes, okay? And secondly, like, no, that is kind of what it is. You know what I mean? Like, Pride is supposed to be a celebration of, like, people coming out and being proud of their sexuality. Because for a very long time in America and in the Western world especially, you know, that kind of stuff has been heavily persecuted. So that's it. That's like pretty basic stuff. It's not even all that crazy. Oh,
that's what's happening in society. They literally lit up the Department of Agriculture with gay pride flag. Does that sound like a safe space, or does that sound like an actual religious movement that is seeking to substitute one set of morals for another?
This is ridiculous. Like, first of all, listen, for children's cartoons, like, you know, they probably, representation probably is important in that regard. I mean, I know it is. That's why he cries about it all the fucking time, because it allows children to understand that, like, one, trans people are a thing, gay people are a thing, and maybe it's not wrong to feel the way that they feel about themselves and about their sexuality, their sexual orientation, or their gender identity. Okay? But let me tell you something. Not a single fucking child is looking at the Department of Agriculture's, like, rainbow-colored lighting for that one night that it was colored rainbow colors and going, oh, fuck, I'm gay as hell, dog. That's insane. Okay? Who is being indoctrinated by the Department of Agriculture? The cows, Ben? Who? Who is looking at that and going, wow, shit, man, I'm gay as hell?
That's seeking to supplant truth about human relations and about progeneration and about the decency of certain sexual activity, or the utilitarianism of certain sexual activity, if you wish to remove morality from the equation, and replace that with subjectivist pride. Right? It is truth versus pride. That is what this is about, which is why...
It's truth versus pride. It's truth versus pride when, like, half of what Ben's advocating for here is literally to, like, deny the truth that, like, gay people exist in society and they should feel comfortable. That's it. Hasan, as a child, I often looked to the Department of Agriculture to get me through tough times, to be the moral compass as a struggling teen. Found a Swiftie dissing Ben. Yeah, that's you, the boy RJ. And you just tweeted that. Why do chatters do this shit all the time? Who has Twitter anymore? Very white supremacist of you. I mean, yeah, I guess. I'm holding out like that fucking one Japanese guy on the island, okay? That's me on Twitter. 30 years have passed, and I'm like, nope, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving, dude. I'm not leaving this fucking island. All right, I blasted it. What's the alternative? There's really not an alternative. That's the whole point. All right. I'm done with Ben. I can't do this. It's just like once he said the Department of Agriculture is turning the kids gay, I think that was it for me. I think that's when I fucking checked out. We're doing Andrew Tate, and then after that we'll move to some fun shit. Andrew Tate's official statement after the BBC interview. Let's see how much fucking copium this has. 2 million views in one day, by the way. I'm assuming it's 2 million views in one day, chat. Come on. I suspect the majority of this is going to be about how fucking, how he owned the BBC. And everyone thought that his hair looked great in it.
In the interest of saving absolutely everybody's time, I feel like doing a generalized statement to all legacy media inside of the Matrix. And I'm doing it to save their time and mine, as well as protect the minds of the masculine youth for the future.
Yeah, masculine youth out here fucking just wearing the skinniest schmedium they can fucking find to show off their titties like a slut.
I want to make it very clear that the legacy media, which I enjoyed the company of today, have made a massive mistake and missed a chance to do some genuinely interesting journalism. After being unfairly incarcerated in a
Andrew Tate, the fucking beacon of journalistic integrity, he's like, let me tell you how you're supposed to do journalism. It's like, what the fuck do you know? Didn't start a journalism operation. You know what I mean?
Romanian dungeon. I thought that even the BBC, in its absolute arrogance and hubris, would be smart enough to come to me after 6 months, being the first interview I gave to the Matrix, and be smart enough.
Don't you think you're dumb enough that you thought that like they would be kind to you? How was nobody asking that question? Why are Andrew Tate's dick riders so fucking stupid? Like, how is no one going, hey man, why did you do this interview, you fucking idiot? Like, of course they were going to shit on you.
To ask.
Like, even if you actually did a good job, okay? Even if you actually did a good job, they would have cut it to make it look awful, which you didn't do a good job. You did an awful job. And then they actually kind of saved your ass a little bit by cutting it short. And then you released the full tape, which made you look even worse.
Questions people were genuinely interested in. What's it like inside of a Romanian prison cell? How were you treated? Why was a person's liberty deprived of them for 6 months without charge? How is your mental state post your unfair incarceration?
Why would they say that, brother? Why would they fucking say any of those things, dude? You're so stupid. I mean, I guess this is just like the signal to his audience that like, that's what they should have asked if they were doing their job. I guess he thinks the BBC audience is supposed to treat him like fresh and fit. You know what I mean? It's like, why don't you just do an interview with them instead, dumbass? Why did you have to do it? Why did you try and do it with BBC? Oh, because they get no fucking play for the most part. Is he completely free now? Fuck no. He can't leave his apartment still. Or his house, sorry. That's it. He's still under house arrest.
Things people are genuinely interested in hearing. But instead, they came with the same old talking points. And I'd like to address all of these talking points to the Matrix media now to prevent this happening again, because it's a monumental waste of everybody's time. I say things on the internet. I've been making content on the internet for a very long time. Finding a clip from 2016, 8 years ago, finding a 4-hour-long podcast from 2016, ignoring all context.
Yeah, no, totally. Everybody knows Andrew Tate famously never said women are property. Like recently. Totally, man. So what happens then? Like, do his fan base go, wait, I feel betrayed. I thought you hated women. What's up with that? like that's the whole reason why you have a fan base. Are they going to look to this and go, wait a minute, you didn't say that about women? I'm so confused. So like,
ignoring everything positive I say about men and women in the world and taking a single sentence and trying to pretend that's my entire worldview is not the bombshell you think it is. Nobody cares. Everybody understands what satire is. Everybody understands what a joke is. Everybody understands it's the internet. Everybody understands all of these things. Plus, the people who know the truth of my message are very capable of understanding what is satirical and what is true. People are not as stupid as you'd like them to be. Sitting down with me and missing the chance to have a genuinely interesting interview with genuinely interesting questions that people are interested in hearing the answers to, and instead attempting this attack to get this bombshell aha moment is never going to work.
Bro, this is, dude. What you think is interesting for your fan base and what the BBC thinks is interesting for like the average normie population that isn't invested in like 11 different crypto rug pulls that they lost like thousands of dollars to are two separate things. Okay? I don't even like the fucking BBC. But of course they were going to cover like the shit that's actually important for the BBC. Why the fuck would they dick ride you? Is he that delusional where he genuinely thinks? Is he that delusional that he genuinely thinks that like the BBC is supposed to do a puff piece like they are the Fresh and Fit brothers? You know what I mean? Is that what he thinks? It's like a POA podcast and they're supposed to give him like a positive interview. You're not Elon Musk. You know what I mean? You are in a very different playing field, okay? Elon Musk can get away with being a fucking major asshat, okay? And be conservative and say all this awful shit and do all this awful shit and be a clear loser, failing to do, I mean, completely destroying Twitter. And yet the BBC will give him a positive interview because he's one of the richest people on the planet. You, on the other hand, are a broke boy. You're fucking broke. So, of course, the BBC is not going to give you a fucking, dick ridey interview. Bro, he just said that a conversation with him could be interesting. Yeah. Exactly. Not really.
Because one, I'm too smart for all of you. And two, nobody cares. Nobody cares I made a joke 8 years ago because everybody knows I was joking and everybody knows the truth of my message. So you're wasting absolutely everybody's time.
Bro, the fucking, the hair thing, I can't get over it, dude. Like, I care about that. I'm sure people care about that. There's got to be at least people in his fucking fandom. Some of his stans got to be like, dude, what is happening with that hair? Why are you doing that?
Worse than wasting everybody's time, what you're genuinely doing is damaging the minds of young men. And I think I have a responsibility as one of the most influential men on the planet to protect the minds of young men and all of the men who look up to me. Nobody, no young man below the age of 30 has any interest in what the BBC or the legacy media say. They don't care and they don't watch it, unless I appear on there. So when I sit across from a reporter who says that having a nice car makes you a misogynist, it's disingenuous. And also,
I guess I got to do this again because this is a man who like operates with this. But, okay, let's look up Andrew Tate, right? over the course of like the past 5 years. Okay. So he really popped off when he got arrested because everybody fucking hates him. Now let's compare that to the BBC, the broadcasting company. Yeah. Seems like, they are a little bit more relevant than you, which would, of course, understandably is the reason why you wanted to go and get an interview with them and not with, like, I don't know, Fresh and Fit, which doesn't even show up as a fucking related search term. Because it hasn't even been picked up by the fucking algo. You know what I mean?
Also, financial success.
Correct.
There's another reason people might look up BBC Two lol. Yeah, except that reason is eliminated when you click on the drop-down menu where it says the broadcasting company. Okay, that's why I clicked on Andrew Tate, internet personality. I don't know if you know how, Google Trends work, but that's what you're supposed to do. The BBC interview was complete dog shit. Everyone who watched this knows she did horribly. Or maybe you watched it alongside XQC and cultivated that perspective, okay? I don't know. I'm speculating. I don't know if you did. I know you're a fucking major juicer. She did not do dog shit. There were parts of the interview where she hyper-focused on, like, silly nonsense and came across like she was in the wrong. But she ultimately abso-fucking-lutely did a great job, okay? If you went into that interview and you looked at that and your takeaway from that was, wow, Andrew Tate really handled himself wonderful here, then I don't know what to tell you. Then I did a poor job when I debated Andrew Tate, and he fucking owned me too, because she did pretty much what I did. There was a major difference there, however, and that major difference was that, she was a woman. Andrew Tate's counter to like all of her main points was, nuh-uh, I didn't say that. She did bring receipts. And if she had brought video evidence, he still would have said, nuh-uh, I didn't say that. You are delusional if you think that Andrew Tate's nuh-uh, I didn't write those things on my website was an effective counter. You're out of your fucking mind. She asked him what she was supposed to. She said, here's the proof of what you have said. And he literally just lied the entire time. And he said the women are property thing was from 8 years ago, which is not even true. He's currently saying it was all jokes. That's crazy. I'm telling you, man. I don't know if XQC watched his interview, but I suspect he probably watched it and said, oh, she did a horrible job. And that's why a bunch of Zoomers and a bunch of juicers in here are literally going, oh, yeah, no, she actually did a fucking piss poor job. Check yourself. Reconsider the actual conversation that you watched without guidance from your favorite streamer. And then, maybe assess the situation a little bit better, because she literally said to him, deadass, I'm not paraphrasing, this is from your website, I'm reading your quote, and he said, I didn't write that. Brilliant counter, sir. Very effective. That's insane. What are you supposed to do in that situation?
A Bugatti and a cigar, but it comes with a side order of misogyny.
How does having a Bugatti and a cigar come with misogyny?
Because it's all mixed together in what you teach.
I find that to be
like that's a hyper specific clip where she was trying to draw a larger point. The reason why that's not the entire conversation is because he wants to make himself look good, which is why he clipped that small part. In the larger conversation, she's trying to say, you present yourself as this beacon that people should aspire towards. Like young men should be like you. How does that pair with the misogynistic sentiment that you disseminate on a daily basis? That's what she's saying. Okay? I've said similar things to Andrew Tate as well.
Extremely dangerous.
He was getting owned so fucking hard in the longer video that we watched that his female lawyer had to step in like 8 times. And he had to turn to her and be like, no, I'm dealing with this well. I'm dealing with this well. Okay? I'm not a subscriber, so you probably won't pay attention to me. But this is the point. You can't prove that he's the one who wrote that. Wrote all of that on his website? Okay, dude. That's ridiculous. Yeah, first of all, you are a subscriber, so suck my dick. And you, much like everyone else, will no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Guess what? I just fucking flipped it. Okay? Fuck you. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You can't fucking get me like that. You can't get me like that. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. I did see his debate. And I was cooking up a better one, and he fucked me, okay? Because at the top of the hour, there's still a 3-minute ad break. And if you don't want to get fucked by the top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Maddie Codes, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
Rhetoric. I find that to be extremist rhetoric. And I think it's very dangerous for young men
Rhetoric.
to think that they work hard for something in their lives, that they dedicate themselves and they're diligent and hardworking and they try hard, that they'll be a bad person. I hate the idea of a world where a man who dedicates himself to excellence so he can enjoy the finer things in life is criticized and ostracized.
Yeah, man, that's why everyone's mad at you. Because you fucking are talking about how you should dedicate yourself to enjoying the finer things in life. Ay. I'm going to be honest with you. If you still believe any of the shit that Andrew Tate is saying at this point, it is impossible. You will not be saved, okay? He's doing shadow boxing in the shower now? Yeah. Like, the Romanian courts are not currently investigating you for enjoying the finer things in life. Unless you think enjoying the finer things in life is sex trafficking people under coercive conditions. Okay? Is that what you mean when you say enjoying the finer things in life? I don't understand. I just found out an old friend who's a burnout is a Tate stan and he's fucking 28 years old. Well, I mean, you already called it. You said he's a burnout.
And
Dungeons of
horrible
Despair,
names
thank you for the
purely
5
because
gifted.
he's been a hardworking male. And I don't like young men hearing these extremist ideas. And they're only going to hear these extremist ideas if they watch the BBC, which is an extremist organization. And they're only going to watch the BBC if I talk to the BBC. So I feel like now that these people have proved themselves to be extremist and very damaging to the minds of young men, I have an obligation to not interact with them very much because I don't want them spreading their extremist propaganda. We have a men's mental health crisis. Young men are disenfranchised. The suicide rate amongst men is much higher than women, and everybody pretends to care. But when I come along and say,
yeah, bro, I wonder how many people Andrew Tate actually led to inevitably committing suicide when they realized that they were dumping a fuckload of money into his bullshit schemes and channeling his rhetoric while not being like a professional kickboxer with a fucking Bugatti who was able to sex traffic women to like make some level of finances work, caused them to literally move away from their friends and family slowly but surely until that isolation fucking sinked in and they realized that they are not only a fucking loser and desperately alone, but they're also completely toxic to women. Nobody wants to be with them. And now they're broke losers on top of that too, because they used all of the remaining money that they had on some dumbass Andrew Tate multi-level marketing scheme. Okay? Now, it's probably not like a huge amount, but I'm sure there's some people out there.
I am a man. I've been a man. I know how it feels to be a sad man and a happy man, and I found happiness through masculine achievement and strength, through working hard in the gym, through dedicating myself, through building a life worth living, through taking care of the people who I love, both male and female, through becoming financially successful, through sticking up for myself, through having opinions, through being a man of honor and courage. When I do these things, I'm ostracized, and they're attempting to destroy my life. This goes beyond a few media interviews. They are attempting to put me in jail and destroy my life because I am helping young men. They don't care about men's mental health. They have no interest at all.
Yeah, Andrew Tate cares about men's mental health. That's funny. I mean, his extent of like caring about men's mental health is basically saying, depression isn't real. You're a fucking pussy if you kill yourself.
In fact, the ideas they purport, like I've just explained, are genuine.
This entire 13-minute video is him just basically crying, I'm not owned. I'm not owned. Please do not put it in the newspaper that I was owned. Don't do it. Don't say it. Don't say that I'm stupid for having an interview with the BBC because I realize that my relevancy is waning because I've been banned from all platforms and I cannot leave my house. Please do not put it in the newspaper that I look like a fucking clown.
Genuinely damaging to the mindset of young men. On top of this, they waste everybody's time because their aha moment never works. Nobody's interested in it, and I destroy them with ease. But my hourly rate is high. It's not very fun for me to do. I just do it. It has to be done, but I don't particularly enjoy it. I allowed you into my home. I'm doing you a favor, giving you the first interview I'm giving to the public. You don't come here with a position of authority. You're not the police. I don't respect the BBC. I don't know you. You do not come here with a position of authority over me. We are equals. We are people.
This is such a funny line because, like, he's, like, losing his shit over here because he invited the BBC into his home and then thought that they were going to be, like, pleasant to him. First of all, if you thought that that was the case, why do you have your fucking lawyer present, okay, who intervened numerous times because, you know, I guess Andrew Tate, despite being the macho alpha dog, still needs a, you know, mommy to step in. Also, the idea that, like, when he says you're not the police, that's pretty funny, too, because, you know, that's not great. That part is also not great. You know, the police are. He said that to me, too. If you remember. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not the Romanian police, no, I'm not the British police, nor the Romanian one.
People, we're citizens of the world, and we sit here as equals. And I see you as my equal, and if you ask me questions, I can ask you questions back. For you to come here and sit down and pretend you're the Gestapo, and that you don't have to answer my questions, is disingenuous because I don't owe you anything.
Asking questions and you answer.
But I don't owe, no,
however you want.
This is a conversation, and I don't owe you any degree of authority over me. So let's make that clear. And that doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman or from the BBC or the CNN. I'm here to answer your questions and be honest with you and do you a favor.
Great.
And I'm doing you a favor. But you come here with loaded questions. You're trying to paint a narrative of me which is negative.
I'm asking you about things you've said that people are concerned about.
And that's fine. But you're not going to sit here and say you don't answer my questions because you're not above me. So,
like, Andrew Tate misunderstands how interviews work and gets unreasonably mad, like a woman, like a female, hysterical. It's like, bro, she asked you questions as a part of the interview with the BBC. And you got so mad that you went on a fucking tangent about, like, how you're actually doing them a favor.
in the interest of spreading good and positivity in the world, which is my #1 objective, I am making this clear to all legacy media outlets. I will no longer interact with you for free. Nobody cares that you lie about me, and nobody cares what you say. You have destroyed all of your credibility in the last 4 years of constantly lying about everything. And continuing to lie about me will only destroy your credibility further. I have an organization called Tate Pledge, which you can see. Go to CobraTate.com and click at Tate Pledge, and you will see that I dedicate $25 million a year to feeding children, both male and female, in war-torn countries. I would like to think that even the legacy media can agree that feeding children in Sudan, or Turkish children after an earthquake, or Syrian children in refugee camps is a pretty positive thing to do for the world.
I'm pretty sure they could probably track down the actual amount of money he's donated. It'd be pretty funny if someone did that. I'm not going to fucking do it. Good on him if it's 25 million. I doubt it, but who knows? Also, famously, bad people never donate a lot of money to charitable causes in an effort to whitewash their, their overall image. You know, like, for example, let's see. Harvard University said Friday that convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein donated more than $9 million to the university over the course of a decade. Roughly $16.6 million. Hold on. 18 years of financial statements show that just under $20 million flowed into the foundation since it was founded in 2000. Roughly $16.6 million was spent on donations and grants. Most of the rest paid to unspecified general administrative expenses. Like, you can do this for every millionaire and billionaire, by the way. Okay? You can do this for every single one. You could do this for Bill Gates if you don't like Bill Gates because you think he's like making you take the homosexual vaccine. Okay? You can do this to the Sacklers if you think that that's like really fucked up, that they killed hundreds of thousands of Americans with opiates. It's just, it doesn't really mean anything. It's bullshit. So, why would you compare a sex trafficking pedo to an outstanding citizen like Epstein? Yeah, exactly. They were in the same business. The only difference is, he was doing it at a much, much smaller level and couldn't do it in the global stage, so he was doing it in fucking Romania.
In my last BBC interview, she tried to spin it and say that what I'm doing is somehow negative because I'm only doing it for myself. But this is...
Are you defending Gates? No, I am not defending Bill Gates, but I'm also saying that, like, there are plenty of people who also hate Gates for, like, unreasonable reasons. Especially people in his audience would probably be like anti-vaxxer, anti-Bill Gates people. You know what I mean? So I'm channeling that towards them. I don't like Bill Gates for good reasons. Do you understand?
This is the level of delusion these people operate under.
Because some people would look at that and say, okay, so before you got money from attracting people to your website by making controversial comments, but that might have got you into trouble. And so now you're looking for a new market. You're looking for a new market of followers who are attracted by a different sort of persona.
I've always done the charity work, so that is obviously incorrect. And I have proof that I've always done the charity work, so you're wrong. Tate Pledge is funded 100% by me. This is my personal money. But I believe if the legacy media is intent on spreading hate, intent on spreading extremist ideologies, which it seems they are, not only the extremist ideology that men shouldn't work hard, but also a bunch of other ones, which I don't need to mention because most thinking people understand what the legacy media is trying to purport on not only the population, but the young children of the world. And what they are trying to push is far more damaging than me saying you should go to the gym. Therefore, I no longer have any interest with interacting with the legacy media for free because I don't want their extremist views.
Oh, no, dude. Yeah, their legacy media is devastated by this, dude. Legacy media is devastated by this. Here, if you want to know the power of legacy media, I got to show you this one more time, okay? So, remember, we thought Andrew Tate's massive, explosive popularity was and I thought this until recently, was due to simply TikTok, right? And it is true. He did blow up due to TikTok. And at his peak, at his early peak, as you can see here, August 21st to 27th, back then, he was blowing up because of TikTok. And he was like more Googled than fucking, more Googled than Joe Biden, all this shit. But his real peak came when he got fucking arrested. Do you want to know why he peaked up here? Because that's when legacy media actually covered him. Not like the random podcasts, not like the fucking TikToks, but that's when he made international news. Okay? That's the difference. But like, who Googles the BBC rather than just going to the website? I mean, I think this logs it as like going to the website as well. People use Google Chrome.
Shown to young children without doing some good for the world. My fee from this point onwards is $50,000 and a box of chocolates. That is what it is going to cost you to speak to me. If you are from the Matrix, you will give me $50,000 in advance, which will be donated to Tate Pledge, which will be used to feed children in war-torn countries. And you will also bring a box of chocolates to my gate, which I will ingest as I listen to your Matrix propaganda and destroy you. Because I deserve chocolates if I have to put up with you. I am an extremely successful man, and my time is valuable. And you're wasting.
I think he's fucking falling apart. I think he's not doing right. He's not doing good. That hair especially is just signaling to me that he's not doing well, okay? Like, my man is, I mean, he just sounds like an unhinged psycho.
Mine, yours, and everybody else's. So if you're going to come along with your extremist ideas, I would at least sleep better at night if you were feeding some poor innocent children somewhere in the world. But you have no interest in doing any good for the earth. You're only interested in spreading hate, unlike me who wants to do good things. So, post my BBC interview, I've been contacted by the New York Times, CNN, the Clinton News Network, all of them. And they're all desperate to interview me because they understand the number of views it will get. I want to try now, I want to try now. And they all want to try a different version of the same aha moment. Not understanding, because they're completely detached from reality, that it's not an aha moment and nobody cares. They're not interested, they're not smart enough to look at the board of the chessboard and say, this isn't going to work. Let's ask him questions people actually care about. They're not that smart. So if you want to waste your time and mine, that's what it's going to cost you. $50,000, I managed to procure meals at around 8.
Dude, this is so awesome. Like, even his lawyers are like, yeah, we don't engage with this whole Matrix thing. That's nonsense. Andrew Tate says he's setting up $100 million charity in his will for his falsely accused men. Prosecutors are argued they appear to have created an organized crime group in which they purpose of recruiting, hiring, housing, exploiting women. Regardless, the former kickboxer began making statements like this. The Matrix conspiracy, according to Tate, the Matrix conspiracy, according to Tate, is the systems which are being created by society that are deliberately designed to enslave. But even Tate's attorney, Eugen Vidniak, did not entertain the conspiracy theory. In a January 18th interview, Insider reported, I have serious profession, and I didn't ask my client about this Matrix story because I think it is about something on media platforms or internet platforms. Vidniak said. Like, I don't know this bullshit Matrix thing. I am just lawyer from Romania.
80 cents each, so we'll feed over 60,000 children for wasting an hour of my time, plus a box of chocolates. That is my fee from this point forward.
Bro, nobody's doing that, man. Like, I know you're trying to lick your wounds and tell your audience how fucking sick you are and how you own the BBC, even though, like, at best, even in the most charitable interpretation, your audience should probably go, dude, what the fuck were you thinking when you went to the BBC, dumbass? Like, of course they were going to be, you keep saying the fucking Matrix over and over again. And then you went and you literally gave an interview to them thinking that they were going to be positive to you because you're an idiot.
I will still speak to non-Matrix media outlets who are interested in the truth, interested in asking interesting questions that people want to hear the answers to. I will still be available to do my own podcasts and tell the truth. But as long as legacy media retain their reputation as peddlers of extremist ideology, I no longer have any interest in promoting them and making them relevant. It's better we allow them to become irrelevant, which they are doing, through their own dishonest actions. I will no longer interact with any of you for free ever again. So, to the 64 journalists who have emailed me so far since the BBC interview, do you have $50,000 in a box of chocolate?
Sounds like a loser with a manifesto. Who does this guy think he is? I don't know if he's like legitimately up his own ass so much or like solitary basically broke him. You know what I mean? I don't know. It could be either. It could be either that solitary confinement like broke his brain so much that he like legitimately believes his own bullshit now, or he just, I don't know. He's just like memeing super hard in a way that we can't even fucking understand, I guess. I don't know.
Because I'm not interested in speaking to you for any other reason. I actually think I'm being quite kind only charging 50 grand. I should charge.
Just watch XQC Take and you'll see why there's so much copium. I mean, I don't think XQC fucking likes Andrew Tate that much either. I'm sure he basically had a fucking centrist take for the most part. He probably said Andrew Tate looked bad, but the interviewer could have done better. But a lot of people are motivated in everyone's audiences to basically fucking rush to any kind of conclusion they can to defend Andrew Tate. You know what I mean? But I don't know. And I also don't care. You know what I mean? I don't care what XQC Take was.
200 grand. But I'm a nice man. And $50,000 will still feed a lot of children. I promise any legacy media outlet that pays me the fee can have an interview. And I also promise to provide full accounting and receipts to prove that that money goes directly to charity, to feeding children in war-torn countries. But I will no longer allow the Matrix propaganda machine to infect the minds of innocent children by using my relevance to achieve interviews and get views they would never normally get to spread hateful propaganda.
Okay, I'm not going to show the trending tab one more time. But the notion that like Andrew Tate is more popular than the BBC is fucking ridiculous.
If you can't afford me, you're gonna have to go back to just lying about me without speaking to me. Because God knows the truth, I know the truth, most of the world knows the truth, and I genuinely believe that Allah is the best of planners, and whatever happens to me, regardless of whether I am martyred, regardless of whether they put a bullet in my brain, I know what I have done is good for the world, and the things I will do will continue to be good for the world.
That's crazy, man. Thank you. Rot.
Get your checkbooks out.
Okay, he fucking asked about 50 grand so many times. Like, is my man doing not all right financially? It seems like he keeps saying it's for charity, but I don't know if it's for fucking charity, dog. Wrangler start going after single mothers now? What? No, we're not. I'm not doing that. Yeah. Your Honor, I may have done the sex trafficking, but probably the Matrix. And also, I donated money to children. Please pay the $50K. Fuck no, I'm not giving him fucking $50,000. What are you, crazy? You out of your fucking mind, dude? Yeah, it's not happening. There was some stuff that I wanted to, there was some other stuff that I wanted to cover. There's a new Jubilee video, apparently. Jubilee. Should men have a say? Pro versus anti-abortion teens.
You are arguing.
And this one has actually teenagers in it.
So like it's gonna be even more fucking unhinged.
For the slaughter of human beings because you're pro-choice. And I'm standing here in where
strong word.
A fetus
You
cannot.
said killing a fetus, so it's not a strong word.
It's really not. But could I just finish my statement?
I know Kai is biting the bars. I think this is gonna be yet another instance where I lose my motherfucking mind. Jubilee's did it again.
Step forward if you agree with the prompt. I have had unprotected sex.
Okay, those two have not had sex. Okay, those are the pro-lifers.
So I see we all been getting it on about that.
The first time that I had sex, I didn't have the knowledge that I should have. I think just I didn't know what Plan B was until I started having sex. That just like maybe I missed that day in class, but that was not taught in sex ed. So I didn't know what Plan B was until I started having sex.
I'm gonna take Kai out.
But now I'm a lot
I'll be back
more
in a
educated,
second.
a lot more comfortable. Like I'm on birth control, but obviously like birth control isn't always effective, isn't always accessible. So I understand like my privilege in that.
Well, the first time that I had unprotected sex was a couple months ago with my fiance. We're both adults and we were in a real period of grief because I had just had a miscarriage, I think about a month before, after we'd had protected sex.
The first time that I had unprotected sex was unprotected sex was with the person that I am currently married to. We got married straight out of high school. I was 18. It was like a week after I graduated. And we're really happy together. And we love the idea of having a child, you know. Currently pregnant right now.
Heck
Second trimester. That's, you know, so clearly I had unprotected sex to get here.
Are you going to college or do you have a job? Like how's that working?
So I mainly do activism. I try to advocate for people who are in the same position as the person inside of me right now. And I think that the value of their life is intrinsic to every fetus. So honestly, right now, I'm just chilling as an activist.
But do you make money?
Sometimes, if my followers give me some.
Sick.
Depends. When you were having unprotected sex, would you say that you would have been financially stable enough to have a child?
No.
No? Would you say you would have been emotionally ready enough to have a child?
No.
Okay. All right, then.
I think I was in kind of a similar situation to you. Not so much because I was pressured by a partner or anything like that, but because the sex ed courses that we had, like yours was lacking, were very lacking in terms of queer sexual education. And the sex I was having, I thought I didn't need any kind of protection for it because I was sleeping with people who couldn't get me pregnant.
The first time I've ever had unprotected sex, I was young enough to not know what sex even was. So I was very much manipulated and groomed by someone in my life to think that what I was doing was okay and normal. And that scared me because, you know, when I finally told my parents, it wasn't a really good conversation where they were like, of course they were shocked because that person is in our family. And they were like, that isn't real, you're just trying to get it for attention kind of thing. And then, but in a sense I knew that they believed me because we went to some dingy ass Walmart and bought a pregnancy test because they were like, if you are pregnant, you can't tell anyone that it's his. You have to say that we adopted another child and you would have to keep that baby. I did not want to have a baby at a very young age. I was not emotionally ready, I was not financially ready. I was still in school trying to think like I have a future for myself that I want to do, you know? Fortunately, I was not pregnant.
Do you think that people can't achieve bright futures when they have children?
They can achieve bright futures if they have a child. I just knew that I wouldn't have been able to achieve that future.
Well, there are like resources available, particularly for people who are student parents, for people.
I like that they just straight up say anti-abortion, by the way. Like,
That's a big mark for Jubilee. I mean, big points for Jubilee. Instead of saying like pro-life, they just straight up say anti-abortion.
Or on-campus parents who have children, babies, toddlers, children of all ages. There are also resources in terms of crisis pregnancy centers, also known as pregnancy help centers. There's thousands of them across the U.S. There's 5 crisis pregnancy centers for every Planned Parenthood. And so I think that a lot of these resources are not made known. I think that a lot of people kind of get into the situation of being pregnant and nobody's telling them about these resources, and then they think that they can't do it, and then they get an abortion that they might not have actually wanted. They felt like they had to.
Do you feel like that was your situation? Do you feel like you didn't want to have an abortion, like if it happened?
I think that because I grew up in a very conservative home, so abortion wasn't even in the picture. I wasn't even allowed to have that idea. And like thinking of it now, like, yeah, there are crisis centers, but we're also going through like baby formula shortage. Like there's not even paid parental leave. So if we're going to be able to bring a child into this world, I think we should fight for more health care that is free for women or people who can give birth. And especially since I was at a very young age, I honestly just didn't know what I would do in that situation.
For me, when I started engaging in intercourse, I started out using protection. I've been volunteering with Planned Parenthood since I was about 15. When I was a junior in high school, I've had an intense passion for reproductive rights. So I immediately, as soon as I knew that that resource was accessible to me, I put myself on birth control. But unfortunately, birth control isn't the end-all be-all. And from putting myself on several forms of birth control, I realized that the adverse effects of birth control can be very, very altering. And currently, I'm in a very long-term committed relationship with my boyfriend. And of course, when you have someone attractive, you want to have sex with them. And he's the first person I've really started participating in unprotected sex with.
All right, can the disagreeer step forward?
I've not had sex yet, and that's just because
Called it!
of my religious ethical code and moral code. I'm a Catholic. I've been raised in a Christian household, and
Fucking
I just don't
called
see that as
it,
something that's
dude.
beneficial or valuable to my life at this point. There's been times when I've questioned if I was ready. And
Also, Braden is a classic. All the HasanAbi heads know Braden is such a classic name for the next gen. Oh shit, she back at it. She's back at it again. Come on, Kaya. Good job, Kaya. Get in there. Puzzle.
question my faith, but I've always just kind of found my way back to the church and agreeing with the church's teachings. So I've never really had a desire, and I was in foster care as a child, and so I witnessed a lot of sexual violence there, and it's just been one of those things I almost feel like just subconsciously I've never really wanted. So I really don't see myself like living in a sexual relationship with another at this time of my life, just because it just isn't really what I feel like is right for me.
Sort of in the same boat. I'm Catholic as well, but I haven't had sex before. It's not just because I'm Catholic. It's like there are other reasons as to why I haven't, such as pair bonding, and I think just it helps to keep the marital act within marriage, because newsflash, sex makes babies. So I think it's just good for a child to have a mother and father, because when families are sort of separated, it causes a lot of problems for children, especially like with divorce. Now it's like surveys have shown that divorce is often worse than the death of a parent, just because it's just like, at least you know, like when the parent has passed, it's like they didn't leave you behind. So
I have two questions for you. The first one is, where did you get those surveys from?
I don't remember. I was just in passing, but
That's
I don't
fine.
really know.
The second thing I wanted to ask, you said something about sex always making babies. Well, you didn't say always. You said sex makes babies, and I would love to challenge that a little bit.
Did he say he, like, in passing, conducted surveys? Like, was he implying that he was conducting surveys himself? As in, like, he tried to sneak in information that he got through anecdotes as data? Or does he mean, like, he heard from other people about these surveys? I love hearing about surveys. They're always telling me about that. They're always telling me about surveys.
It's not the only reason for like sex, because like you have the pair bonding and sort of the emotional going on between the two people, but sort of like the telos, the primary purpose of it, sort of is for that. But there's other legitimate sort of secondary reasons.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you would say that the primary purpose of all sex is babies?
Because I wouldn't say all sex, because there's times where you can't conceive because like the woman cycles, so she's not always fertile. But I think it's just the natural order of that act is for having children.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what they were getting at is to not assume that all sex is heterosexual. So.
Yeah, that is a pretty heteronormative view. I completely validate and respect that you don't want to have sex for you. But for those of us who can't even ever, for any reason, get pregnant during sex, I think it's a little reductive to assume that that's like the reason people would do it.
I think there's also a difference between reproductive sex and non-reproductive
Yeah.
sex.
Yeah.
Like, let's be so for real. There's so many things you can do to not get pregnant and still have sex with somebody.
I'm obviously not Catholic, but I think that, but I think it's also important to remember that, you know, Catholics and people who do believe that sex should be within marriage also acknowledge that there's types of sex, like oral sex, for example, that you don't conceive children by. So I think maybe not to put words in your mouth, but maybe what Luke is referring to specifically is coitus and not other types of sex.
Yeah, because people can mean different things by sex. It's like
it's a very general term.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Ragini, the director of this episode. Please like this video if you enjoy watching it and subscribe to our channel. Now, let's get back to the video.
I have had an abortion.
Damn.
I had mine about 1.5 years ago. And I've never felt shame, never felt regret. I've never even second-guessed my choice. Surprisingly, my parents are Middle Eastern immigrants, and they were very supportive. The 9 months of pregnancy isn't considered to be a challenge in its own. It's like, oh, you know, you can give the child up for adoption. Oh, there are like resources, there are crisis pregnancy centers. But those 9 months, that's still morning sickness. That's still doctor visits. I had to go to the ER in the very short time that it took me finding out that I was pregnant to getting the actual abortion, because I thought I had an ectopic pregnancy, because that's what my gynecologist told me. There are so many things to consider. I can't go to school if I'm sick, if I'm already, you know, mental health isn't something that's secure for me. And then on the top of that, I'm gonna.
Yes, abortion is normal in the Middle East. And also, I mean, Turkey has a public healthcare system. It's nationalized. There's private elements as well. But for the record, for those of you who don't know, in Turkey, the government technically, Hasan baby. In Turkey, the government is technically paying for abortions. You know what I mean? You can get a free abortion at a government hospital. And Turkey is not exactly known as a beacon of like progressive values. After all, Erdogan recently won, and the first thing he said was that his opponents were all, you know, on the LGBT team, okay? Like that's Turkey. Japan is weirdly anti-abortion. Yeah, I think they have a good reason for that. I mean, not that there's any good reason to like rid women of bodily autonomy, but you know, look at their fucking population, dog. That's LGBT'ciler. That's how Erdogan said it. That's how Erdogan said, you know, that's how he referred to his opposition.
I'm gonna have to deal with thinking about this
LGBT.
pregnancy. Are people gonna judge me for being a teen mom?
Okay, so I had an abortion fairly recently. I had one about 2 to 3 days before my recent birthday last year in November. It was a very unexpected event. I remember having symptoms almost immediately. I was about 6 weeks, I believe, 5 weeks and 7 days. I actually did not suspect I was pregnant because I had been going through some traumatic life events that threw my cycle off. I'm my period was on average 40 days late, so I just didn't suspect anything when I was 6 days late that past cycle. And my boyfriend, who I was confiding in at the time and telling about my...
For the record, one other conversation piece that gets lost in the sauce regularly in the abortion conversation is this notion that like prehistoric societies or even like everything outside of like contemporary Western societies, select few contemporary Western societies, abortion has always been frowned upon or whatever. That is the furthest from the truth. Benjamin Franklin quite literally had home remedies, concoctions that you could fucking use in his math book, okay, to conduct at-home abortions, okay? The idea that abortion is such a normal process that it quite literally is like older than modern medicine, okay? It was perfectly normal back then. It's still perfectly fucking normal. It's just like the white evangelical Protestants do not consider it to be normal, and they are a very, very active and very important base of voters for the Republican Party. So now we all have to act like this is a real 50-50 issue.
My current bodily circumstances had a feeling beyond me, the woman in this equation who should know what's going on. He was the one that prompted me to
Yeah, Benny Franks was a bit of a fuckboy too. That's probably the reason why he was like on board with that
go
shit.
get a test because he felt that I was pregnant. And when we found out, it was a shock. I'm the type of person when in my relationships, I make very clear my positions on how I am with abortion and pregnancy and child rearing. I'm very transparent in that matter because there should be no room for error in that case, but that's because I'm fortunate enough to be educated in that manner. I'm a volunteer with Planned Parenthood, so I knew the resources available to me, and at that time, when I did conceive, it was not when I was on birth control. And so partially, I take responsibility for the circumstances that led to the conception of that pregnancy. Although I'm very grateful and I'm very appreciative that I had access to this form of healthcare, it was something that I grieved heavily. It was something that my boyfriend grieved heavily. We were not ecstatic to have done this. We were not happy that we had to make this choice. But because of our plans as individuals, as adults, and our life plan is to get married, is to complete school, and to maximize our chances of being the parents that we want to be, I felt it irresponsible to be selfish and say, well, I want a baby and I don't want to make that hard choice to terminate. But when you think of somebody else, and that would have been another individual, you have to think what's best for them if they were to be born. And I'm not in a position to where I could emotionally, financially, nor physically provide for a child. Whereas if I would do the hard thing now, later on down the line, when I improve my circumstances, I can be the mother that I want to be instead of disadvantaging myself and that person who did not ask to be put in that situation.
I commend you for coming in front of like a camera and saying that.
Yeah. My parents don't even know either.
Yeah, mine don't.
Braden and Constant are organizers for PAAU and stole 115 aborted fetuses and displayed them in a video and kept some at a white lady's house. Wait, Braden and Constance are from that fucking org? That organization is insane, dude. Wait, no shot. That's the organization that they're a part of? The one that like literally where the lady had to go to jail. The lady went to jail. That lady literally went to jail. She stole a bunch of fucking fetuses and like, they stole a bunch of fetuses and then kept them in like, wait, hold up. Yeah, those people are like the most mentally ill, just the most normal abortion, anti-abortion advocates. Hold on, let me look this up. Police say 5 fetuses found in a DC home where the anti-abortion activist is believed to live. What's the... Come on, just tell me what the fucking goddamn organization is.
PAAU organized to destroy pro-abortion arguments. Fucking 31 likes. It doesn't even matter that these guys don't have a poppin'. No, they don't. They just get fucking heavily funded, even if they're not popping. Where is it? Oh my god! Oh my god! It is that progressive anti-abortion uprising. Jubilee, what the fuck are you guys doing, man? That's insane. Jubilee put in front of people who have had abortions and just like normal fucking teenagers, in front of them, they put two anti-abortion activists that work for an organization who had someone in their leadership committee get arrested for stealing fetuses. Wait, the tweet says 3? Our organizer, Ayala, Braden, and Constance were invited by Jubilee Media. 3! 3 of them are PAAU.
I don't either. I need to figure out a way to tell them.
Yeah.
I'm just going to block Jubilee from their YouTube.
Oh, it wasn't 15 fetuses, sorry. The abortion group took 115 fetuses from a medical waste truck, but the police only found 5 of those fetuses in this house. That's crazy. I get it. Like, it's probably not that easy to find like normal anti-abortion advocates that aren't like activists for some fucking psychotic freak operation, especially when they're like teenagers. But like, goddamn, dude, 3 out of 4 were literally fucking cursed side quests. Yeah, yo, this is literally a Witcher side quest, dude. That's what they were doing.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you for sharing those experiences with us, because I could hear in your voice, even though I couldn't see your face. It's difficult to share. And I'm so sorry that you had that period of grief and those experiences.
Thank you.
I've miscarried twice. And taking the abortion pill, I know, though it is a different process, it's not dissimilar in the function of it to
You can't be rocking a fucking Star of David and be anti-abortion. Like, that shit doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Wait, they called it a rescue? Breaking this morning, PAAU Director of Activism Lauren Handy was arrested and is currently being detained by the FBI in connection with a rescue from 2 years ago in Washington, D.C. We are expecting her to be charged and released by this afternoon. We'll keep you updated. They called stealing 115 fetuses from a medical waste truck as a rescue operation. What the fuck is being rescued? Dude, I'm sorry. These people all need to go to fucking jail, okay? They all need to go to jail. Also, progressive grassroots activists. Wait, they have the LGBT. Wait, what? Equality. Black Lives Matter, trans rights, uprising, pro-life, protect the unborn, justice, direct action. Bro, what is going on, dude? They are a progressive grassroots activist, anti-abortion activist. Wait, what?
I've had
Content warning, murder victims, they are not, no. They are not opening up boxes of fucking medical waste.
Bro, that is the most unholy unboxing I have ever seen, okay? Dude, these people have fucking actual brain worms, dude. What the fuck is going on? That is some real freak shit, dog. That is actually fucking insane. That is insane. It's pretty funny that they're progressive anti-abortion activists. Dude, holy fuck. 3 clicks and we found out that this Jubilee video is like tainted.
A miscarriage. But you did say something that I thought was interesting. You said you think it's selfish to bring a child into a situation where
Like 3 of these people stole. I wonder if they actually played a role. Like 3 of these people were in an organization that stole medical waste and then unboxed the fetuses, dude. Yo, I see a lot of fucked up shit. Some would say professionally, I'm a watcher of fucked up shit, right? And this kind of takes the cake. Like this might be one of the most insane things I've encountered in a Jubilee video. It's also wild because Braden used to be a HasanAbi head. No, he wasn't. Shut the fuck up. He was a fucking leftist, bro. Wait, no shot. I mean, he's not the weirdest. I'm not gonna lie, he's not the weirdest person that has like been a downtrodden fan. You know what I mean? Fan to fucking enemy. I fucking cultivate them here. Okay. Here. Leftist, Catholic, vegan, pro-life. That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that like he's a HasanAbi head. Don't put this shit on me, okay? Look. He never sent me a box of fetuses, okay, in my P.O. box unboxing. Clearly he's not a HasanAbi head. Okay. But to be fair, oh my God, I almost fucking showed you the unboxed fetuses. To be fair. Like I said, there's way more famous and way worse HasanAbi head to like grifter Andes out there that we don't even mention. Okay. Like I myself and Felix have basically, Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House, have basically cultivated, like we are responsible for like a big chunk of like the fucking gross weirdos online that wanted attention from us, and then we didn't give them enough of the attention. Felix way more on Twitter. But I have more quality, I would say. Quality in the grifter space. He has more quantity in Twitter. He owns the Twitter part. But I have a lot of dudes who were big fans in here who became like the most unhinged motherfuckers. Hoscourt has also created villain grifters. Yes, that too. Mostly because at the top of the hour, I serve a 3-minute ad break. So I can't even fucking blame them. Because at the top of the hour, a 3-minute ad break hits them in the fucking face and they're like, oh, I'm dropping everything. Your creatures are more successful. That's why, yeah, that's what I mean. Felix's reply guys have become like, well, they've become podcasters, but that area is so, you know, that there's too many of them to like pay attention to. But my reply guys have basically turned into like, you know, video grifters. Yeah, that market is saturated. Like, I'm talking top of the hour danky spamming motherfuckers who like have turned into Fox News pundits. So they all became like YouTubers and streamers and shit, which is even worse. Anyway, but yeah, like I said, who could blame them? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5, or you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Let's continue.
Where you know that maybe you're not economically stable or you're not maybe in the best emotional state to have a child. And my mother has 5 children. And when I was born, my father was leaving. He was abusive. And we were on food stamps. She was in college. She was waiting tables and sweeping under chairs when she was.
Yes, it's the first story I covered. Go back in the VOD. I covered the Cornel West thing. Also, what I just said about like all of the fucking HasanAbi head turned like grifters, also relevant to the Cornel West story. Not saying Cornel West is one of them, of course. Cornel West is a legend, but you know, who he's aligned himself with are some of those people I was just talking about. Okay?
Was in labor with me. So I want to sympathize with that and say I know exactly that kind of economic struggle, that emotional struggle that a lot of women are in. But I don't think it's fair to say that people who are in poverty or people who might have mental health or emotional issues are selfish for bringing children into those situations. Because I think that you can still have and love a child in those situations. And I don't think that having children is something that we should reserve for the wealthy, for the people who don't have mental health issues. I don't think it's selfish for people who are not in those positions of privilege to have children.
For the rich, for the white, for those who are in a position.
What the fuck? Like, this makes no fucking sense. Like, what they're saying makes no fucking sense whatsoever. Okay? Like, so the alternative is what? Forcing poor women who are in no situation to carry pregnancies to term, who might not even fucking survive it, by the way, like forcing them to carry pregnancies to term. Really? That seems like a great idea. Yeah, let's do that.
I just want to quickly respond to you, and there's a reason why I included that in my personal statement. It's because that's a personal belief that I ascribe to myself. I don't think generally that it is selfish to bring children into your circumstances. I retract myself from in putting my personal beliefs onto other people's experiences. I only speak from how I feel, because I'm the king of my own fate. And in the same way that your mother chose to have 5 children, I chose not to. But I don't want to ever take that away from anybody. I think if you feel like you have the means and you have the willpower to be a mother, to be a father, you do that. But that doesn't give you the right to determine for other people that they should also do the same.
Well, I think that's kind of ironic, personally, because I feel like that's exactly the point of the question. It's whenever a person decides to have an abortion, whenever a doctor decides to perform an abortion, whenever a medical professional prescribes an abortion pill, they are making a choice for that child and pushing that onto the unborn person. Then they are saying that the unborn person, you don't deserve to live. You don't have the right to live. You are not rich enough to live. You are not.
Yeah, I really don't care about anything they say now that I know that those hands might have touched like fetuses, like medical waste.
It's just like kind of wild that they are able to like sneak in such progressive language when like they're literally doing fetus unboxing. It's like kind of something you shouldn't be able to turn around from. You know what I mean? Like, no, you're just like the most mentally ill person in most rooms, okay? Like, you could have a room full of some of the biggest psychopaths, and they'd be like, what? You fucking intercepted a medical waste truck to unbox a bunch of fucking fetuses? Like you touched that? Yeah, that's, honestly, that's a bridge too far for me. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Someone said Logan Paul in the chat, and actually, like, they make Logan Paul look sane. They make most unhinged YouTubers look normal. That's how fucking insane they are. That's wild. Actually.
Not privileged enough to live. You are not white enough to live.
What about the woman though? Like that like I've had this conversation with so many pro-life people, and it's always, oh, the fetus, the embryo, this unborn life. And I'm like, what about me? But I was actually going through it. You can have all these
That's a great question, actually. Yeah, what about my autonomy? I'm an alive and well human being.
hypotheticals about you're pushing this onto the unborn life. First of all, they never existed. They are not aware of their existence. It's not a hypothetical about what they could have become or you know, you're not giving them the right to life. They never existed.
First of all, they existed scientifically. Scientifically, an unborn.
This is okay. So here's the other thing. Like, never forget when an abortion activist is talking about science, there is no basis for their position in science. It's either philosophical mumbo jumbo about like what point life begins, okay? Which is, again, a matter up for debate. It's not like an established thing at all. Or, in the overwhelming majority of cases, it's just about your religious perspective. That's it, okay? They can try and science their way out of this conversation, but ultimately, it has nothing to do with science and everything to do with religion. They say science, like Ben Shapiro loves using that argument all the fucking time, because they recognize that if they keep talking about it from a religious perspective, it's not a very popular way to argue your point. They realized this recently, okay? They realized this in recent years. Back in the day, they didn't say science at all. They just said, "Oh no, it's just fucking, you know, it's Christianity. You're ridiculous. This is a life. God said life begins at conception." Okay? That is the underpinning of this argument. That is where the argument comes from. Life begins at conception. God said so. It's not science, it's religion. But now they've been able to mask it because of, you know, medical technology improving, and because of like because you can figure out the gender of the baby at an earlier age, like the gender of the fetus, because you can fucking because of ultrasound technology and whatnot, they can justify it and they can lie to you and say it's science. Not bullshit. Never let them say it's science. Okay?
Fetus matches all of the qualifications that NASA has for a living individual organism. Secondly, I'd like to say, what right does anybody have to mitigate the outcomes of their own mistakes by oppressing another?
I wonder what NASA's perspective on abortions is. The fuck do you mean, NASA? She said living organism, bro. That's psychotic. That is psychotic. Okay, so does an ant. An ant also qualifies for a living organism. So does that fucking thing that's in space. What is it, like an amoeba? Okay? How many of those would you kill in one fucking day without even thinking about it? The tardigrade, right? The tardigrade. You're trying to justify this by literally
like expanding on the definition of life to such a fucking degree. Like trees fit the definition of life. Yeast fits the definition of life, and you eat it. Hand sanitizer, I don't fuck with that, is genocide.
Other human being inside of them by using unjust violence and excessive force against a peaceful being inside of them.
What about rape or incest?
I got pregnant from rape. 4 years ago, I got pregnant from rape.
What the
I was raped
fuck?
for years of my life. I have physical symptoms of that. I have reproductive issues as a result of that. But I think it's important to say that babies like my daughter Rachel, as I talked about before, and babies like my daughter Mira, who I got pregnant with consensually, are the same. They're DNA-wise.
No one said they're not, but like, what the fuck? Yo, she said, I had a child of rape, so you should too. What the fuck? Yo, that's crazy. I have no, listen, I am not even remotely interested in someone's like personal trauma if they are using that trauma as a weapon that they're wielding at that point, okay? If you are using your own personal trauma to force others into traumatic circumstances, you're a piece of shit. I don't give a fuck about your trauma, okay? That's absolutely insane. Also, by the way, remember, yet another instance where like you have Jubilee that set up a conversation between 4 normal fucking teenagers. Maybe one of them is an activist. I don't know. Okay. Against 3 people that work for an organization, that get talking points from that organization, that literally have unboxed fetuses. An organization whose like leadership committee member is facing prison time for unboxing fetuses. Fetus unboxing. That's crazy, man. You should probably put that in the video. Like, that's insane to me.
There is nothing different in the DNA, the human DNA, between a baby who's conceived in rape and a baby who's conceived consensually.
So you're telling rape women that they should be having their children? Are you going to make that decision for women that are raped just because your experience, you think that it ended up being a good idea for you to have these children? Are you then going to stand here and say that all raped women should have their children?
Are you going to stand here and say that children who are conceived in rape are somehow different than children who are conceived consensually?
No, because I don't see a difference.
Then why are you bringing it up?
I would also say that abortion is not evidence-based.
Why are you bringing it up? Because in her argument, which is the valid one, it's not about like the potential for life or the DNA or whatever. It's about the autonomy of the carrier. That's why she's bringing it up. You know one of them are going to complain about you on Twitter. I don't give a fuck, dude. They always do. There's nothing you can do about that. And then they'll do the whole, like, I'm a fucking neurodivergent minor. How dare you come after me, sweetie? Bullshit. You know what I mean? It's always like that.
Care for rape victims. There's no research that shows that the outcomes of rape victims getting an abortion is better than those who do not. So
I feel sad about this one, Braden. He just seems like a normal person. Like, he doesn't seem as unhinged. Maybe he hasn't like talked that much. That's why. Like, the 2 dudes have been surprisingly quiet throughout this entire process. She's a demon. Okay, straight up. She is like very much invested. Just wait. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Yeah.
So
I know he's a part of the group. I know he's a part of the fucking fetus stealing group. I know. Fetus stealing coalition, which immediately is like fucked vibes. He just seems, he doesn't seem to be as bad.
we want to go purely based off of medical science and evidence-based care.
No.
Yeah, I will push back that we do have statistical evidence that shows that women who have
I think it's
okay, I keep pausing this, but like, I think it's kind of funny that like these conservative groups have basically picked up like the most annoying aspects of liberalism, which is just like weaponizing identity politics in areas where like it doesn't even make sense. Like leftists and liberals do this all the fucking time. Radlibs love doing that shit. Everybody thinks it's annoying. And I don't really know why these fucking weird conservative freaks have decided like, no, that's actually great. We should be fucking as annoying as we possibly can while also simultaneously like hit it from a right-wing angle. It's the worst part of being a liberal. It's the worst part of being a leftist. It's the worst part of like being ostensibly on the left, okay? That like you are constantly fucking getting woke scolded by a bunch of narcissistic dipshits who mask their narcissistic desires to be centered in every fucking conversation with like, you know, empathetic academic language. It's very weird that they think this is a successful strategy when it is absolutely not. But of course, it's because everyone's a liberal, as I always say.
Have access to abortion, and in societies where abortion is accessible, there is an overwhelming decrease in the amount of abortions obtained, and there's also an increase in the economic, emotional, and physical advancements of the people who have access to that care. And I will acknowledge, because I do think that what was inside of me, what was inside of you, what was inside of you, I personally believe it is a life. It is. I mean, I held mine in my hands, but to equate that to me, an already birthed human being, this thing, I have a photo of it in my phone. I was going to bring my ultrasound as well, but I thought that would be triggering for some people. But what I possessed in my hands when I took it out of my pants, when I expelled it from my body, I think it is ludicrous to equate that to me. There was no head, there was no arms, there was no legs, there was nothing there.
How far along were you?
I was 5 weeks and 7 days.
You were 5 weeks and 7 days?
Yes.
Yo, she's about to say some fucked up shit, dude. I can tell. I can already sense it. My spidey senses are tingling. She's about to be like, did you know that they can listen to classical music? I'm going to lose my fucking mind if she says some bullshit like that. Oh, God, please don't fucking do it. Oh, brother. Okay, so before 6 weeks is literally like this, okay? It's like a gummy bear, but a gummy bear has like discernible features, but the fetus does not, for the record. It's like, I mean, I sometimes end up trivializing it a little bit, and I do that deliberately, but it is basically like, for those of you who don't know, the abortion process, which for the record is like more than 80% of abortions occur in the first trimester. In the first trimester, it is a process that is oftentimes as uncomplicated as as taking a pill, okay, and then expelling the fetus out. Like you're just pissing the baby out, okay? It's like a heavy period. It can literally happen to people. It can literally happen to people without them even realizing it. Like sometimes you might not even know that you were with child, and then you literally have like a super heavy flow period, and you're like, and it hurts, and you're like, what the fuck's going on? And 93%. I thought it was 80. What the? Oh fuck, I was wrong. I haven't talked about this in a long time. But yeah, you can sometimes literally have a non-medically induced abortion or a miscarriage, okay? Damage control, you got to stop, Chief? What do you mean? Why? I dropped a clot earlier this year that I figure would have had rights in Texas or something. Yeah. I've also made this argument a lot as well. Conservatives love fucking yelling about this, but I have made this argument before, like in a fucking fire in the pregnancy ward, in the maternal ward or whatever, if you have the capacity to save 20 fertilized eggs or one birthed baby, you would save the baby that was, that was alive and not the 20 fertilized eggs. Technically, though, the 20 fertilized eggs are supposed to be fucking 20 lives. You know what I mean? You wouldn't do that, though. You just wouldn't. If that was the case, then the greatest genocide of all time would be happening in vitro fertilization, okay? Do you know how many fucking fertilized eggs don't make it in vitro fertilization? Oh my fucking God. That is like way more than the number of abortions, okay? Like we're talking millions are being butchered, but nobody fucking cares about it like that. Okay? Nobody fucking cares about it like that. Nobody talks about it like that. Some of the freaks actually will also say that they're anti-in vitro fertilization. Okay? I know. It just depends on like how far down the freak pipeline you are. But ultimately, we're talking about like normal people. If you're making an argument, you can just explain that.
And I had the privilege.
Do you know that at 5 weeks a baby has a heartbeat?
It does not.
Ah, she did it! I paused for the longest time because I did not want to hear what she had to say. And boy, did she go there.
First of all,
That does not.
It has a two-chambered heart.
No, heart cells
Does
can
not.
beat in a petri dish if you remove it. Heart cells, it's electrical impulses, but I mean, when we
spinning.
talk about life, and this is my personal opinion, I don't think when you draw the conclusion of what is life, I don't think that is a legal question. I think that is a moral and philosophical argument. And when you try and establish what is life, I mean, there are plenty of instances where we acknowledge that there is life, and yet we make decisions for them. When people are brain dead, we acknowledge that there is life there, and yet they are dead. I feel like when you try and say, well, this is life, so therefore it is deserving of rights, we extend more rights to someone who is hooked up to a machine, keeping them breathing without any conscious experience, and we extend to them more humanity than a woman and her body. And my argument is simply bodily autonomy. I think in no circumstance shall we force somebody, should the state, I should say, should the government compel somebody to use their body against their will, even if they are personally responsible for the individual. It's the reason why, even if you have a child and that child needs you for bone marrow or blood transfusions, the state cannot compel you and hook you up to a machine against your will to force you to keep that individual alive. And I think and when we live in a democracy and we prioritize human rights, you have to put bodily autonomy above and preserve it regardless, even if you are a drunk driver and your irresponsible, illegal actions led to the harm of another person. The state cannot put you in a position where your body must be used as a resource against your will. I think it is a violation.
Okay,
And
firstly,
what you would like to
firstly,
do-
I asked you about evidence-based care involving rape victims.
Okay.
Not economic outcomes after a random
I wasn't
person keeps a
arguing off the
pregnancy.
rape.
Well, yeah, well, as I said, you said, yes, we do have statistics, and then you brought statistics that had nothing to do with what I said. I would also like to say that the whole bodily autonomy argument, it doesn't hold up. Pregnancy is ordinary and healthy care 99% of the time.
Wait, first of all, that's literally an insane fucking take. In America, pregnancy is absolutely a deadly endeavor. Okay? As a matter of fact, for black women, especially so. Okay? It is the most deadly nation out of all of the OECD nations. The United States of America, for all women, okay, but especially for black women, but for all women, is the most deadly nation for pregnancy. Okay? So that's fucking insane. To just like lock someone by force into this deadly endeavor is crazy. Okay? You know what's actually ordinary and healthy care? Abortions. Okay? A medically induced miscarriage is quite literally the peak of like a health procedure that is between a doctor, a healthcare professional that is knowledgeable, and the person, the carrier. Okay? That is significantly healthier than forcing someone into to carry a pregnancy to term. Straight up.
Yeah, we have not comparable to hooking you up to a random person. Your offspring is your child. They are genetically and emotionally related to you from the moment they are inside of you. My baby is literally grimacing right now inside of me. They can make squint faces. So it's not even comparable to...
Yeah, your baby's fucking cringing because your baby's mom is a fucking freak, dude. That's why the baby's fucking grimacing right now inside of you, because they're like, dude, what the fuck? What kind of unethical, speaking of philosophy, antinatalism is a philosophical perspective that will probably not get mentioned here. But, you know, your baby's probably like, bro, I am not consenting to being born to this fucking awful world, okay? Imagine being the kid that has to watch your own mom say this shit about you. I want to quote that bike Karen video so bad that baby's going to come out what?
Relationship between a child and the relationship between a rando, but you do not get to mitigate the outcome.
Yeah, Constance definitely touched a bunch of fetuses, bro. Constance got that. She's got that. I was the one who was infiltrating who was intercepting the fucking medical waste trucks energy. Okay, stop. You are gonna get canceled for what, dude? This freak on the left. Okay, literally, once again, this freak on the left works for an organization that straight up did baby unboxing. Okay, like medical waste fetus unboxings. Dead baby unboxings, okay? From their perspective, those are dead babies. Not my perspective. Her own perspective was, these are dead babies, hundreds of them. And then they had a funeral for some of them, and then some of them they kept in the executive's house, who is currently under criminal investigation. She's like, you know, she's going to go to jail.
Of your choices by violently ending the life of another human being that you are responsible for bringing into dependency on.
Even if I invited someone into my own home, a friend, a family member, I have the means, if I choose, if I tell them I do not want you there, by my own choices, I allowed that person into my home, into my space, into my domain.
The libertarian
and then I change
argument.
my mind and I rescind my consent. We have the ability.
Yep, the non-aggression principle, libertarian argument for, for being pro-abortion.
It's called self-defense. And I'm nowhere near arguing that pregnancy, let me clarify now before you jump to conclusions about what I'm saying. We have no issue with, and again, I'm not saying that pregnancy is the same as self-defense, but in those arguments, even when you put yourself and you put another person to a state of dependency, when you invite them into your home, you have the means to remove them. And I think when it comes to your...
Yeah, you fucking scream maritime admiralty law as you punch your fucking belly over and over again, and then take a tumble down the stairs. And then that's how libertarians do it.
Body, and I'm just arguing in terms of the state. There's a lot of things that I disagree with in terms of like people smoking cigarettes, because we have evidence that shows secondhand smoke kills. You can kill somebody from the means of you having an addiction to cigarettes. But
for the record, we haven't even reached, she's done such a good job of like addressing all of the very immediate like counters, and we haven't even gotten to like the actual legislative problem, which is like what happens when you do criminalize abortions and how you are supposed to make sure that like you can ensure that people, once it's criminalized, are no longer getting back alley abortions. Okay? Because that opens up an entirely different can of worms, some of which is happening right now. It's unfolding in places like Iowa, Ohio, and the like, where doctors are like afraid to even do, to even conduct medically induced miscarriages on people with ectopic pregnancies and things like that, where the fetus is a genuine danger, presents a genuine danger to the carrier. So, you know, we haven't even gotten to that part. And then there's also the regulation aspect, which is like, how do you regulate endangering? If you consider your fetus to be a full-blown human being, how do you regulate like a pregnant lady, for example, you know, carrying something heavy? You know what I mean? You can get a miscarriage that way. So what are we going to do? Are we going to fucking call on our neighbors who are like, if you have a pregnant lady like mowing the fucking lawn next door, you call the cops, they come over, they arrest her, and then they what, like forcibly make her live out the end of her pregnancy in a jail cell? Is that what we're gonna do? How else? What are we gonna do? How do we figure out if someone's actually pregnant and they're like, are we gonna track their abortions? Oh wait, they're already doing that. They already are doing that. Like, police in certain instances have actually subpoenaed, those pregnancy apps that, or not pregnancy apps, the menstruation apps, the period tracking apps. Every miscarriage is now going to be an investigation. Should we be using our resources this way?
Should we punish that person for the choice that they made simply because they?
Can I ask something? What about the child inside of you?
There was what I passed in my hands was not a child, and I think it is very disingenuous to say what I held in my hand is the you, is any of you. It just wasn't.
What was it then?
An embryo. It's like a clump of
What's an embryo? What is an embryo?
It's a clump of
Bro, it has the potential to be life. It doesn't mean it is life. And that potential could be stopped at any given moment by the carrier. That's the entire point of why abortion should be legal, okay? Like, that's it. There is no fucking life without the carrier consenting to it. And if the carrier doesn't consent to it, and newsflash, that's precisely the reason why making abortions illegal doesn't actually stop abortions. It just makes them, back alley abortions, which are very dangerous to the carrier, with plenty of other complications. That's the entire point. That's the entire reason why abortion should be legal. Okay?
of cells.
Well, an embryo is just a term
It's an
for
organized
the
body.
stage of
It's
a
not
certain
the
stage of
same. So when we
development
talk about
in the process of entire human life.
Right, I agree.
So it is still a human
it's a
being.
human life, so you
it's
just
But
agree.
is the egg on?
Fucking owned. Look at this semantics. Like, oh, well, yeah, dude. When I'm aborting from a mission, I'm also ending a life, technically. Like, that's, like, you can use, semantics is such a stupid way to, like, have this conversation. It's like you use abortion, like, you can say abort in different settings. It doesn't immediately mean you are ending, like, a human life.
Fertilize?
Yeah, it is so childish. It's so fucking dumb, especially when you're, like, especially when you're talking about, like something so severe with, like, such severe real human consequences.
Is that a human being?
No, because fertilization.
Hold on. One at a time. I want to hear what you guys have to say.
So an egg is distinct from an embryo because an embryo is a genetically distinct whole organism. It's not merely just a part like skin cells, egg, sperm. Because we can tell that because if you were to apply the net test, so like any amount of nutrition, any environment, or any amount of time, like an embryo will develop into a mature member of its species, but sperm...
No, it won't. And this one didn't. Hold the L, embryo. She should have held it and been like, hold this fucking L, embryo. Okay? You just got aborted. Like, no, it didn't. Hey, guess what? It fucking didn't, okay? That's it. That's the point.
Sperm, eggs, skin cells, tumors, they're not going to develop into a
Right.
whole organism, so it's not the same thing.
Oh, yeah, of course. I do. I absolutely agree. I think an embryo is a stage of development, but I don't think you afford that stage of development the same human rights that you would a full-grown human being.
And why is that?
It's the reason why we make a distinction between children and adults. A child can develop into an adult. Do we automatically ascribe them, you can drink, you can vote? Well, they are not that yet. And why make that distinction but then say
How does that give us the authority to kill the child?
I'm not saying give you the authority to kill a child, but I think if that the argument that I'm making is I feel like there is a fundamental difference between something being attached to you, reliant on your resources, and something being dependent on you for other types of resources beyond your physical body. It's the reason why I'm making a reference to blood transfusions and organ donations, because that is directly attributing what your body needs to survive to give to somebody else to help them live, as opposed to a child that is already born that simply needs your labor and financial resources to keep them alive and support their already existence and living on their own.
But when we're talking about the value of human life, I don't think it's at all fair to say that an unborn child is worth more than their mother or who would be their mother. I don't think it's fair to say that the mother's needs and her state of life or their state of life don't matter in that situation, because they do. And it's not this like killing a fetus for fun. Nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to be in that situation or to have an abortion. But like, you can't just act like we always should be prioritizing this, what isn't even a child yet.
But none of us are saying we're prioritizing the child over the mother. We're saying,
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
saying-
What happens during pregnancy?
What happens during pregnancy? The mother is trying to think of the word.
Succumbing?
Gestating.
Succumbing.
The mother is giving life to the fetus. The mother is supporting the fetus's life as it grows. And so what we're saying is that the child and the mother should be equally supported through the pregnancy.
Are they? No.
We're not saying that they are.
We're saying that they are.
So supporting the financial needs of a mother is a need that can be handled through nonviolent means, whereas you guys are advocating for violent means to end the life
It's
of
not
a person.
violent. No, it's not violent.
Yeah, it is violent to rip, suction, starve. It is violent to take limbs off of people.
I had a
It is
pill.
violent to induce a heart attack. Yeah, and
It
you
was a
starved.
pill.
You starved your embryo. That's what happened. That's how the pill works.
You probably do that in labs somewhere. That's how you
I do that
But
in germ cells.
but it's a human being. I feel like we keep getting away from the fact
It's not,
that
though.
but
There's nothing to
science
get away
states
from. It
that life begins at conception. It's a human embryo.
Science does not say that. The Bible says that.
No,
Science
no.
does
I have
not
a
say
question.
that.
Oh, yeah, there you go. They did it. They did it. Science says life begins at conception. No, it doesn't. No, it don't. Shut the fuck up. There you go. Shove those fucking bullshit words back in Braden's dumbass, virgin-ass mouth, okay? Sorry, Braden. Can't do that, Braden. Considering that Kaya can't complete this level 4 puzzle, I purchased him another level 2 puzzle so she can feel like a brave, beautiful, and brilliant girl.
For you really quick. I have
Let's move on to the next prompt because it feels like the conversation is not going anywhere.
I did have a
Don't
question.
get a bunch of pro-choicers and pro-lifers together.
I'd rather abort a child than put them through the foster care system.
And this is, like, I didn't consider this until I myself was put into that situation where it's not just get pregnant, put the kid in the foster system. It's that, again, like I said, 9 months of pregnancy. And I would not go through those 9 months of pregnancy, even though if I had the option of giving my kid up to the foster care system, like, you have to still go through those 9 months of pregnancy. It's not just, you can just drop it off.
So I feel like first, before we get into this conversation, we need to establish how foster care works. As someone who is in the system, I understand how the system works. As someone whose parents were foster parents, I understand the system is not something you can willingly just register your child for, not like the adoption system. Foster care is a system of the government to protect children who are in unsafe environments, that they see the child as being in an unsafe environment. My mother was a drug addict. We were living in government housing. We were homeless multiple times. My mother was severely addicted to alcohol, just not at a time in her place where she could really have a family, but she did have a family. And so my grandmother came and watched us. And my grandmother, over time, just really was convicted, because she was a devout Christian woman, of the reality that this is no environment for a child to grow up in, and she wanted to do something, if anything, to help us have a better life. And she knew financially she could not take us in, but she wanted to do something. So she called CPS, and CPS came and took me and my siblings away. Now, did I have the best experience of foster care? Absolutely not. I still live today with bruises and sores on my body from foster care. And I was in there up until I was 19 months old. I was a baby, but it still affects me to this day. And I really struggle when I hear people say that, like, a child in foster care is somehow less valuable because of the way that the government treats children in foster care, because I just don't think that's a correct opinion to have. To treat a child as less valuable is dehumanizing, and I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm 1,000% against dehumanization of any human being whatsoever.
I don't think anyone is saying that foster care kids are less valuable, though. Like,
Bro,
didn't mean that.
why are they're like, bro, is this like a Christian thing where you're just like arguing with demons? Demons that you made up in your own mind? Like, no one has ever said that. Like, you can't come up with a fucking good argument, so you just make one the fuck up. You know what I mean? Incredible strategy. All right, we're going to do a level 2. I have a 3-story contraption here, and I've filled it up. A level 2 has added obstacles that require your dog to combine actions to reach their reward. A level 3 challenges your dogs to learn sequential steps to find their treat using more complex mechanisms. And level 4 requires a complete series of steps in the correct order for them to earn their treat. Unfortunately, we now know that Kaya is too fucking stupid for level 4. Let's be real. She gave up. She gave the fuck up. This is it. She did. Don't act like she didn't. She gave the fuck up. Games begin. All this abortion video continues. Getting the barrier off without thumbs is hard. She can figure it out. Let's get back to the video.
Did you? No, nobody's saying that. I just wanted to make that clear. Do you have a uterus?
I do not have a uterus.
You do not have a uterus. So I'm not saying that your opinion is invalid or that you should not be included in this discussion, but I'm saying that that's important to keep in mind, is that you could never be in this position of having to decide whether you in your body want to keep and raise a child from your body.
You are arguing for the slaughter of human beings because you're pro-choice. And I'm standing here in where a fetus cannot.
It's killing a fetus, so it's not a strong word.
It's really not. But could I just finish my statement? We're standing here in defense of the children because they do not get that voice, because they do not have that voice. Because
ain't no way she's given up already. That's insane. Oh, hold this fucking L, Kaya. Come on now. She cracked through a level 2 puzzle so easy last time. What's happening here?
Because they are in the womb.
So then are you going to adopt it? I'm assuming you will, right?
That's not an argument you can make because I am currently not in the financial place to adopt.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a choice that I could make to become a foster parent. The issue is that becoming a foster parent is something that you register with the state. It's not as easy as just saying like, well, you can just one day become a foster parent. It is a long, tedious process. It's expensive. There's tons of things that go into it.
Yeah. I would also say
thousands of dollars. You guys had something to say as well.
We're talking about who should have a voice in this discussion, but it's like the unborn don't have a voice. They're not yet able to like have a voice, but they are still human beings with dignity, and we ought to respect that. So I think it's like, I think we really need to sort of figure out, it's like, what are we talking about here? Because if abortion doesn't kill human beings, then no justification is necessary. However, if it does kill human beings, no justification is adequate.
I always say that if murder was happening at the rate that abortions happen at, it would be Armageddon. Like, it is just absolute. Women, I think it's like a quarter of women will have an abortion in their lifetime. If that was happening, if an eighth of the population was being murdered, then it would be the purge.
Why do you think we're so distraught, though?
It doesn't affect you, though. Like,
but it doesn't affect us.
It doesn't. If I hadn't told you, you wouldn't know.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice
everywhere.
But why is every single person, even if they are not under my jurisdiction, the oppression of that person is my business, and that's what it is.
I respect that approach.
This is, to us, it sort of sounds like if we're saying it's like if you don't want an abortion, sort of just don't have one. Yeah. But we hear it sort of in the same way. It's like, if you don't like slavery, don't have a slave. We sort of hear it sort of in the same ways because it's involving like it's sort of the destruction of the dignity of a human person. Like abortion and slavery violate the dignity of a human person.
So you're comparing abortion?
I actually agree with that. I actually agree with that, and I think that ties in nicely to this whole systems and foster care argument, because people argued vehemently at the time in which we were about to end slavery that we should not end slavery because we don't have the systems. We don't have the systems ready for all of the slaves that will now be free. There's no jobs out there for them. They don't have any land. Oh, we need to keep them as slaves until we have the right system. No, you don't get to degrade the dignity of another human being until you're ready for them to be here.
And Black people are still suffering today.
Until you are ready for them to live dignified lives. That's unjust.
I want to touch on the prompt about the foster care system, and I just wanted to emphasize that for me, I didn't take into consideration the foster care. I don't feel like anybody is less than. I don't think that you're less than. I think me and you are entitled to the same rights. Of course, just personally, when I made my decision, it wasn't a matter of I don't want my child to go to the foster care or be adopted out. That wasn't the question. What I took into consideration, what my boyfriend and I decided together was we did not want to put me through the physical constraints of pregnancy without him, because my boyfriend, he is a very traditional Christian, and I'm no longer religious. I grew up in the Catholic Church, and I'm not religious anymore, but I respect his views, and he carries a lot of views that you have, but because of his consideration to me and his approach to the family structure, he knew that he was not in a position to take care of me in that vulnerable time. In the weeks that I was pregnant, it was extremely hard for me. It was mentally and physically draining. The changes that were going on, it was to the point where I could not participate in the daily activities that one does, go to work, feed themselves, get out of bed. It was very psychologically difficult in that short period of time. And we knew at that point that it was going to be a very demanding and laborious pregnancy had I gone through with it. But because of how he feels and his responsibility and his duties that he places on himself as a man, he wanted to make sure that that experience of pregnancy, and when we do decide to have a child, I'm in a point where I can be cared for appropriately. Just the way I waited out, and again, it wasn't because this aversion to the foster care. In fact, I feel like we should better resources for those children because they have every right to be here. I'm more so focused on whether or not, again, should the government enforce and place themselves in such a personal matter when
Chat, I heard the abortion slavery comparison. The reason why I did not react to it was not only because I was educating my daughter, Kaya, on how to unlock this demon contraption, but also because I've heard it so many times. Oh, we didn't have any of the resources to end slavery, but we did it anyway. Like, yeah, it's not shocking to me. Guess what? You want to know another conversation piece that these freaks love fucking using? The Holocaust. Like, you can tell how absolutely insane an anti-abortion freak is by what comparisons they're making. They make comparisons to the Holocaust all the time. They'll literally say, like, the Holocaust is bad, but, like, think about aborted fetuses and how much worse that actually is.
And it's a matter of people using their bodies.
I would think most of us in some regard agree with you. I can't speak for everyone here. I don't know everyone's like various political beliefs. I think most of us would agree with you. And that's why we're pro-life, is because we see it as that's what the government is doing to children in the womb. The reality that the government could have just, because of the way that the government works and because of the way that the abortion system works, the reality that I just could be non-existent and not exist at all is horrifying. And the reality that my memory, my life, my genetic makeup, the people that fought.
Bro, this is so dumb. It's like probability, okay? That you can make that argument for anything. Like, it's not just like the foster system, okay? I hate that. You just would not have existed, just like you didn't exist for a lot longer than you have existed. Okay? You wouldn't know anything about it because you just would not have existed. Very dumb.
For years to give me rights, that can all just be erased. It's horrifying.
But it would have never happened.
Brayden is straight up coding as gay. Yeah, he could be. This is a progressive abortion, progressive anti-abortion movement. So, like, they have gay members. I think they might even have trans members.
It's not like it happened and then like it was erased. Like
I was conceived. My mother had the option to abort.
Yeah.
Therefore, it could have happened.
Parents should be informed if their teen is seeking an abortion.
So when I was being sexually abused, my parents didn't know. When my rapist...
She's starting to get rowdy with it. She's just fucking smacking it now. Oh, just like her dad. She getting angry at it and just trying to brute force the problem instead of like unwinding level by level each individual story. You know what's funny about this too? Like in the beginning, I don't know if you guys caught it or maybe you were too focused on the abortion video, but in the beginning, she also literally fucking did this thing where I took off the white piece for her and she just couldn't even smell that there was a treat underneath it and was just playing with the white piece. She just started biting on the white piece. Wait, you thought I was talking about the girl? No, I'm talking about Kaya. What? How does that even make sense? Anything I said? She's stupid. Leave her alone. She's not stupid. She's actually done a great job. But she got bored of it, as you can tell. And now she's fucking tormenting me again. Like, I'm bored. Come back in here and help me. Come back in here and help me fix it. Getting too big for the level 2 jail. Yeah.
Just found out that I had a pregnancy scare. He was like, I will fucking kill you if this is the situation. I'll kill you. And I think that if I had gone into an abortion facility, as many girls and women have, and been forced by my rapist to have an abortion, I think that this is another I guess, part of a system where mandatory reporting fails, as it has many times in abortion facilities, particularly in Planned Parenthood. Parents need to be informed if their child's being sexually abused, and because mandatory reporting often fails in this way, because Planned Parenthood is a business and they make money off of what they do, I think that it's really important.
They're literally not. And also, hey, here's a way to like abolish the evil Planned Parenthood. Allow for Medicare for all to exist and then fund abortion clinics by the government.
Important for the parents at least to have this knowledge and to have this understanding.
Yeah, I think it's a really kind of tricky situation and topic to discuss just because there are so many, like there's such a breadth of situations that can occur and have occurred. And I'm so sorry for what you went through, by the way, but like that situation is really awful, and it definitely highlights how having parental oversight is good and important in certain situations, but also like there are situations where young people are in situations with abusive households, abusive parents, who, if they found out that that teenager, that child was attempting to do something to care for themselves and to help themselves live the life that they need to, or for their health, or whatever reason they might have for doing it, they'll be prevented from seeking care of any kind, not even just like an abortion. They'll be prevented from seeking any kind of sexual wellness care, health care of any sort, because their parent is aware that they were looking for that kind of support.
And I'd like to go off of what you're saying. I agree full-heartedly that there are different situations.
Oh, she's doing
where,
it again. Let's
it could
go.
be dangerous for the individual to tell their parents, and that's why I think pregnancy resource
Come on,
centers,
dummy.
which is
Yeah,
what we
there you
support,
go. Good
are
girl.
such a valuable tool, because they have the right to put protections over this young individual or older individual. And if they are in an unsafe situation, they house them, they feed them, they get them
I think
a
she got it.
job away from the area where they are.
I think she
You
might
know,
have
they
unlocked
do
the
stuff
second
to
level.
help, but also those situations and the situation where the child was conceived, that child still has value. So that's why I'm a firm believer in protecting both the mother and the child.
I mean, I would also like to say that, like,
Yo, when Braden goes on these fucking monologues, I tap out. Probably because I still want to think that Braden is like a savable soul and like not an unhinged psycho for some reason. Mostly because I do have a soft spot for big boys, as you guys know, and big girls. Yeah. Oh, she did. She fucking got level 2 easy. What the fuck? Oh, she's spinning it. Look at that. Yo. What the fuck? I can't pay attention to Braden whenever he starts fucking going on a rant. Good girl, Kaya, good girl. Get back in there. Get the fuck back in there. There's one more level, Kaya. Get in there. Jesus Christ. Get back to work. Get back to work. Oh, yeah. That dog yearns for the treats. Not enough, clearly. She has the white thing. Yeah, she eats the white pieces. Like, she just chews on the white pieces. Like, all the time.
like as much as young people don't like to hear it, and as much as I didn't like to hear it myself, because I had, you know, a messed up household, because I had a parent who was not a safe parent. I think that parents have rights. Uniquely, like the Ohio Initiative for Choice right now is trying to attack parents' rights, trying to make it so that people can get medical procedures or supposed medical procedures in abortions and not have to notify their parents. And there have been teenagers.
Supposed medical procedures. Meanwhile, if you ask freaks like this about family crisis, family planning centers, you know what I mean? That are fake abortion clinics, you know what I mean? She's like, no, that's valid. That's totally fine to like mislead young women and you know, try to actively lie to them to like move them away from abortions. Which, by the way, in many instances is often people, well, in many instances, literally a front for like some adoption scheme. That's number one. A lot of those like family planning centers are fronts by churches where they basically are like trying to create like an adoption factory. So remember that. That's really disgusting. And then the other part of it, yeah, I mean, it's basically, it's like legal human trafficking. Okay. And a lot of women know that they are bullshit. They're not like a real abortion center. But because She's going fucking nuts on it right now. She's going crazy. Very. It's not piss time. If she pisses right now, it's because of stubbornness, okay? She peed not that long ago. Don't be ridiculous. It's because she's bored. That's it. And I'm giving her mental stimulation as well. She just like refuses. She wants more than that. She needs to learn. She wants attention, and she needs to learn that like she's not gonna get it by barking. Chatters, you would have the worst dogs. I swear to God, you would have the worst behaved dogs. Anyway. The other thing I was going to say is that a lot of women completely are aware that these are like family planning places, but they still go to them because it's the best way. It's the most effective way to get a free MRI or ultrasound, not an MRI. Yeah. How fucked up is that? At the most well-funded, like, the most well-funded pregnancy care in the country is like nonprofits, church-backed nonprofits that are you know, almost entirely tasked with the purpose of misleading women and trying to dupe them into carrying pregnancies to term. I mean, there's significantly more than them than there are abortion clinics, so think about that. I might need to take her out. I'm actually a little worried. I'm going to wait until she's done barking, though. Let's continue with this, and I'll take her out real quick. Fucking goddamn it, she duped me again. She fucking got me. I hate this, but... Yep, I went to a family planning place to get a free ultrasound. Yeah, exactly.
And young women who have died from abortion procedures.
We have people that go and counsel outside of Planned Parenthoods and abortion facilities, and we've seen, like we've documented, reported to the state, suspicious behavior of people bringing busloads of minors in to have abortions. And, you know, it's one of those things that we just have to look at the reality and we have to address it.
There's actually statistics that say that the majority of women who have undergone sex trafficking report having more than one forced abortion, specifically saying forced abortion.
And we are against that too, right? We are against people being forced into abortions as much as anything else.
I think parents have an obligation to care for the child that they have in their care, and I think it is a parent's responsibility to support that child, of course, but then again, I feel like I'm speaking from a privilege of where I obtained mine when I was already a legal adult, so I didn't have to tell my parents. I just know for me personally, because I went to Planned Parenthood to obtain my abortion, and even when I obtained my birth control and my routine screenings from them, some of the questions that they always asked me was, are you safe? Are you in a safe situation? Are you doing this because you consented to it? When I obtained my abortion, they asked me, is someone forcing you? And they have signs all over in the clinic telling them, or telling patients that they are obligated to report if you are being sex trafficked or abused in some way.
The reason I disagreed was because I believe the prompt said teens should have to come to their parents. I am acquainted with someone who just had an abortion who is the same age as us, and she did not tell her parents. She has yet to tell her parents.
Well, I think we're talking about telling parents before the procedure, particularly, because that has ramifications. I mean, I'm sure afterwards there's some ramifications, but I think parents, like I said, would have the right to know before you get the procedure.
I have a question, because I think a lot of us are coming from the approach of like minors, but I'm saying it specifically with my case because I was already legally an adult when I had mine. Do you feel like even in cases, although we are teens here, I'm still legally an adult, should my medical information, now that I am legally able to obtain care on my own, because that's where I'm going to operate from, should, even against my wishes, should they be informed? Because I think for me, with such a sensitive topic, I want to go to them when I'm ready, because I'm coming here now sharing my story, but I was not prepared to come out with mine because it's still something that I grieve with to this day, still something that my boyfriend and I, we still tackle with every day. But I just don't agree with the idea that even though I'm a teenager, I'm still an adult and I should still have my choice to not expose my private medical information to my parent now that I'm willing and able to make that choice that should be violated.
I think that we would all agree that, like, for an adult, you know, no, if you're a legal adult, you shouldn't have to tell your parents. However, I think we're specifically talking about minors.
Okay.
Do you think it's possible to find a middle ground on the issue of abortion?
Not possible.
I think it's possible.
I think there's some ways to find some middle grounds.
Yeah, I think we already have here today on like certain parts of it.
But that's on parts of it, not on the abortion issue itself.
Thank you guys for your time and your vulnerability.
We get it, man. We get it.
I appreciate
We
hearing
get
your
it.
experience.
You didn't find a middle ground. You're fucking still super anti-abortion. You see Constance admitting she's one of those? Oh my God. I was right. 7 arrested at the anti-abortion protest demanding justice for fetal remains. Oh, that doesn't mean that she actually stole the abortions. See, I don't think she stole the fetuses. We don't know. We don't know.
Hey everybody, so when I was a teenager, I was really interested in comedy. My dream was to be a sketch writer. I wrote a fair bit of terrible sketch comedy. I followed a lot of stand-ups, and making jokes was just really important to me. I was a pretty dope teen. Anyway, because I loved comedy so much, there was a 2011 HBO special that always fascinated me, and it was called Talking Funny. Louis C.K., Jerry Seinfeld, Chris Rock, and...
Isn't this where they like straight up say the N-word and F-word and a whole bunch of words? This is like a wild one.
Ricky Gervais all sit in a room and talk about their craft for a while. It's hard to emphasize how cool I found this. These men were giants in their industry. They were my idols, and watching them take their craft so seriously was just extremely interesting and inspirational to me. I loved it. Just recently, I decided to watch Talking Funny again, and while I did honestly still appreciate it a lot, one thing jumped out to me this time. Ricky Gervais is just really weird in this conversation. He is a deeply weird presence. So let's talk about it. The first moment I want to discuss is where Ricky talks about whether or not it's okay to just be funny.
That's another thing. Are we allowed to just go out there and be funny?
What does that mean?
Well, it worries me. I feel that it's cheating just go out there. I think anyone can be funny.
What? Oh, no. What are you talking about?
And what an awful interaction this is. Ricky is here so deeply invested in this feeling of guilt, feeling that he can't just go for the quote-unquote easy laughs, and nobody else is having it.
No. And can't no, do it's it. like people that say easy laughs or cheap laughs doesn't exist. No.
Jerry Seinfeld looks at Ricky Gervais and says, "Why cut out a joke if that joke made everyone laugh? That's your joke, Ricky."
If you can stand on stage and say it, and it works that big, then it's yours. And to cut it out because you're embarrassed, that's kind of...
In an upsettingly embarrassing moment, Ricky says that he doesn't want to impress his audience, but impress the other people in the room. And Jerry just says this.
This is where I think that I'm judged. I let myself be judged. You. I want you guys to go.
Well, let me tell you what impresses
you know what I mean?
me. If you leave it in, that's what will impress me.
Fucking savage, Jerry Seinfeld. Already here, there's something uncomfortable about Ricky's philosophy, because to me, it almost feels like an admission of failure. His job is to be funny. More than anything else, comedians are good because they make people laugh. And to believe that's not good enough, that you're above...
Like sometimes farting on a dog. Sometimes farting on a dog. Which is basically the peak of comedy. The Kaya P Time chatters are basically the same chatters that say, "Hey, are you covering the story as I'm covering the story?" Like, they are the same chatter. Like, I just brought her back from P Time. Anyway. Ronnie's gonna fart. I'm gonna fart on her. Who's to say I haven't?
Of that, it just shows a lack of respect for the craft. Ricky Gervais is not funny enough that getting a real deep belly laugh is so easy for him, so it's baffling to watch him treat his audience and their response as so meaningless. To put it another way, if you are a comedian, I think being really funny is a task that's...
You're manufacturing consent to fart on Kaya? I'm manufacturing consent for the serve the top of the hour ad break. Fuck. Fucking delivered that, not so great. But at the top of the hour, a 3-minute ad break is delivered regardless. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Complicated enough and profound
Oh,
enough.
she's about to get it. She's about to get the third. Oh, fuck. She fucked it up. She's about to get the third. She's about to get the third one. If she unlocks the third sequence, it's over. She has unlocked the secrets of the puzzle. Yes. Come on, Kaya. Come on, Kaya. Get it. Get it, Kaya. Come on. Oh, come on. Don't give up. Come on, Kaya. Get it. Get it, Kaya. Get it. Go back. Kaya, go back. Go back. Fuck. Oh, god damn it, dude. I'm fucking backseating and she's still... No, Elping is fine. I looked at the owner's manual. She literally said you should... She literally said you should, like, teach them. How to do it.
Be worth doing in its own right, and so saying that your real goal is to impress Jerry Seinfeld just feels kind of sad. This brings us to our second Ricky moment, and this one's a bit more complicated. Louis C.K. tells a story about a dumb joke he saw and loved at an open mic.
I laugh at the dumbest things. I laugh at the... years and years ago, I saw a comic in some horrible club bombing with a guitar. And he sang, sitting on a cock 'cause I'm gay. And that's still...
And Ricky Gervais spends, like, the next 2 minutes desperately trying to convince the other 3 comics that they're laughing at the joke ironically.
Laughing ironically.
It's the funniest thing I ever heard in my life.
Laughing ironically.
No, that,
No.
that is a...
No.
It's
Well,
a,
I did. I laughed ironically at you setting up this guy struggling and doing it. I laughed ironically.
No, it's true. I love his... I love
Yes,
the
you
sadness.
do.
Why is Ricky Gervais so insecure is the real question. God damn, he's like, when you look at that room, like, that's a varying degree of, like, cringe now, okay? And yes, that even includes Chris Rock. And yet, like, for some reason, Ricky's the one who looks the worst out of all of them, okay? Like, this is from, what, like 13 years ago? And yet he's still the worst. That's crazy. Cloud Blower and Red Shift. Thank you for the 5 get the sub.
But you're not laughing because that's a clever, funny line. You're laughing at the content.
Put some respect on Jerry's name. You mean Jerry Seinfeld, whose entire career is almost single-handedly reliant on, who rests on the laurels of Larry David's humor, who dated a 16, 17-year-old girl when he was 38. That Jerry Seinfeld, who also does the same fucking, oh, what's the deal with airplane food? Oh, man, kids these days, they're too woke. I can't go to colleges anymore. That Jerry Seinfeld? Yeah, get the fuck out of here. So, you know, don't forget that. Remember, I'm a fan of comedy, chat. I am a fan of comedy. Okay? I know all of these people. I have watched a lot of their material. I have been a fan of them throughout various years. Chris Rock was not on the Epstein flight logs. That's Chris Tucker. You're a racist. Still weird that Chris Tucker was on the Epstein flight logs, but...
Why are you so upset? It's just funny.
So to start off here, I simply disagree with Ricky and agree with the 3 other guys. Sitting on a cock 'cause I'm gay is a pretty funny joke. I like how well the spoof lyrics work with the meter of sitting on the dock of the bay. I like dumb song parodies, and I think the word "cuz" in that joke is just really great. Like, there's something so simple about it. He's not having sex because he's attracted to somebody.
That's literally like 80% of Nick Mullen bits, by the way. What Louis C.K. is talking about there is like literally, I would say 80% of Nick Mullen humor is that.
He's not doing it for fun. No, he's sitting on that cock because he's gay. Period. Now, look, I see Ricky's point. I think this joke is funnier because Louis C.K. is recounting it, because it's about this awkward open mic, because we have some distance from the song. But this leads me to a more relevant point here. Why is Ricky doing this? Like, even if the funniness of the joke is 100% ironic, and again...
Especially, wait, hold up. One of the, I don't know why I'm saying hold up to a fucking paused video that I have the capability of pausing and talking on endlessly, but Ricky Gervais is the king of the, oh, you didn't like it, so you weren't the intended audience guy, okay? Every single time one of his dumbass fucking jokes about like how atheists are the most oppressed in society, or that they're transing our children nowadays and everyone's too fucking woke. Anytime one of those jokes doesn't land, he's like, oh, did I trigger you? Oh, did I trigger you? Perhaps you're not the audience that was supposed to laugh at it. And it's like, okay, so why can't you interpret this from that same lens? You know what I mean? Why can't you do that? Why can't you see that, like, maybe this is not for you, it's for someone else, it's for Louis C.K.?
Again, I don't think that's true. Why is he trying to spoil a good time? Why does he look at a bunch of people laughing?
And yes, Stephen Merchant to Ricky Gervais is what Larry David is to Jerry. That is absolutely correct as well. 100% you are correct.
And say over and over, it's not actually funny.
That is a pretty good joke.
I respect
it's a pretty good
Sitting
joke.
on a cock because I'm gay. You can only laugh at that because we're intelligent, educated people, knowing that you shouldn't go out and go sitting on a cock because I'm gay.
This is baffling behavior, but it makes sense given the perspective Ricky conveyed before. Comedy isn't for fun. It's not about laughing and making people have a good time. It's about asserting that you're really smart, that you can impress Chris Rock with your jokes, that you know when jokes are bad and know when you aren't laughing sincerely at them. Sitting on a cock cause I'm gay is stupid.
I wonder if Larry David feels that privately. The answer is he doesn't, because that's a stupid assessment. Yeah, totally, dude. What the fuck? Actually, what the fuck? Take that Kaya Bark back to the head for that fucking take, Mr. Comedy Critic. You okay, man? Motherfucker's talking like he's, you know, this is like Larry David in the chat. If it's Larry David in the chat, answer me. Why the fuck did you max out the Pete Buttigieg, you fucking bitch? You old, bald bitch. Huh? Unrelated, but Lamau.
A place called the Oasis. To go. A place called...
I can't believe they stole that. No hate at all. What the fuck? I am old. Wait, what? I wasn't saying you're old. I'm saying, man, chatters. What the fuck? I'm talking about Larry David, dude. What? Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. Can't even say shit in this goddamn broadcast. I'm about to Ricky Gervais my way out of this one. Can't say nothing in the HasanAbi broadcast, yeah? Fucking hell. Sensitive fucking leftists. Thinking that I'm talking about them when it's a bit about him being secretly Larry fucking David. Unless it's secretly Larry fucking David, why are you getting fucking mad? Fake smile too, yeah. Are you Larry fucking David?
It's a quintessentially dumb joke, and the idea of just finding it funny in an authentic way is an affront to Ricky Gervais's outrageously try-hard energy.
For some parody! Fucking genius! Oscar Wilde!
Recently, I watched some of Ricky Gervais's newest special, Supernature. It was kind of research for this video. The act, I think, was kind of painful. He did the classic hack thing of hammering in just how important it is to be offended, how people these days don't get irony.
That was irony, okay? There's going to be a bit of that throughout the show. See if you can spot it, okay? Now, that's when I say something I don't really mean for comic effect, and you as an audience, you laugh at the wrong thing because you know what the right thing is. It's a way of satirizing attitude.
So many of the jokes were extremely stale. He recycles decade-old lame atheist jokes.
Why don't you pray just in case there's a god? And I say, why do you put garlic over your door just in case there's a Dracula?
And so many punchlines are...
Oh, he did not do that. That is so bad, bro. That is... No, that's unacceptable. That's like... Imagine paying... Literally doing what Hasan said a minute ago, Lamau. Yeah, because I like I said, I know comedy and I know Ricky Gervais. I watched almost all of his fucking TV shows. God, that's so bad. That's so fucking bad, dude. Oh, you don't put garlic clove over your door for Dracula. Oh, yeah.
Just, wouldn't it be funny to think trans women are women?
What about this person isn't a lady? Well, his penis. The new women, I know the new women, they're great, aren't they? You know, the new ones we've been seeing lately, the ones with beards and cocks.
Jokes we've all seen 1,000 times. The funniest bit in the 30 minutes I saw were right here.
Then I got this tweet. Real tweet.
Are you weird for enjoying Afterlife before I knew who he was? Oh my God, you liked Afterlife? I think Afterlife is just fucking so depressing and unwatchable. No, go watch his old shit. His old shit's actually fire, including The Office, the original Office, which was great.
Call yourself a comedian? He knows I do.
It's the one place you can feel any brightness coming through at all, and it's fine.
Extras was Extras was great too. I mean, this man literally is not single-handedly, but like very responsible for the mockumentary style, the mockumentary style popping off so aggressively. U.S. Office is great, but like, the British Office was awesome. Extras was great. But again, Stephen Merchant. No, lol. Wait, what do you mean? I know I'm wrong for this, but I've never been a big Carl Pinkerton. I've never been a Idiot Abroad and Carl Pinkerton fan. Pinkerton. I don't know how you say it. I should go back and rewatch it, but it was just never appealed to me.
It's literally just an okay bit. I'm not gonna argue here that the reason Ricky Gervais is a hack comic is because of his artistic philosophy. That would be silly. But I do think you can feel that philosophy come through in Ricky's comedy, in the way he delivers his act, in his need to be understood as a smart guy, in his desire to impart some righteous moral about the importance of comedy or atheism or transphobia, in the way he speaks above his audience. His act is, almost by design, joyless. Anyway, I have no other place to talk about this, so I'm just gonna tack it on here. In addition to everything else, Talking Funny just so happens to have my favorite annoying Ricky Gervais moment. While they're talking about sitting on a cock 'cause I'm gay, Chris Rock says this.
There's no place to go. He's there.
I love bits
Does
where...
he do the whistle?
And all the boys erupt in laughter.
Does he do the whistle?
I love the...
Does he do the whistle? Oh God, he does, and it's even higher pitched. Does he do the whistle?
I've been quoting Ricky Gervais.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a medical condition, dude. That's literally, that's when being British, you've become too British, okay? This is why British people don't laugh, okay? Not because they don't want to show their fucked up dental, but literally because that's what happens when you laugh, okay? As a British person.
Saying this for the last 10 years of my life. Did he do the whistle? Did he do the whistle? Incredible moments. You know, Ricky Gervais is outrageously grating as a human being, but he did catch my heart here. Pretty good. Okay, bye.
He's laughing like Keemstar in Aiden's room in that clip. Yeah. The stand-up he's become a tick now for him. He's the James Corden to their any singer. He's like the British. He's somehow more British Jimmy Fallon than James Corden is. I watched that show when it came out and it made me not like all those comedians. No, I think... Q review. Every episode of Ricky Gervais podcast, Stephen Carl, how would you describe your brain? Ricky, oh, like he has one. Stephen, let him talk. Carl, well, is consciousness the mind or just a part of it? Fucking hell, laughs for 6 minutes straight. All I'm trying to say is that there are episodes this show and make Carl seem like quite an intelligent person playing up a character, and Ricky like a very loud person who insists on being seen as the smartest in the room. Are you having a fucking laugh? Quentin is American. What are you doing? I don't care. Everyone's British now. You're all fucking British. That's right. I've poisoned you. I've poisoned you with the fucking mind virus. Way worse than the woke mind virus. You're all having a fucking laugh now. That's right. You're all fucking British now, lads. You're fucking British. You done did it. It's fucking Tuesday in the UK. And it's going to be Tuesday tomorrow. You're fucking Brits, lad. You're fucking British. Yeah, have fun with that. It's time for jellied eels. It's time for fucking Diablo. We're doing it. We're doing a fucking thing. We're doing a fucking thing. You know it. I know it. We all know it. The soy pill dirtbag left and announced on how Elon Timple and Dave Rubin left the left. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that then? Fucking how I left the left. What are you doing? I don't like that everybody immediately celebrates that half of the chat is leaving. Diablo 4 has Twitch drops now. Let's fucking go. You want Twitch drops? You want fucking drops, lad? What level are you? I think I'm 20 or 21. Not sure. Players may encounter problems while attempting to make purchases in Diablo 4. We are resolving the issue as soon as possible. Oh my God. Maybe want to play Diablo and now I can't stay because I don't want to be spoiled. I'm sorry. You don't want to be spoiled in Diablo? Okay. That's weak.